I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Niger boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Django. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant!
Judgment, Alfred.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Alfred.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys tonight. Thank you all for joining the show. We have a lot to get into and, you know, a lot is going on the streets as usual on YouTube. CrimeCon is actively going on and people are live streaming from there. So I did get a chance to watch a little bit here and there of that. I hope everyone has a safe trip and has fun on their trip. of course, there's a bunch of drama, but we won't get into that today. I'm sure there'll be enough to go around. I did watch Guilty of a Crime, and big shout out to Guilty of a Crime. It sounds like they're doing Vegas the right way, having a good time, and just, straight max and relax. And I saw they went to Gordon Ramsay's restaurant, like the Hell's Kitchen, and I was like, oh, that's right up my alley. So I hope they have a good time again and stay safe. We have a great show planned for you guys tonight. Jennifer Erin is here, and we are going to get into the DARVO discussion. And thank you so much, Chuchi, for putting in the disclaimers. Guys, it's always going to be a trigger warning with these topics, right? We're going to go over a case discussion with 3 different cases. One is Mackenzie Sharilla, and then we have Gypsy Rose Blanchard up next, right? The one they let out. And then so we can, do a nice comparison on that. And then I've added Sebastian Rogers in too, because even in missing children's cases, we see this dynamic. And the late, great Peter Hyatt was one that just keyed into that right away and told Seth when he was on his panel, that they're absolutely blaming Sebastian. And I think it's important to bring him into the conversation as well. And hello, Little Miss Sharon. Thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. And Little Miss Sharon, I so appreciate you so much. That is so sweet. And if you got a membership, say thank you. And I think it went to someone named Chicky. So Chicky, welcome to the Dragon Tribe. And I'm so glad that you're a part of the Dragon Tribe. We also have the Discord. So if you guys want to join the Discord, it comes with your membership. It's on the first tier membership. And, come say hello in Discord. It's a fun group. Again, dark triad, drama free. And it's just a good place to kind of connect with each other on another level. And we try to make it a fun environment where everyone can kind of speak their mind respectfully and also just, conversate. It's important to have a good support system. If you guys want to take the link tonight, no obligation or anything like that, but I did pin the link right for this live stream. So if you want to come up and ask a question to Jennifer or me or whatever, if you just want to speak your mind, just click this link and I will see you backstage and I will let you up on the stage and you can talk. And you don't have to show yourself. You can do an avatar. It's a good way. And I know Marion, you joined us on panel one time as well. And Little Miss Sharon. And so it's just always nice to have, some other perspectives on situations. And especially if you've gone through it, right, Little Miss Sharon? And I'm sorry you have, but I just can't help but be a little bit grateful for the experience, right? Because at least we know. And Brad, thank you so much for being here, Brad. I hope so too, but I know that she's really, really busy. Christine Russo, and she has been on like several podcasts and going live on her channel. So, I'm not going anywhere. So, but I appreciate you too, Brad, because I would love to have her up on our panel to just discuss whatever she would like. There's been a lot of bombshells and we'll get into it too. And yes, Jennifer, thank you so much for being here. And guys, please give Jennifer a very warm welcome. And again, thank you, Little Miss Sharon. There it is. I was looking for that. And hello, Peggy. Good to see you. And Christmas Swan is here. So wonderful, guys. We're going to get right into it. So tonight, let me go ahead and check. Okay, so there's Jennifer Erin. Let me go ahead and add you up here, Jennifer. There we go. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great.
Okay, wonderful. I put the earbuds in again, so that seems to work if I have people up on panel. If I put the earbuds in, I can hear better. Well, wonderful. How are you?
I'm great. I'm happy to be back on here. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, we've had a couple of really great
I'm
lives.
really excited about this.
Yeah, it's been so great. I've really enjoyed having you up, and I know everybody in the audience does too. Thank you, Little Miss Sharon. Little Miss Sharon saying, Jennifer, warm welcome.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, so
You
I
can hear me
made a
okay,
couple.
right?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Okay.
So I made a couple of videos and put together some clips because there's been like a lot of wild stuff going on, in terms of both of these cases with the two girls, right? So I figured we start out with them and end with Sebastian, because Darvo takes a lot of different forms.
Yeah, it does. Um, so did you want to go straight into Darvo? Because I think you're cutting out.
Um, oh, can you hear me? I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. Let me make sure. Let me check here. Okay, no, that looks like it's good. Yeah, are you guys having trouble hearing us in the chat? I know sometimes they'll let us know, but sometimes not. But can you hear me okay?
Yeah, sometimes it just sounds like you're cutting out. So I don't know if I'm hearing. It sounds fine right now.
Okay, so maybe it was just a glitch. Sometimes StreamYard does glitch a little bit. Um, so I made a couple of videos. I'll just start out here. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this up for us. Marion's like, "What's Darvo? What is it?" So we will show you guys. And of course it can be applied to many different situations, you guys. Like it's amazing um how many different situations it fits in, whether it's a romantic relationship, a friendship, a work relationship. It really is just because we're dealing with people, right? And it's all just human nature. So um we're gonna go over some examples how it fits in the true crime world too. Hey, Shadow and Detroit Rock City is here. Thank you, Detroit, for hyping the video as well. Um so it just takes on so many different forms, so we're kind of going to go over it, but I wanted to share a little bit about um, Jennifer's new book first, and kind of how it ties into villain syndrome. So I'm just going to play this part here.
To those who have ever felt like walking through the fire was impossible, this is for you. There is a moment after harm when the world decides who it will protect. If empathy bends toward power, it will always break the survivor. Understanding abuse is not about learning new facts, it's about unlearning who we were taught to feel sorry for. Villain syndrome ends where courage begins. Jennifer Erin. This book was not born from theory, it was born from survival itself. I write this not only as an observer of injustice, but as someone who endured abuse and escaped it. I know firsthand how harm does not end when you leave. It follows you into how you are perceived, how your reactions are judged, and how quickly your pain becomes an inconvenience to those who were never harmed by it. Leaving abuse does not automatically grant safety. It often initiates a new trial in the court of public opinion. I have watched truth be rearranged in real time. I have watched my boundaries be labeled cruelty, my clarity mistaken for bitterness, and my survival reframed as villainy. And even as though I had abandoned the most cherished part of my heart, I have watched empathy flow freely toward those who caused harm, while my own pain was dissected, doubted, and diminished. I did not set out to write about villains. I set out to understand why the wounded are so often made into them. Villain syndrome is the name I give to that pattern. a collective failure of empathy so normalized that it rarely feels like justice. It is the moment when a survivor's reaction becomes more offensive than the abuse itself. When people demand grace from the harmed, but excuse accountability for the one who hurt them, when silence is called peace and endurance is mistaken for virtue. For a long time, I wanted to believe this was ignorance, that people simply did not understand abuse. But survival teaches you otherwise. Understanding is often available. People just choose comfort over courage. Because to truly understand abuse means confronting power, questioning familiarity, and standing with someone whose pain disrupts the narrative everyone else has agreed to keep. This book is for survivors like me, those who were asked to explain themselves while still bleeding, who were told to be calmer, quieter, more forgiving, more spiritual, more palatable, while their abuser was granted complexity, privacy, and endless benefit of the doubt. If you recognize yourself here, know this: your pain did not make you difficult. It made you honest in a world that prefers denial. This book is also for those who have never experienced abuse but want to understand it without defensiveness. Abuse is not always loud, it is often subtle, cumulative, and strategic. It rewires the nervous system, it shapes behavior, it teaches survival responses that are later judged by people who never had to learn them. If you have ever been confused by a survivor's anger, distance, or strength, this book will help you understand what those responses protected. I do not write this to seek pity or to claim moral superiority. I write it because survival gives you insight, and with insight comes responsibility. Healing does not require silence, and forgiveness does not require the erasure of the truth. Accountability is not cruelty. Naming harm is not hatred. Villain syndrome ends when we stop asking survivors to prove their worthiness and start asking harder questions of ourselves. Who do we instinctively protect? Whose comfort do we prioritize? And what does our misplaced empathy cost those who have already paid the highest price? I survived abuse, I escaped it, and I refuse to allow the wounded to be rewritten as the problem simply because they lived. This book is for truth and for courage. It is for anyone ready to place empathy where it belongs. Villain Syndrome was written to give a voice to the silenced and to confront the truth society too often avoids. We are conditioned to empathize with abusers while questioning, shaming, or doubting their victims. This book is not written for comfort, it is written for clarity. Within these pages is my story, raw and imperfect, told not for sympathy, but for understanding, healing, and change. Abuse wears many disguises, and survival is rarely linear or simple. If you're a survivor, I want you to know you are not weak, broken, or alone. If you are a reader seeking understanding, I ask you read with humility and courage. And if you are someone who has ever judged from the outside, may these words challenge you to see differently. This book exists to shift empathy back where it belongs, with the survivors, not the predators. Before you begin this journey, I ask you to read with both courage and compassion. This book was written not from bitterness, but from obedience to truth, to healing, and to God's calling to speak for those who were silenced. Scripture reminds us that the Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Psalms 34:18. And I believe with all of my heart that He never wasted a single tear I cried, nor will He waste yours. These pages are meant to pull back the curtain where darkness hid behind charm, faith, and appearances. If you are a survivor, know this: God saw you when no one else did, and your story still has purpose.
Okay, guys. So I didn't read the whole entire, or I didn't put the whole entire video. I have a whole nother video that you guys can go and watch too, but I wanted to put some of those pieces in um, because I just thought it was a really good representation of what we're going over tonight. So Jennifer, I would love to know your thoughts, on just what we've read and how, it applies to what we're talking about tonight.
Um, what we read right now.
Yeah, just like the video, what you think about the video that we just played.
Oh, yeah. My preface. So first off, I want to go over like really what my book is about. So that'll kind of tie in what your video just, described. So for me, it explores how people are labeled, misunderstood, or cast into villain roles. And I felt like the villain for a very long time in things that I had gone through. And so it looks at how conflict can distort personalities, get shaped by emotion and bias, and how those narratives can affect accountability, your identity, and also your healing process. It challenges you to think more critically about how quickly, people assign the blame or simplify complex situations into heroes versus villains. And it encourages a deeper look at truth, responsibility, and complexity. So that's pretty much what I tried to explain in my preface. And I think the last couple episodes that we've had has been pretty good and, explanatory of what my book is about. So
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of different concepts that you bring into play, like DARVO, but also just, how the villain syndrome works, or, how you're describing it. I see it all the time in true crime cases where, of course, people will pick sides and there always has to be a villain and a victim. And I don't always see it like that. For me, I do try to dive in and take things as the situations arise, or, what from the different types of scenarios, and kind of gather information. But of course, I'm only human myself, so I'm going to pick a side. Most of the time I probably will. But I have no problem also saying, I don't think this is right, or, let's not get too fast on the rumor mill, type of a thing. I try anyway.
yeah, of course. Yeah, I think we all do that.
Yeah, it's difficult because, if you have a situation, because and everything is going to be complex in its own way, but if you have a situation like this crash, um, there's a lot of supporting evidence that Mackenzie never tried, never put her foot on the brake, anything like that. And so that kind of compiles up. Um, but then you have a different circumstance altogether with a young lady that they're saying that she was abused, so then she took her mother's life or had her boyfriend do it. And then you also see it in Sebastian Rogers' case, where he's a missing teen from Hendersonville, Tennessee. So it just really translates into these cases as well.
Yeah, I totally agree with everything you just stated, especially in these cases that we're going to be looking at.
Yeah, it's crazy how different they all are in like the circumstance, but on the grand scheme of things, it is very interesting how it applies.
Mhm.
And I just kind of again made this little part to the video. It's not rocket science, but it is research. And I know that you mentioned that also in the preface, and I wanted to, um, know your thoughts on that as well.
Yeah, so it's complicated because everybody thinks differently. Everybody takes certain information to their own opinion and assessment. But doing research about anything with like psychological and what each individual has been through in their situation, and then you build that rapport and kind of go from the psychological perspective, because I think that helps you understand more clearly, more than what you're seeing on like TV or reading about in the news. But when you know certain patterns or certain behaviors of people, that tells you too of what's really going on.
Yeah, it does. And once you can identify it, it's like very easy. And it almost like becomes like like a spidey sense or something, or a sixth sense or something, like where you're like, oh, I get a weird feeling too off of this. Not only is it something that I'm, feel like I'm a deja vu here, but it's also that same weird sick feeling. And that's how I can kind of identify it these days.
Yeah. And I know, like, when I went through private investigation school, we weren't just learning the basics. We had to learn body language and how people react to things. Their the way that their eyes move a certain way, or certain words, certain dynamics like that. And
Mhm.
I don't think the average person out there who doesn't do the research or has to do the research on human behavior can really truly understand what some of these people might be doing. And so, like I said, research is something that you really have to dive into if you really truly, this is just my opinion, if you truly want to understand the behaviors of people, you have to research why people do what they do.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And it helps to heal, because then you're like, "Oh, okay, well that's their problem, not mine." You're like, "I can't ever fix that." Or, we talked a lot about that, but yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I mean, you know, once you can identify that stuff, and I think that's why in Sebastian Rogers' case, we all kind of saw the interviews, and even without having the knowledge, or experience, people were like, whoa, something's off, So I would always, encourage, if you have that feeling, like, do more research, because once I started realizing about Chris and Katie, then I was like, oh, well, it makes sense that I don't think Sebastian ran away. Like, he had reasons to run away, but I don't know that he ran away. And that was where I was at in the beginning.
Yeah, I think I was on a different page than you, but I was sort of similar on that. Um, Again, because I had to go through schooling on human behavior, so that's like the first thing that I ever look at. Um,
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
and so I kind of just rattled in and was like, ah, I don't feel good about mom and stepdad. I don't like what
No, and
they say.
the body language was the big thing that I focused on in the beginning as well. I did it in more of a humorous way, but I would like pick a meme out, on the software that I used, and I would write the word guilty, and it would show me someone who was guilty, and I'd put it next to Chris Proudfoot, and it would be the same exact facial expression. Okay, so that
Yeah.
was the way I artistically conveyed my wonderment about the proud feet, because I didn't think for a minute, like, he was very nervous. So many things where you can see his eyes darting to Katie, darting to Holly Thompson, darting back to Katie, and I think that's why they they don't do many interviews where we can actually gauge their body language. That's my opinion.
I might be able to. I don't know about, but yeah, the hands I think were kind of the first thing for me. It was just very odd, you know,
Yeah.
focusing in on their hands and then them rubbing each other's hands. It was just a little like, uh, okay, well, because I was taught and trained that well, this is my opinion and my assessment. I'm not saying I'm right.
No,
But
it's okay. And yeah,
usually,
guys, disclaimer. Well, I will put that disclaimer out just because Jennifer and I will agree and we'll disagree on different subjects, but our opinions are always our own. And I know I hate that we have to keep saying it. It's like, but yeah, I mean, but I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, you're good. I agree with you. Usually, when people play with their fingers or rub things, that means, they're tense and nervous or guilty. And so that was like the first thing that I found very odd. And it's, don't get me wrong, it's not abnormal for, spouses or couples to, comfort each other in those moments, but I think it was
Mm-hmm.
just a little too exaggerated and a little too much. But that's my
Kind of like
opinion.
Katie's rocking in the first interview because I really thought, okay,
Oh, yeah.
maybe she's self-soothing herself and
Oh,
but and so I'm like, well, maybe she is truly upset and because like I never heard the Duchess interview. Like I for a while I thought the first interview was with Holly Thompson.
yeah. Wasn't it?
But the first no, but the first interview they ever did was on Duchess for the Missing on YouTube. And
Oh,
even though Katie wasn't showing like they were avatars like we are, um, even though we couldn't see her body language, we could hear like a fake crying. And if I would have watched that one first, I would have been like, oh, these people, like I would have given no benefits of any kind of doubt when I watched, you know what I mean? Because it was that bad.
mm, yeah. Well, I don't know. I think half of them were bad as is. you
Oh
know,
yeah.
no matter how many they did, there was always something abnormal about them. So,
I agree. I agree. And the story doesn't really match up, and little Miss Sharon says self-soothing too. Yeah. I mean, it just doesn't seem to add up with them. So that's another reason I figured I would put Sebastian's case in there, but it was really because with that aside, once they started feeling more comfortable on these internet panels, they started to really open up and they started to talk about different circumstances like CPS, like hitting
mhm,
Sebastian with the belt, like all of these different things that they felt very comfortable
yeah.
speaking on. And so they started really leaking out information and they were extremely comfortable with talking badly about Sebastian, saying he doesn't have friends, he uses the bathroom in his pants. He likes to do it. Just so many like just so disrespectful, and it makes me mad just even thinking about it because it
Um,
was not nice at all, and you wouldn't expect that from a step parent. But then we also see video of Sebastian's 15th birthday where Aunt Melissa, which is Chris Proudfoot's sister, is filming Sebastian and she's antagonizing him and bullying him. And so I had to bring his case into this because of the way they're
mhm.
treating the victim, who's Sebastian, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Because
no.
people might wonder, why would you guys be talking about these two cases? Like, but the connection here for me is that, and I know because you had put in some really great talking points that I added into the video too. So
Yeah, absolutely. I think you and I, we talk sometimes and I absolutely wanted to touch Sebastian's case on this tonight as well. So I'm with you.
Yeah, it's just like, it's like just because of everything that's happened, it's amazing how much it applies. Okay, so I'm just going to play this next part just through a little bit. And if you want me to, I told this to Libra too when he's on panel. If you want me to stop it at any point, just like unmute your microphone or something and I'll pause it, because we can always just like go back a little bit or however we want to do it.
Okay.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 40.
It's a really great framework called DARVO. So let's talk about this. Some of you may have heard of DARVO. It's really a tool for understanding gaslighting. And it's a tool that you'll need when you try to hold a narcissistic person accountable for their behavior. So DARVO is an acronym that captures the reaction of perpetrators. Frankly, I believe it captures the reaction of any narcissistic person when you attempt to hold them accountable for their behavior. Now, this acronym, DARVO, it stands for denial, attack, reversing victim and offender. Okay? Denial, attack, reversing victim and offender.
Okay, so I figured this would be a good stopping point, but again, just let me know. So that's just kind of how the acronym is, right, framed out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's easy to remember, but yeah, Jennifer, go ahead.
So yeah, like she said, it's an acronym for psychological manipulation tactic. And what it basically is, in lack of words, is to dodge responsibility. And like you said earlier, it's used in toxic relationships, workplaces, and even legal disputes. And what they do is they shift the blame and cause the victim to doubt their own memory or reality. So yeah,
I'm
she's
so glad
really
that you
good.
said legal disputes, because it really pertains to these cases, but then also, like, I think Chris Proudfoot and him dragging everybody through the courts.
Oh, you know what? I don't know if you agree with this, but I feel like I've heard more DARVO out of Chris than Katie. No doubt Katie has, but I've heard way more DARVO from Chris.
Well, and that's why we actually did explore a few times whether Katie may have had, has a level of fear, um, associated with her actions, and why she may have, because I do think that the ultimatum existed. People were saying like it's either him or me, pertaining to Sebastian. Like I can see him doing that, because narcissists love to triangulate. And
Yeah. Yeah, narcissists are, I think what the original creator of DARVO, Jennifer Fried, I believe that's how you pronounce her last name. I think what she did, she actually was originally like basing this off of narcissism.
Mm-hmm.
But then she did more research and found it to be involving in like regular abusive and betrayal trauma and institutional manipulation. So, but yeah, narcissism, I think a lot of narcissists really use this tactic.
Yeah, absolutely. Psychological warfare, right?
Basically, yeah. They they don't take accountability and they turn it on you, and then they kind of try to manipulate, for you to believe that you're the one, that's crazy, and maybe you're the one to blame. And it's really damaging.
I mean, I just hate it because it's so frustrating and it is crazy making behavior. So when Dr. Ramani talks about the gaslighting and how you can identify it, and everything, it's like, yeah, it is. It's maddening because you're sitting there like you're first of all, you're not validating what I'm telling you, right? And especially if it's a intimate partner relationship, but then also it can be very upsetting when it's a workplace situation too, because a lot of narcissists are in positions of power.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
Control.
it could even be like you're like direct manager above you, but they love having that power right above you, and they just mess with you.
Oh yeah. I mean,
I think we've all maybe dealt with that to some level.
yeah, but I know there are people who will say, narcissism is the word narcissism is overrated. Like everybody wants to call every single person a narcissist. Yes and no. In my opinion.
I can understand. Yeah, I'm with you too. Like I can understand where some people can overuse it because it is a clinical diagnosis. You can't just like say, anybody's a narcissist, right? Like you could be like, okay, they have all of these features, but I definitely have told Chris Proudfoot that I think he's a narcissist. Because he fits all the criteria. But again, he would really have to go to a, doctor to have that diagnosis.
Yeah. I think that people who aren't narcissists, they can absolutely, even though they're not a narcissist, use these same tactics. So
good point.
So yeah, but I don't think it matters because for the simple fact that if you know DARVO and what it is and how people are using it against you, you can bite back and you can get through it and you can understand what they're doing and kind of catch on. So even if somebody's a narcissist or they're not a narcissist and they're doing this to you, you have the power to understand and grasp this and learn it so you understand what they're doing to you so you can get out of it.
Right, because you have to know, right? You can't just go in blind on something like this because it is strategic, like you said. It's strategic and it's intentional. And they're enough to wear you out sometimes, especially when it's like legal stuff or I mean just any of it, really emotionally speaking too, if it's a partner relationship.
Yeah. I mean they'll do it to you in courtrooms. Like if you have to go to court with them for divorce or child custody cases, they will absolutely use it. And not just them, their attorneys, if they're bad, they will use DARVO against you. So you have to, I mean, this is so crucial. This is so vital to understand and grasp for anybody. Even if like you're not being abused or in an abusive relationship, just study this and learn it just to have on hand for anybody, not even in relationships, friendships, just in general. So like you can have the power to be like, hey, you're not doing this to me. I know exactly what you're doing.
Right, exactly. Yes, because it does take the strength and it takes someone that has a strong mind. People talk about having thick skin, but I think having a strong mind is way more important because people can get in your head like this, and it sucks that it would happen with someone that you should be able to trust, like a boss or even a significant other, a friend. But you're right. It's crucial because it can be pulled out in any circumstance, and you should be able to be ready for that, know what to look for.
Absolutely.
Witchy Mama
I
brings up
can't.
an interesting point. Yeah, she says, I think at some point everyone has narcissistic traits, just a measure of self preservation, but a clinical diagnosis is being that all the time. Right. I agree with that. And, everybody's going to have a little bit of self preservation. It's hard to find a balance between having like self-respect, right, and then but not letting it overtake you either, and I think that's where empathy comes into play. But what do you think, Jennifer?
Um, I can have an open mind to that. I just think that narcissism is a little different than when people are sometimes overly confident about themselves. I think narcissism kind of stems from childhood and your family dysfunction and those dynamics. So, I mean, I have an open mind to maybe say I agree with that. It's just something I would have to kind of dig deeper into. I understand what she's saying. I understand what you're saying. But again, narcissism, I think stems from your childhood and your childhood dysfunction. So
Oh,
I
it,
don't
it
think that's
definitely does.
I don't think that's
Yeah.
something you're born with, like from birth. I think that's narcissism is kind of created when your brain is not fully developed yet, and as you grow, the dysfunction damages that brain and your perception of how to cope or how to handle relationships in um, a mature way or just a natural, normal way. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I mean, narcissism is definitely nurture versus nature, in my opinion. I mean, it's created, and I've said this a lot too. But don't feel sorry for them. Please don't feel sorry for them, especially if you're in a relationship with them. Do not feel sorry for them when I tell you this. But a narcissist, right? They can't help the way they are because they have a mental illness, they have a personality disorder, and
Mhm.
it's absolutely because of deep-seated trauma and dysfunction, like Jennifer said. So they are the most damaged, if not, the most damaged people out there, um, because of that, because their egos cannot handle the criticism of life. I mean, just everyday life, right? Everything, they're the most sensitive people, but they'll tell you you're too sensitive and you're weak for crying and all this other stuff. Um, and that's my view of a narcissist. But don't feel sorry for them or want to fix them, please. But just know that, it is from trauma and it is because of a lack of coping mechanisms. And that's what they've developed as a survival themselves. They're just surviving too, just like us. But don't feel sorry for them.
I can agree on that 100%.
Jennifer, I
Oh,
say it
yeah.
like 7 times in a row because I don't, because it took me, like, when I figured it out, I'm like, oh, no wonder he was like that. Oh my god, that's so sad. You know what I mean? Like, don't do it, don't do it, don't go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, you know, it is so like you just said. Sadly, it's you want to feel sorry for them in those moments, but you have to remember that narcissists don't feel empathy. They don't
Right.
have sympathy and they don't have empathy. They don't know what that is. They do not even know how to respond to that. Like, legitimately, they don't. There's not a single narcissist that knows how to do that. So you could cry in front of them and weep in front of them. They do not feel anything. And at first, they may act like they understand that and have empathy, but then, you know, a few months later down the road, you do that again and they start, oh, stop crying. You're pathetic. That's so annoying. You're such a crybaby. They can't hold on to that sympathy or empathy. It's like a lie. They can't hold on to that for very long because it drives them nuts. So you can't feel sorry for them. Like, you can feel sorry for them in a way of like, oh, I'm sorry they're this way, but you can't fix a narcissist.
No, you can't. And that's why I have to put the disclaimer in, because, I understand why they are the way they are, but then, and it's only because I had to learn. Because I'll be quite honest, I was worried about my daughter, and I was like, if that's something that runs on her dad's side of the family or something like that, because he does have a clinical diagnosis, narcissism, antisocial personality disorder, both. And so when I found that out, I just wanted to look into it and see, everything. And like you said, thank God it's not something that's like genetic or anything like that. It's fully because of what they've had to endure, um, and how they their brains developed around it, basically, in my opinion.
Um,
Well, and I think little Miss Sharon, you're right. Possibly because if when you're a child, you have no control over anything, but as an adult, you want to control everything. And I think a lot of it has to do with that too. I think there's a lot of factors, and it's probably you know, pretty universal, but then like person to person. Um, I'm sure there's a lot of statistics out there that would show us,
yeah.
numbers wise, but yeah.
So I don't know. See, this is the thing about narcissism. It's I guess it can be a mix of genetics and environment, but I'd say it's more environment than it is genetics, because I think it says there's like a 47% that it's genetic.
Well, I want to say that I really believe, and because I know what you're talking about, and I really believe that because we have the enablers and because we have the family, there's always going to be, well, I can't say always, but many times there is a family member, like a mother, sorry, moms, out there when it comes to a man. And maybe it's the reverse for a female narcissist, that is their biggest enabler, their biggest cheerleader, their, you know, do what you're doing and we'll stand by you 100%, even if it's horrible. Which we see that with Mackenzie Shirilla. But I don't know who's the bigger enabler, her dad or her mom. I mean, that's where I get confused with her story.
Yeah. um, when you got two parents enabling that, I don't think you have a chance at. I mean, she would have probably had a chance, but I don't know if any part of narcissism, or if any of them have narcissism. I'm not sitting here saying that her parents had narcissism. We can only base an opinion, right?
Yeah, we can
But
only speculate.
but
Purely
if
speculative.
yeah, but if any of them do, by any chance, uh, there is that slight percentage of narcissism being handed down. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're going to model the behaviors that you see in the household as well. That's another thing that I'm big on here at this channel. And again, I'm not, anybody. I just have this channel and a voice, but I'm big on that. I'm like, if your kids are watching you all the time, it's amazing how much they watch. And you know, and it's good to see Laura Arnold. Thanks for being here. Witchy Mama, I do agree with you. Just because you're traumatized, right, doesn't mean that you have a right to be a horse's batoot, and you also can choose to do better. And this is the thing that really gave me a lot of hope and this is why I could support that. there's a self-aware narcissist that has a YouTube channel, and they are doing their best to kind of give us an insight into, you know, how they think, because it's a very complex personality we're dealing with these people, right? Like, even if it's somebody that's very close to you and you're like, why are they doing this to me? Why are they hoovering me and discarding me and then hoovering me and discarding me, right? Like, why are they doing this, right? And then why is it when I leave them they want me back? It's because they love the control. They're playing with you, right? But this guy has done a lot of work on himself, and that's why I think that we all have a choice and we can do better if we want to. But again, with narcissists, their ego is so huge and fragile. It's like a big fat bubble that's ready to burst, and all you have to do is touch it and it could just shatter, because they're that I hate to say it, but they can be real pathetic, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
You know, so then I'm like very reluctant to be like, oh, you know, because I do want to show compassion for everyone. And if somebody's trying, I will. You know, that's why I like Lee Hammond, because at least he's trying. You know, I'm sure he's
Mm-hmm.
manipulating behind the scenes or something. But a narcissist is going to be a narcissist. You know, it's just about looking out and knowing what to look for, you know?
Yeah. You're talking about that guy that is a narcissist, right? And I watched some of his stuff.
Yeah, he calls himself a self-aware narcissist, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, you're admitting it? Look at you." I'll subscribe to
Yeah.
you if you're gonna admit this, because it's really hard, and I'm sure it's not easy. And I'm not saying that people should wear their diagnoses on their sleeve and be like, "Hi, my name is, you know, Craig. I'm a narcissist," or "My name is Linda,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm, you know, I have BPD," or whatever. You know, I know people, that's not going to define you, but with narcissists and the personality disorders, it makes for difficult people to deal with on the regular, like even bosses and everything.
Yeah. And so I think some narcissists they're not like these high profile cases that we're looking into. They're everyday people struggling with it, and not all of them are like using anger and like that way. Some of them are just basically using like calm manipulation, stuff like that way.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, we have to understand, I think there's probably different forms of narcissism.
Oh yes, there are. Yeah,
And
like
the way,
even Chuchi says that she thinks Makilla is a malignant narcissist, you know, because we have covert narcissism, we have all the different types, which come with their own set of challenges. Will be nice and say challenges for those who have to endure them.
yes, I agree.
So I wanted to play a little bit more of Dr. Ramani, and she's going to give us some examples, but just let me know if you want to stop at any point, Jennifer.
DARVO.
Okay.
Got it? Good thing to know. Now, this acronym was developed through the work of someone named Dr. Jennifer Freed, who is a psychologist and scholar who does really, I find it incredibly compelling research on perpetration and betrayal. It's really quite great. But I want you to sit with that whole DARVO acronym for a minute, because that's it, right? You try to hold a narcissistic person accountable, and this is what happens every single time. It's a really clear laying out of the gaslighting dynamic. So really what DARVO does is it really captures gaslighting in a really solid way. So let's lay this out as an example, right? You go up to a narcissistic person in your life and you let them know that they've done something wrong, and you directly address that with them. So the first step, you know this, they're going to deny it. I never did that. I never said that. That never happened. This is every antagonistic person ever, right? They always deny. It's always a convenient first play for them. It buys some time. They may think you don't have evidence. Hell, they'll even deny if you have evidence. And if you do have evidence, or they really did do it, picture, video, something else, but they know they did it, they won't comment on the evidence. They're going to go right to attack. Now, the attack can involve the dismantling of the other person. Well, of course, I guess this is what I get from a paranoid person like you. Like, when are you going into therapy? Or maybe you need a new shrink since you are as crazy as ever. And then the attack could also happen in other ways. It may not just be a dismantling of you, but they may do things like threaten to sue you or give you these sorts of threats. Like, you better watch out. I know people. Better watch your back, or I could ruin your reputation.
Woo, doggy. I have to stop right there. So I have read over some of the text messages from Mackenzie to her boyfriend Dom, and there was a lot of this nonsense present. A lot of this very mean behavior, right? Just to put it in generalization, not trying to minimize it, but just generalizing it. Mean behavior. And yeah, I think that definitely applies. And just dealing with it in these cases, right? We do see a lot of these behaviors just in general. The denying factor, right? Deny that it ever happened, and then now we're on attack. So, I mean, we see that so much, especially here on social media. A lot of the cases, I even applauded one of our friends, Cindy. Her nephew is missing out of Pottsville, Pennsylvania, and I wonder if I have really quick, but her Facebook. Yeah, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Oh my gosh, that was my second home. I
really?
Basically grew up there. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay, so I wonder if you've ever, well, because I had, let's see, sometimes I keep my old backgrounds in here. See if I had a flyer. But Cindy's Facebook page was just very well set up, victim oriented, right? Let me pull up. But you see it. Not all justice for whoever's page, right, is like that, right? There's like a lot of discourse and back and forth, and it's just not really as, I don't know. It's not always a kind environment. We'll just say that. So, but Zachary Vidal has been missing for 4 years, and his aunt was on the show. And like I said, when I looked over, because I'll always go and look at people's Facebook pages, and when I did, hers just was very well put together. Very, very well put together. Okay, here we go, because I'll just pull this one up. I wanted to find a good one really quick. I'll just but we see this a lot in these cases where people will be going back and forth and that sort of thing. And Again, this is Zachary Vidal, guys. He was 27 when he went missing, and he's from the Pottsville, Pennsylvania area. And again, there were some friends that were involved in things like that, but it's very difficult, I think, for the family members to keep a good watch on things like that, especially because we might be dealing with some toxic personalities in the chats, right? And things of that nature. Um, but I just wanted to share that out really quick. And again, the battle lines are pretty clearly drawn in a lot of these cases, and I've even experienced it with Sebastian's case, just like pure hatred because of a difference of opinion, trolling behaviors, just a lot of different things. But I think it's into this attack, right? Just deny, attack, right? And that's what we see.
Yep. Deny, attack, and reverse offender.
Yeah, and Dr. Romney does a really great job here of just breaking that all down and explaining different circumstances where it applies.
Or you think you got this on me? Wait till you see what I've got on you. The attack phase is exhausting, can even be frightening. And frankly, unless you're a fighter yourself, even if you initially put up the fight, they never get exhausted. So over time, the fight may go out of view. And most of us are conflict averse. So after one or two of these attack episodes, most people will not only relent, they'll often just not bring things up. But the attack part of this is really unsettling and really scary. This is, for example, where you may have concerns that things you may have shared with them in confidence, they could tell those to other people, and it could hurt other people if they shared it. If it's work or business, you may be concerned that even if their lawsuit is unfounded, that the cost of having to hire someone to defend against it and spend the time on it and the destruction of it can be, again, time consuming, but also unsettling. You may also get somewhat concerned for your safety. But this whole DARVO thing, they're clever. At the face of it, they say something that is not directly threatening. They don't say, I'm going to come get you. But they learn to create a sense of menace, and you don't feel safe. And let's face it, in the internet world we live in, nobody cares about what's true. They just read a defamatory post. And even if you do come behind it and address it and make it known it's untrue, the harm may be done.
Right, Dr. Romney, like when you act like a normal person and you decide to address the comment and, state your case or whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you do. And I think that is such a great point, that it doesn't matter what you do. You're never going to convince these people. You're never going to make a difference, right? It's not going to make a difference. They'll just continue to engage in these awful things and show their true character. But it's very frustrating.
Oh yeah, and I've been through a lot of what she's saying in my past, relationships. My ex-husband, and then my first relationship with Joe. A lot of those characteristics that she's mentioning are like eerie, threatening to know somebody, if you say something, or I went through a lot of that.
Yeah, the smear campaigns can be so detrimental. And again, what's really difficult is that it doesn't matter how much convincing you try to do. The only thing that you really can do is better yourself in your own situation. If you're in that situation, right? Like, don't try to, prove the other person wrong, because the smear campaigns in my opinion, are the very worst, and it can really affect people negatively, right? Which is the goal.
Yeah, that's I think what their goal is to they're trying to reverse the role, right? So they're doing everything they can to make the outside world and even yourself to manipulate that you're actually the one that is doing all this. You're the one who's crazy.
Mm.
You're the evil one. You're the bad one. You know, you're overreacting. So, and like she said, they'll take some truths and manipulate those truths about you or things that you've confided in them with. And that'll be totally used against you because they manipulate that in a way that it sounds terrible and awful. And then the whole world thinks you're awful.
Right. Yeah. And in this day and age, it seems like, it doesn't take much for people to kind of turn on a person like, oh my God, I can't believe you did that. And it's like, dude, are you perfect? Because I'm pretty sure you're not. But it's very easy for us to do that, especially if we're giving opinion and commentary all the time. Because yeah, if I see something horrible in the news, I'm thinking to myself, that mom deserves, life in prison or something, like I do the same thing, but it's very easy to for a smear campaign to just turn somebody completely against that other person, like you said, and it doesn't have to be even that big of a deal, right? In the grand scheme of things, it could just seem like you said something you weren't supposed to, or which everybody makes mistakes, but a narcissist can definitely take something like a simple mistake and turn it into a catastrophic event, and you're public enemy number one.
Yeah. Yeah. It's I mean it's a tactic. So, you know, it's they're going to use everything that they can as a tactic to crush you. But if
Right,
you
that is the
know
goal. That's the goal, right? It's like awful. I laugh
it,
when I'm nervous, so when I laugh, it's not that I think a situation's funny. I'm just like, oh my God, it's ridiculous. So I'm sorry.
no, I'm the same way. But but like I said, if you know Darvo, hopefully you'll know how to not get into a relationship with a narcissist or, you know, a bad egg.
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
if
I
you
think it's
are,
important to remember that it's not always a narcissist, but it is, a lot of the research is based on those personality types. But, other dark triad type personality traits exist with people who are not even diagnosed at all, or, might not even have that specific thing. They just are, like you said, a bad egg. It's a good way to put it.
oh, that's what we grew up calling them as bad eggs, you know.
Yeah.
And there's a lot
Yeah. And
out
I
there.
mean, no, and you're right. I wish I would have known about Darvo a long time ago.
Well, I personally didn't know anything about it until I went through therapy myself, and so that got me super intrigued because I myself wish I knew about it many, many, many years ago, even as a young girl, because that could have potentially helped me so much, you know. And this was um, Jennifer. This was the 1990s, so I could have been if I knew about that and were educated about it enough. I potentially would have never gone through what I've gone through because I
You
would
know, I
know. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
No. You go ahead. You go ahead because I was pretty much done anyway.
Okay, no, yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you. I think sometimes it's just so hard because I was very interested in psychology. I was very interested and took 2 years of it in high school. So that way, 1 year would transfer over. Like I took an AP classes on it, and
Mhm.
it still didn't translate over. And so I don't know if it was because I was so young, or you don't think it could happen to you. I don't know. But I mean, I didn't know about DARVO, but I did know about some personality, disorders and different things. And it still just went right over my head when it came to applying it to real life.
Yeah. I mean, it is a little complicated, isn't it? Because we could easily say something like, I want to say like, well, maybe if my mom, would have sat me down before I even was thinking about boyfriends or lovey-dovey stuff, that hey, look out for this and look out for that trait. But that's not reality, right? Because even the people we're raised by probably don't even have an understanding of what it is. So yeah, but like, I
I
don't know.
agree. Yeah, I agree.
I still wish maybe if it were pushed out more through public schools, or in health class and stuff, maybe if we our schools were more transparent on stuff like that, it could save a lot of heartache for a lot of young kids, growing up and being in these harsh relationships. Because they always talk about don't do drugs, don't drink and drive, but like, what if we had people coming into public schools to talk to children about these types of scenarios? Because for me, it's kind of like, that's really important too,
I agree.
because your kids are going to grow up, and your high schoolers especially, with all these hormones and stuff, that they don't know what's real or fake at the moment because they're just immature. you know that would probably help, you know a lot too, if we're talking about this stuff, because it is, I mean, abuse is through the roof right now.
Yeah,
The
it
statistics
is.
of abuse is just crazy high, and it's getting bad, it's getting worse. Got Sumner County with all these teachers having sexual relationships and abusing children, and then the school board member, I forget where it was, some Tennessee county, he's sitting there next to a young girl telling her she's hot.
Mm, yeah, I saw that. Libra actually sent me that video. And I was like, really? And then the lady behind that guy was laughing along. I mean, she wasn't shocked or nothing. It was like, it was very accepted. And that was, um, I know I always make Stephen King references, but it reminds me of it. It reminds me of that, somebody blatantly seeing something horrible just happen in front of them, and they turn the other way and actually partake in it or approve of it. And it's some scary shit, in my opinion.
I mean, it is, but like, what is going on? Because, like I said, I think that if certain generations were actually sat down and taught about the serious stuff, instead of hiding it and saying, oh, kids probably shouldn't be learning this stuff, blah, blah, blah. Well, maybe our world wouldn't be as half bad right now as if we sat kids down and said the harsh realities of what can happen, you know?
I
And
agree.
this is what you do and you don't do. But instead, I think we have a society where parents are trying to make it kind of cutesy when boys are kind of talking dirty and filthy, instead of telling them, hey, you shouldn't talk like that about girls. They're not objects. They're human beings and they deserve respect, instead of
Exactly.
laughing about it and saying that it's just normal, you know, and vice versa. Teach your girls how to have propriety, and how to love herself and have some dignity, and the harsh realities of what boys can have on their minds at this, that all needs to be transparent to your children instead of hidden, so that they can know how to cope with these situations when they get older. Because right now, I hate to tell you this, but half the girls in this world don't even know how to make a can of beans.
I know.
You know?
You got that right. Well, they're too worried about what they're wearing and their fit and their, they got the phone and all of that is so important nowadays. Yeah.
But yeah, so like it's I can't make a can of beans. You don't even know how to put something in the microwave and press 2 minutes before blowing something up in there. It's like we've got it. I don't know what the answer is, but I think if like more things like DARVO were put out there for young people to understand and learn instead of all this other crap that they're never going to use in life, we got to teach children how to be not only citizens in their country and decent people, but we have to teach them how to cope with real life situations and how to survive it. And do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. And it really, especially when we look at a story like Mackenzie, right? 17, 18, 19-year-old kids, right around that age. And then you also have Gypsy Rose, who's, already spent 10 years in prison and now she's abusing her boyfriend. And I don't care what anybody says. I don't even care what Ken says. Ken, quit acting like me 10 years ago. Right? Maybe even longer than that, Jennifer. Wink, wink. But it's like
Oh yeah.
Ken's he's like saying, "Oh yeah, she was just mad at me." Well, okay, she could be mad, but she doesn't have to start breaking property because that's how it starts, in my opinion. First they break your things and then they break your face. And I know that sounds very harsh and horrible, but that is how it works.
I don't know. I didn't see a blanket there. When she was doing that, I foresee like what she did to her mom. I'm sorry. That's crazy.
I would take it very badly. And maybe I'm too sensitive, but like if my significant other, I overlooked that piece to their life and they did something like that, I would be terrified. I would not. No, I'd be in a hotel room watching Sleeping with the Enemy. I mean, just,
I would
with a
be
pint
taking
of
my
ice
baby
cream.
and
Okay.
yeah. Put on some Buffy the Vampire Slayer or something.
There
No,
you
like
go.
it really amazes me. Like, dude, and I don't mean to judge here, but really, this woman murdered her mother, slaughtered her mother in her bed. And I'm sorry, you can't convince me that she didn't have anything to do with it. It was just that boy. I'm so sorry,
Right.
but no. And especially seeing what she has now done in the new video with that blanket, that just proved to me you did it. You're rehashing in your mind something that happened many, many years ago, and you're playing it out. And that to me is like a trauma response. She got triggered and grabbed something and took it out on something like she took it out on her mom. And
Oh boy.
if I were Ken and that happened, like, dude, this woman slaughtered her mother and now she's slaughtering your blanket. What?
Yeah.
and your headboard. And you're not grabbing your child and getting the hell out of there?
Okay, so is the headboard picture that's been circulating, it's like a big X. Like it's like she took the leather, it was like it was a headboard that was kind of like leather. I don't know what material it is, but it just looked like leather to me. And it looks like somebody just took a knife and just made a big X in the fabric, right? But I didn't know if that was like a real picture or so I didn't pull it into the live.
I did not see the picture, I have to admit. But I was listening to supposedly I don't know if it was like a podcast or something where Ken supposedly admitted to her doing that. I mean, there's so much
Yeah.
stuff out there that might be fake, but
He's definitely minimizing
no,
it,
and
and
then
like I said, he reminds me of me, like, oh, it's just, they were just mad at me, and I don't know, like, kind of thing, like, because obviously they're still together. I know there's a lot of rumors, and it appears that text message that you sent me too, that was like, and we'll get into it too in a little bit here, but he was like, I'm out, like, I mean, but who wouldn't? People say that at first though, but it's taking the proper steps and actually getting out, in my opinion.
yeah, but I think it's more of something you see in a female having trouble leaving a male over, not like a man. Usually men are like pretty cut dry when stuff like that happens. Like they're just like, I don't want to have anything to do with something like that, Like that scares a man off so quickly, like faster than a
I think
woman
that's what's
completely.
interesting though, like about these cases where we have Dom who looks like he was trying to get out, and then Ken is like, I think he's still in it, and he's in the denial phase, like, and I don't want to say like a lady, but it's what we're typically seeing, or what
In a
we went through, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah,
yeah,
in a
I can identify with
feminine.
them.
Yeah, it's kind of, the whole thing is weird to me of how they even transpired into this. I don't even, it's not like a marriage, it's a
Well,
right?
that's
They didn't
okay, Jennifer. Let me I have to backtrack on my statement. Let me just say I would not write a prisoner because I don't search for drama in my life. Like I try to avoid
Yeah.
it like the plague.
Yeah, that's like inviting, isn't it? It's like inviting a
Yes.
psycho into your life. Like you want that, I guess. I don't, not that he does. I'm just saying, like, in general, that's what you would perceive somebody writing a prisoner and loving a prisoner. Like the
They're
whole dynamic
lining
of it
up.
is just crazy. It you know what I really honestly think it is that I don't necessarily even think that both of these men um really truly honestly wanted something with Gypsy. I think that they saw she she's gonna have money and get famous for this, and maybe
Mm.
they just saw money and said, "Oh, I'm gonna be well off with this woman because she's got." I mean, she's like worth millions of dollars because of her
Mm.
murdering her mom. Movies,
And see,
Lifetime film.
that's why Christine Russo is so adamant about getting that petition signed for Dominic and for Davion because of that right there. Um,
Yeah.
she's I mean, these girls got more, invitations for marriage than some nice women like us. I mean, Jennifer, it's just, I got to put it out there
Yeah.
because I'm thinking to myself, I don't think I've had that many marriage proposals ever, but like, yeah, here they are like, oh, I would love to be with, I love, and Ryan Anderson, he's always like, oh, Jip, I know more, but I won't say. Sorry, that's my best Ryan Anderson. But he does do
That
that.
was pretty
And he'll
good.
say, oh, I love Gypsy Steel. And I'm like, are you demented? Like, and that's where I lose my empathy. And
I'm
maybe I
right with
shouldn't.
you all. I don't know, like I feel bad for them, but then because I've been through these things and you've been through these things, but at the same time, these are grown men, and men are usually not the type to stick around with stuff like this or even want to put themselves in the position with a woman like that, like at all. And I'm not trying
They
to judge
run,
her,
right?
but like she is never attractive. So I mean, I'm just being blunt here. I'm not picking on her. I'm just saying, like, I mean, can we all be honest? She's just not an attractive person. So,
Yeah.
and these guys are acting like she's some hottie, you know, woman from prison. It's like, Okay. I guess if that's your type, but see, that just doesn't make sense to me because I mean, I'm not a dude, but I would think what a man naturally wants is nothing of what Gypsy is. So that just bears it down to me thinking money.
Yeah, no,
But
I
then
mean, I could totally see that being a factor. Yeah, absolutely. Because I do wonder, because I'm like, she's like you said, a lot of it is personality too. Because I think that, you know, and I'll just say too, I felt I'm the more mad one because I did feel like sorry for Gypsy Rose in terms of like could they not get her the help that she needs, but then I found out that she turned down help from counseling in prison and things of that nature. Now, how true that is, I'm not sure. I'm not Gypsy. I don't I'm not the warden either, don't know that for sure. Um but I was
no.
frustrated with that because um then you find out that there's way more manipulations in terms of her like planning this all out and carrying it out. Like you said, I think the smaller wounds that were found on Dee Dee's body, and of course we got to kind of be careful, but um, those smaller wounds that were found, I think were Gypsy helping along the situation. Um, Hey Seth, good to see you.
Mhm.
Little
Yeah,
Miss
you're
Sharon
welcome.
says Dom texted his mother a week before the crash that she was driving crazy again. Yeah, so I did
Yeah.
find some tech, or excuse me, some I'll just say some statements to share. Um, from that, but um I put that in the short, and again, I just wanted to kind of go over this a little bit with Jennifer because I find it to be fascinating how it applies just so well to all these situations.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to play this a little bit. I'll play just some more of this, more examples of Darvo.
Now, interestingly, after the attack, these folks, narcissistic folks, they release tension. They almost feel better. And after feeling they got the upper hand and they sort of dominated you, they will then actually come down a bit. And that's when they'll engage in the final part of this process. They reverse the victim and offender roles. Now, all phases of this whole DARVO process are awful, but this is particularly awful. They will then shift to painting themselves as the victim and you as the attacker or the problem. And this is where they'll start to talk about things like witch hunts and everyone is out to get them and you or nobody else ever wanted them to succeed and everyone wants them to fail and people are always trying to bring them down and people always try to bring down people who are telling the truth and you.
Oh my gosh, so this applies to Mackenzie's case like to a T. This is what her parents are doing in my opinion. Not that I haven't seen it in the two other cases, but
Yeah. I think her defense team too.
yeah, and I mean, I think it's just like some of it's going to be natural to kind of switch the roles, but it's when it happens and it's in this kind of a situation, it's just off the charts, just off the charts.
You had more power than me and you used that power to hurt me, to hurt my business. Yep, they turn themselves into the victim. So now you're the person who was harmed and you got harmed just because you were trying to get this person to be accountable. You're now harmed. You're on the defensive because you are painted as the offender. So you went from being harmed to having to defend yourself from being the perpetrator yourself. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples because I think that makes it so much clearer. You have a narcissistic colleague or coworker. You find evidence that your coworker, who is narcissistic, has been doing some shady stuff. You finally find the email showing them that they are taking credit for your work and other team members' work, and that's affecting things like commissions or bonuses or advancement, something like that. You then confront them. Initially, you say, hey, yo, we can see that you're actually taking credit for our work and you're actually getting the monthly bonuses for that. And they'll say, no, I'm not. What the hell? I'd never do that. I'm the most fair person in this place. I'm like so ethical. Then you show them the emails. You want to continue the conversation. Now we go into attack mode. Now you face down like, are you kidding me? You better watch out. I could bring you down in this industry just like that. I can make you look insane. I will ensure that everyone in this whole industry never does business with you again. And I'm also going to HR. I have those texts you sent me about the administrative team. I always had your back. I never shared this stuff, but I guess you want to play this game? You better watch out. So now you're thinking, was it even worth it? Now you've got a whole new world of problems, right? Now you have to deal with all the stuff that they're threatening to do when all you were trying to do is achieve some level of equitability. Then, now, reverse victim offender, they paint themselves as the victim and you as the offender. Everyone, I am filming that I'm being harassed. Everyone, I want everyone to see I'm being harassed. This is a hostile workplace. They will say, I knew people were insecure about me being on this team. I knew that. I told the truth and all of you were uncomfortable. I knew that. None of you could hang with that. I can't believe that people are coming for me like this. It has always felt like everyone around me has always had it out for me. Now I know it's true. Lather, rinse, repeat. That's the DARVO in the workplace. Now, this comes up. Let's give another DARVO example. It could come up when you confront a cheating narcissistic partner. It comes up every time somebody confronts someone in that situation. You might come up to a partner and say, hey, yeah, listen, I just was told by the folks you work with that you're spending a lot of time with that new manager on your team. And you didn't tell me that they were coming with you on that trip to New York. And then, listen, people saw you two holding hands when you were at an after party. Like, what the hell is going on? So something like that. You talk to your person, your partner. Obviously, they're going to deny, no, I didn't. Obviously not. I don't share where I eat. That's not me. You're just threatened because they're attractive. We've been here before. I don't even notice. I don't do that. Deny, deny, deny. Then you show them a picture that someone shared with you from that night. A little grainy, but clearly they were holding hands. Then we get the attack and the victim offender reversal, right? Oh my gosh, this relationship with you is a nightmare. Honestly, if I did do something, I would have had the right to do it. You never support me. You never encourage me. And you waste all our damn time and money on therapy and your stupid medications. That therapy seems to just be making you more paranoid. And let me tell you, don't push me. You don't want to see what I would do to you in a divorce. You would be sorry. You keep bringing this nonsense up. You have it real good here. Don't mess it up for yourself. Don't mess it up for the kids. Your family has always said that you're too needy. Wait till I share this story with them. Okay, so you see a lot of that attacking and even that they're the victim. Things like, you need me to be the bad one so you can be the hero of the household, right? It's always me working late. It's always me having to travel endlessly, dealing with the stress of this job. I do all of this so you can just keep sniping at me for more time together when I already spend way more than anyone else I know is spending with their partner. I can't believe you're coming at me like this again. Who the hell do you think makes this damned life possible for?
Oh man, and this is a big one right here. Like, who do you think pays the bills here? You know, like this is that power struggle. So I'm sorry, Seth had me cracking up in the background here. I'm sorry. I know he's such a stinker. I'm like, wait a minute, what? He's like, oh yeah, because I had to whack a troll, and I'm like, yeah, I saw that guy the other night. Oh goodness, we don't get a lot of trolls here though. Luckily, like knock on wood. Watch, I'll have to play the Dr. Phil video, but um, but yeah, we
Right.
do see these dynamics, right, and how they play out, and it's like, oh well, I'm going to take everything away from you if you don't do what I say, kind of a thing, and it can be very just very controlling, and also kind of makes you feel like I guess smothered.
Yeah. They will also say that you're nothing without them.
Yes, yes. Nobody's going to want you,
Just kind
type
of
of
thinking.
thing. No one will put up with you. Like the whole shebang, right? It's hard because like when you're in it,
Mm-hmm.
you're wondering, well, why have you put up with me for so long, and you start, it is like a super duper mind f and manipulation tactic, as you were saying earlier too, right? Just always going back to that, it's a tactic.
It is. I mean, that's really what DARVO is. It's a very manipulative psychological tactic. And we have to be transparent here. We have to say that it's not just men who do this, it's women. Um,
Absolutely.
both 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 do it. And as you see tonight, most of the people we're talking about tonight in these cases are girls or women. So it can happen on both sides of the fence, and I don't know who's worse, ladies or dudes.
I don't know because I've never dated a lady before. So I have no frame of reference, like if if I did, I might know, or or say I met a narcissistic lady and was in, because that's another thing we can't forget, that relationships are relationships, and that's why this translates so well to all of them, so I would think there'd be a lot of guys out there, and please guys, if you're in the bushes, or Seth, if you want to chime in, of course you can, um, but get some sleep though too. But you know, I'm sure there's a lot of guys that will be listening to this at some point and think to themselves, "Yeah, I've dealt with that, and I know exactly what they're talking about, and it does happen to men." And I think it's just like a little bit different. The manipulation tactics are the same, but maybe a little bit different.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with you. Well, because both men and women are different, they think differently. So that would make sense. Trying to think of how a
Yeah.
woman would be, but I can't because I'm like you. I'm not into women, so.
I've never dated a girl, so I have no idea, but I'd imagine it would be the same because, if you fall in love with somebody, right, and you fall in love with who they are, their personality, their quirkiness, whatever, just whatever it is that, you're attracted to. And then, you get to know somebody on a deeper level, and then you start telling them your dreams or your biggest fears, or you start sharing like, deeper parts of yourself. And like you were saying earlier, if they use that against you, it can be devastating, especially in a smear campaign, type way, where they're like telling other people and making you seem like, again, you're a villain for having feelings. Um,
Yeah, I guess I take it back. So I guess if we looked outside of the relationship ordeal, a woman could use um, Darvo in friendships, or
mhm.
a parent, a family member, an aunt, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
So,
Oh, yeah, I mean, like a sister, a best friend, sure. Yeah, because, it's a toxic personality, And we're all just human. And I think that's what's really interesting to dive into this subject, because it is just people are people, right? People are just people.
Yeah. So, yeah, you don't have to be dating a woman.
You have to date the woman to see a narcissist lady. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. Because yeah, it translates to other relationships. Bosses, things like that. I mean, it does.
Yeah. And here's that mentality that we automatically jump into, you know, spouse relationship or dating relationship. So, see how natural that comes to people?
Oh, definitely. And I think it's because a lot of people have because a lot of I will say my viewers are mostly women, and so I mean like high numbers, like 90% women, and I love that. It's great, but that's why a lot of us can relate to it happening, a man on woman kind of crime, right? But when we think about it and explore deeper, we understand that it's just, I mean, it can be any relationship, and it's important to kind of look out for that too.
Exactly.
Oh, Witchy is asking, do you think narcissistic kids in training are the bullies? I would say
Narcissistic.
probably a high percentage of them.
Yeah, I think so too. I think like say for example, a kid at home is being raised by a narcissistic parent, and then they go to school and they bully, or God forbid they do something horrible. And I think that I don't know if it's necessarily like in training, like their parents are training them to be narcissists, or if it's just that's what they're being raised into. So that's essentially what they go out and do themselves, because that's what they're learning.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, they're just modeling the behavior.
right, because that's essentially what we do as children. We're looking up to the people who are raising us, or we look up to, and then we think that that behavior is normal. So we go into society, and if somebody's not telling us that's bad behavior or that's bad, you think that that's just funny or the way of life. So, but then again, I guess yeah, I could see a narcissistic parent that knows they're a narcissist training their children to be narcissist. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. And not recognizing, the that there's a need for help. And a lot of times it's very difficult, especially if parents don't really want to put their children on medications, and so maybe they won't take them. There's just a lot of factors that come into play. Um, but I do think it's kids of abuse, witchy and neglect and trauma, and then an absent parent builds those fears, deep fears of abandonment, and I think a lot of times that's where that highly possessive, jealous behavior comes from, where it's like they don't want to lose control of the person. They want to
Yeah.
keep that person. Yeah, the possessive. Yeah.
Yeah, they look for the bad attention because they're not mentioned at home. And when you're not giving the proper attention to your children, they feel that neglect. So then they to enforce some sort of validation, to feel something because their parents don't feel anything for them. And so they try to fill that void. And yeah, absolutely. I get what you're, it's sad, but it happens. And that's why
Yeah,
I think it's good to have two parents in the home because, yeah, I mean, because think about it, you know, if you're only getting top one parent, say it's just the mom, you know, there's no father in there. Well, all that child's going to get is pure nurturing and not get any, you know, like the father in the household. They're not learning the natural behaviors of a man from that father.
right.
So, yeah,
Yeah, I think
it's
you're
sad.
right, and they don't know what to do then. You know, they don't know how to handle situations, um, properly. Or if there is a father in the home and it's a bad example, or a narcissist too. Again, modeling the behaviors. So, um,
Yeah. Yeah,
Detroit
if
says
the
that she
father is
is.
not present.
Oh, sorry. Can you say that again?
Oh, I was just saying that, yeah, if the father isn't present, like not just present physically, but present emotionally.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes a big difference, right? I mean, um, because children they internalize a lot of what is going on, right? And the parents are like their whole world, their families, their world. Then they go to school, their world is a little bit more broad, but still always back to the home. And I do agree with that. um and Detroit says, I have many lesbian friends, and believe me, from watching some of their relationships, the women can be far more calculated and devious. I've seen some crazy shit, she says. I mean, hey, I will say, women can be very schemy and plotty when we want to be, right? Like if I could agree with that. I can see where you're saying that.
I
That's
agree
funny.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, because so that's why it is weird, but I think a lot of it, and let me know what you think, but I think a lot of it too is like the boys aren't coming forward as much, so maybe we don't have as much data on what they're dealing with on the daily from toxic females, so
Uh yeah, I can agree to that. I think there could be multiple factors of why. I think men are just they're so okay, so men have like one mentality in situations like that. They normally just want to fix the situation like pronto, like how could we fix this so I don't have to deal with this?
mhm.
Where women are more like they just want to like complain and complain until they feel like they're completely heard. And
Yeah.
so I think when men get into situations where the woman like he feels like he's being like attacked or there's just any sense of drama from a woman, they don't want to deal with it, and so most men just don't. Um,
Well,
we're
that
too.
can cause pleasing behaviors, right? Where you just please the person. Like I heard a story that for Mackenzie's birthday, Dom bought her like $1,000 worth of clothes, but like there was a lot of text messages that would be like, "Hey, can I get some money for some clothes?" And then so in my opinion, like that kind of translated exactly to what you were saying, where like she's always bugging him about the clothes, right? And so he just like, here's
Mhm.
$1,000 for your birthday. Here's your fucking clothes. Like, oh, sorry, my mouth sometimes gets me, but like, here, take your clothes, right? And like to me, that might have been like maybe not even like it could have been subconsciously just being like, here's the $1,000 worth of clothes, right? Don't bug me for the rest of the year.
Well, yeah, but he could also be terrified of her. I would have been terrified of her. She's
Same.
screaming at him, that she's gonna do this and that, and we don't know every single detail of what they have gone through together or what he has
Yeah.
been through. And so, yeah, on one side, he could have just been doing that to just not want to deal with it, which a lot of guys do, you know. Oh, here's some cupcakes, you know. Here's your favorite movie. How about your favorite movie? And here's some cupcakes and here's some chocolates, you know.
Yeah.
Go chill out. You know, that's kind of their way of saying, hey, I just don't want to, I don't want to go through this. It's kind of annoying. And so if this prevents you from complaining to me and just, you know, we don't have to fight or whatever, don't feel like fighting. I think a lot of guys do that. And, but yeah, he also was probably terrified as well. And so, like you said, the people pleasing part of, you know, here's your stuff. So, you know, maybe you won't hurt me. Maybe you won't do what you're threatening. Calm down. Just calm down. You know what I mean? And that's not okay. So I'm glad you brought that up, because when I saw that video, I was like, I saw me, but in like the reversal, you know? And when people get to that point that Mackenzie was in with him, you can't take that lightly. Okay? Because
No.
you know, it usually starts as a little argument, a little push, a little smack, and then eventually it turns into full blown freaking psycho, where they're threatening you, or like Gypsy, you know, does with the ripping the blanket and screaming whatever she's screaming, you know, threatening. I mean, it's like a full on tantrum. And you got to ask yourself why, like, these older girls are having these tantrums still, like 2-year-olds. It's not normal.
Oh
and
yeah,
it's
she
scary.
really
And those are
let it out,
usually
didn't
your.
she? Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like, and I don't care what she's diagnosed with. Like, they do that to you, you need to get out. That's the sign that you're probably not going to get out alive if you stay. And I'm so sorry. I don't believe
Yeah.
for 1 second that Gypsy would never ever hurt somebody again. I'm terrified that she even has a baby in her presence.
Oh,
I
yes.
like.
Oh, you're not the only one. I think there's so many people. And you know, Jennifer, I'm not the person that says to take a child away from their mom ever. Like, I'm very against that. I'm like, get this person resources, get them help. But obviously, with Gypsy's situation, I mean, seeing that, I was questioning her abilities to even, I mean, yeah, I would be afraid to leave my baby alone if I was Ken. I would.
I do not even know how in the world. You know what makes me kind of upset is in reality, in the real world, okay, we are sending great fathers to jail just because they're behind on one payment, but they're very, very present in their child's lives. They love their children, but they're going to jail for that and punished for that and put in jail like they're criminals because they can't pay one payment or they're behind on one payment. We have mothers and fathers who kill their kids by feeding them cat litter. We have parents who are starving their kids, beating their kids, and have CPS take their kids. But Gypsy gets to have a baby. She's safe with the
I
baby. She
know.
committed murder. She slaughtered somebody. That's like, she literally took a life. And look it, I'm not negating what Gypsy's mom did to her. It's horrible. But nobody did anything. Nobody, you know, helped her. I get that, but that still doesn't give you the right to seek revenge and murder and slaughter somebody. You do justice the correct way. And get it. Sometimes justice isn't, you know, pure in system. But in a moral standard, you can't just go slaughter people because they do something horrifying to you. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, we got people who literally abuse their kids, but they don't do nothing about that. But then we have good parents who have their kids taken away for stupid reasoning. But we have
Yes,
Gypsy
and we
Rose
talked about
here,
that. Yeah.
who can have a baby and like plaster the baby all over social media and get rich over it. Make it make sense to me.
Oh, it's so self-serving, and I agree with you 100%. And they are enlisting the help of celebrities to do this, to endorse them, and you know, um, I didn't realize it at the time, of course, and I lived in Springfield, Missouri for a long time, but and was living there at this time. Um, I didn't realize that her defense attorney came up with the Munchausen by proxy diagnosis, which you can't diagnose someone who is deceased. So I don't know how he was able to push that through um, with the courts. I know that there was a great big bunch of medications in the closet that was found. And of course, I have added that picture in tonight. Um, and I guess that maybe pushed it over, the edge a little bit too, or would explain why they had so much. But yeah, her behaviors afterwards and the way society reacted to Gypsy Rose. I mean, it just doesn't sit well with me either.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really something. It's really something, and we'll get more into it too.
All of you. Okay, reversal of victim and offender. DARVO is pernicious. The last part, the reversing of roles and making themselves the victim when they have so clearly done wrong, is the gaslighting main event. Because initially, if you don't know it is happening and you start getting caught in defending all the nonsense they're throwing at you, we've always supported you. I don't spend that much money. I am grateful for our life together. You can see how it falls apart. You're now in a role of having to defend yourself. You didn't do anything wrong. You just wanted accountability. Now, this DARVO model was developed by Dr. Freed to understand all kinds of perpetrators, and it fits in interpersonal relationships and even folks who are famous and in the media, world leaders. Anyone who does bad things, denies them, attacks the people who calls them out, and then flips the script so they are the victim. Look at any one of these kinds of big legal cases that are adjudicated and how ended up sentenced. Things like Keith Raniere, Elizabeth Holmes, Harvey Weinstein. Deny, attack, reverse victim and offender. It's what antagonistic folks do. Sort of, you could do this as a fun game night thing. Think of any of these big ticket trials and go back over the coverage. You will see it holds true. The DARVO of it all, every single time. Now, the beauty of this acronym is that it provides a way of understanding it while it is happening to you almost in real time. When you see it happening, you may be shocked initially, but when there's a long-standing acronym in place, then it's a thing. And if it's a thing, then that's a reminder that you aren't the only one dealing with it. Now, holding a narcissistic or antagonistic person accountable is pointless and futile. You would have more luck teaching your cat to do the dishes. And the confusion that ensues when you try to get them to be accountable can leave people feeling as though they may be the ones that are wrong. You should really check out Dr. Freed's work. She's really, really a rock star, and her work theoretically lays out all of the traumas, not only around betrayal, but this idea of how almost every single time in these kinds of relationships, this deny, attack, reverse victim offender, this DARVO model applies in these kinds of cases and kind of gives you a framework so you realize it's not you who's losing your mind. That's just how this thing works. Thanks again.
Okay, so I love Dr. Romney. She's so awesome and informative. So, of course, and thank you so much, Jennifer, for sending these over too. Um, with Darvo, we have deny, right? The first letter D of the acronym. The strongest deny examples center around the argument that the crash was accidental rather than intentional. So I agree with that, and I also think that that is the main motive for Miss Sharilla, little Miss Sharilla.
Yeah,
You know, for doing the
I have to say
documentary and speaking out. I mean, obviously she likes the attention. We know that. But
that. Oh, Lord, yes, she does.
yeah, she's eating it up. And um, so Mackenzie and her defense team argued that the crash may have resulted from impairment, emotional distress, or possible medical issue rather than an intentional red rum. Her recent appeal reportedly claims a pre existing medical condition may have caused her to black out before the collision, and that's POTS, right? And Witchy Mama said that her daughter has POTS and that she doesn't believe that it would cause, like, if she did have an episode of dizziness or even passing out, that it wouldn't cause someone to accelerate in the way that Mackenzie did.
Yeah, can I say something about that?
Yeah, of
So,
course.
so something that I examined right away in my head is similar to that defense team. So if she had POTS and she blacked out, right? Well, we know that that's not possible. That could have been caused by that because the speed that she was going. So it would be nearly impossible. When you pass out, if you go black, you're going limp. Okay, and your car is just going to probably drift off. Okay, and you're going to, of course, you might hit something or whatever is going to happen, but it's going to drift off. She sped up. Like, there's no way in heck that your body can be limp and your foot forcing on the pedal to speed up like that. You get what I'm saying?
I would have to agree. Yeah, I would have to agree. Um, the seizures. So
Like,
I know
what
that when.
happens to you?
Oh, sorry, Jennifer. Can you repeat that?
Oh no, I know you're gonna bring up seizures, but even with seizures, so like, say you're gonna pass out. Okay, what is your body gonna do right in that moment that you're passing out? Like, have you seen somebody pass out? Have you ever seen somebody pass out?
I have seen somebody pass out, and I've also seen them have a seizure. So I know that there's
Right.
a a difference. Like, like you said, when you pass out, you just kind of like faint. Your body just goes limp. So there's no like involuntary like locking of your extremities, so to speak.
Well, yeah, you can't. I don't even think during seizures you can push down pressure on a hand or a foot. You're there convulsing. And then when you're passed out, you're just passed out. Your body just gives out. So how can
Right.
your foot or your hand be on anything and navigate anything when your body's in like a whole different, like, that's impossible. So for just an investigative perception, I already know from hearing that was intentional. Because there's just no way in heck you could be passed out or even having a seizure and have your foot pushed down on a pedal at 100 miles per hour.
Right. And wouldn't the other two passengers try to assist her if that was the case? Like, I'm just thinking, if it was my friend or my significant other, boyfriend, girl, whatever, that they would try to help in the situation, and they would have more control than she would, and it appears that she was in complete control, even to the point of not breaking or trying to break.
You know what? I'd have to actually look back. Now that I think about it, was there any swerving before it hit that? Or was it just straight and turn? Because if there were swerving, then you kind of know that somebody's trying to maneuver that steering wheel.
Yeah,
Then
I'll
again, she
show
could have
the
just done it.
I mean, I have the video, I'll show it here coming up, and it appears that there was maybe a slight um pull over to the passenger side, but not but I mean, it's pretty head on, but there might just be a slight, because more of the impact was on the passenger side. And Mackenzie allegedly was the only one wearing a seatbelt. But even more over than that, she was coherent enough to answer questions on the scene. So I
Oh,
thought that that
yeah.
was interesting too, because she says that she has no recollection, but she seems to be, coherent as well, enough to answer questions, easy ones like who's in the car with you, where does Dominic live, that sort of thing.
Sometimes those things, they happen in seconds. So they may not have had, you know, and and then before you know it, boom.
Yeah, it happens
Because
super
she may have
quick.
not even told her,
Yeah,
and you know
and
how
it
fast
did. It
things
happened.
happen.
Yes, because I mean, it seemed to have not taken them very long to get down that stretch of road and just hit that wall. Um, And you also wrote here, supporters and family members continue disputing the prosecution's interpretation that she deliberately accelerated into the building at nearly 100 miles per hour. So critics view this as denial because prosecutors argued physical evidence showed no braking or attempt to avoid the impact. And to the best of my knowledge, that's what happened. I mean, no, as
Yeah.
as far as the black box of the vehicle, right, the Toyota Camry, the equivalent of a black box in an airplane, when they checked that data, it showed her 5 seconds going full throttle at 100, um, and never attempting to even tap the brake.
Yeah, it just and you know what I think about as well is that she had previously, uh, before this, sent him text messages threatening to crash the car in a different incident, different argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
so she has a history of threatening that, and then what's so ironic is it actually happened. But then she gets on the stand and claims that she didn't know what happened after she blacked out, right? That's what Mackenzie said. She blacked out and she didn't. Somebody fed her that, whether it was the attorneys or her mom and dad. They were telling her to say that, to build that narrative, right? Because she has to have some form of defense.
Right.
And that's what they kind of do in the judicial system is, attorneys will even tell their clients to lie sometimes because they want to win
Yeah.
that case, right? They want to win it. They don't win it, they don't get money, and they don't get the attention that they want. So that to me just tells me, hey, just say this, or this is going to be our narrative. Just say that you blacked out. But then it doesn't make sense because it doesn't show breaking or avoidance to stop the impact.
Yeah, I agree. Other people that are looking for a defense attorney are going to want someone who was able to get someone off when they were guilty. I mean, I hate to say it like that, but it's the truth. I mean, again, talking about self-preservation mode, if you know you're going to, you're facing a lot of jail time, you might, try to bend the truth as much as you can in order to make it believable to a jury. The difference here, obviously, is she didn't have a jury trial. She opted for a bench trial, which means the judge determined her case.
Oh, really?
And they're now they're on the attack, right? Now they're on the attack because um, Mackenzie made that made that choice. Like, it's her choice. She was 18 when she was asked to make that choice, right? Tried as an adult, and I know there's some speculation on that as well. But now they're like, oh, blaming other people for that decision, in my opinion.
Oh yeah. Well, the mother is. I see so many excuses on her side. You know, I mean, give or take. I guess if it was your child, I guess I don't know. Not my child. My child would deal with their consequences. But some parents are just like that. They will make every excuse for them.
Right.
And it seemed like Mackenzie was just given the free for all, got away with everything at home. So
I agree. Well, and you're right here. So under attack, Darvo often includes shifting blame towards investigators, media, and others involved in the case. And we've seen that with Gypsy Rose. She blames everybody. She's like, "I'm going to do my life," and she's very snotty and, in my opinion, sassy about that. And then we have Sebastian Rogers, where there's been threats and attacks if you don't stop talking about it, because Chris and Katie blame the media. So they say that they won't come out and speak because all people will do is bash them and that sort of thing.
yeah, they reverse it, right? They make themselves the victims, or they just portray everybody else in the outside world as the offenders themselves, or victimizing them, and when it's baloney.
Well, exactly. And yeah, well, I will say, Witchy, she was taking a heck of a lot of Mary Jane, and I couldn't believe it. I laughed so hard when Nancy Grace was like, "Is she smoking a bee?" And I'm like, "No, Nancy, that's like a super joint." Um, so examples people point to, we have the defense narrative questioned whether investigators rushed to portray Mackenzie as intentionally homicidal rather than considering alternative explanations. And in my opinion, I don't think they rushed to that, because they did have an investigation and a detective that was actively gathering evidence in this case. But what do you think, Jennifer?
Yeah, I don't. Well, give me a second here.
It's okay. I know it's kind of a loaded question. Like, I mean, because obviously intent matters. Um, Intent does matter, especially in something like this, because it would be the difference in charges. Um,
Well, I don't know. That seems sort of juvenile to me. It seems like what they're trying to accuse the defense of is again victimizing Mackenzie, like poor Mackenzie. You know, you're just attacking Mackenzie. You're just jumping right away to portray her as being completely homicidal rather than considering alternative explanations. But I don't think there could be more clear evidence to state otherwise. Because in evidence before that had been submitted, it claimed that Mackenzie has been suicidal before. Right? So
uh, yes. So I need to get those documents pulled up, but I can confirm that piece that there was a time when she had threatened something like that.
right.
Um,
So I don't think the defense narrative was incorrect because if somebody has a history of claiming they're going to kill themselves or in an argument with a boyfriend or girlfriend and claiming that they're going to, you know, crash the car, that's homicidal behavior.
right.
And then
Yeah, I mean, it
it
would
didn't
speak
happen.
to, yeah, it would speak for all of it. In my opinion, you probably don't think that you're going to make it out of something like that when you hit a brick wall at 100 miles an hour. I don't think that, I think that in that situation, she's most likely on a schmurder soy side, right? Because we can't really say the words. But you know, yeah, that's like someone on a mission, right? 100 gunning that baby and flying like a bat out of hell, and then boom. And again, guys, I have the video. I have the video, so we're gonna watch it, and I have the sound, and you could hear the zoom of the car and how fast it was going, and when it hit that brick wall. Some public statements and interviews emphasize toxic relationship dynamics with Dominic Russo, reframing the situation around emotional conflict and alleged instability in the relationship, which I think, to be fair, there was toxicity on both sides of the aisle. And I say that as a survivor myself. And I've said it before here. That was one issue that I had with counseling is when people would try to say, well, it's okay. It's not your fault. Yes, it was because I stayed. Right. I mean, I tried to leave a bunch of times, but I also partook in the toxicity as well and went back and partook in the toxicity. So I see that in Dominic, and I don't mean it to blame him or shame him whatsoever. I just know that that dynamic is present.
Yeah, I agree with you. They both were, and usually when you're that young, it can be toxic. You know, young people are not fully developed yet to have mature relationships or to understand, you know,
Hmm.
real love. And a lot of the times when you're that young, it's about control and uh, passion in the wrong ways. And so, um, but sometimes people are a little bit overly crazy, right? And do crazy things and hurt you, and that's like over the top. But it's not uncommon for young people to have that toxic relationship, but absolutely in no way, shape, or form should it ever be encouraged for two young people to stay together with that much of a crazy toxic relationship. Because look what
Right,
happened.
exactly. And then we know about things like reactive abuse, and I think that's a lot of what Dominic, especially as things were progressing and getting,
Mm-hmm.
worse and worse and worse, that, I mean, there's only going to be so many times that somebody is going to do something to you or do these crazy making behaviors and psychologically, mind f you, and before you start standing up for yourself. And so some of that can be an outward projection of, how horribly you're feeling. If you're low, if your self-esteem is low, and this person has done their best to, make that happen for you, or help it along, um, it's going to be very hard to express yourself in a normal fashion, hence where the toxicity comes in and reactive abuse comes in.
Yeah, that's a very
From the
good
victim.
point.
Sorry. Sorry, I just wanted to
No,
from the victim,
no.
from
I think that was absolutely brilliant of you to bring up reactive abuse. Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks, Jennifer. I mean, it's just something that people don't really realize, that kind of just comes with the territory sometimes, especially because, like, Mackenzie's so aggressive with him. She is very aggressive.
From what I saw, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like, there's not to say that a toxic relationship is in any way, excusable. It's
Right.
not okay, but there's a fine line between people who are in a toxic relationship and just don't belong together, and then like a toxic relationship that is lethal and deadly. And the
A hundred
parents,
thousand percent, yes.
the parents, and again, I don't want to sound rude here, but the parents on both sides should have probably discouraged that relationship with them. But I didn't, and maybe they did, but I didn't see it. You've got
Yeah.
Mackenzie's dad kind of saying, "Oh, they would have never broken up. I don't care whatever anybody says, they would have stayed together. They weren't breaking up. They were off and on all the time." And then I don't know about the other boy's parent, but I hadn't heard anything that, she kept them away or discouraged it. Um, Again, I guess one's 18, but you know what I mean? It's just how old you are, you're my kid. And if you're in a toxic relationship to the point where it could be deadly, and I see that it's really, really, really bad, I'm going to do everything I can as a parent to discourage that.
I wonder if they
You
did. Just,
know?
I know what you're saying. I agree with you too. I would as well. And I wonder if it was like a collective, cuz like that stuff's always going to bubble over even if we make excuses for it, right, Jennifer? It's just a matter of time before everybody knows we're lying. Like when it comes to any of it, like even the emotional stuff people can't see. Because it changes who we are
Yeah,
as a
I don't
person, and our
know.
people notice that kind of stuff. Like I'm sure his family was, I know his sister said she didn't like her to begin with because she came to family dinner scantily clad. So, and she was
Oh,
like, I found that to be very disrespectful because she's meeting the family and she's not dressed appropriately or not dressed very much or however.
yeah. Well, I don't know. Like, I guess if it were me, my child could hate me all they want. But if I think somebody's a really bad person for my child, I'm not inviting them over. you know, let's go old school. What would parents do in
Yeah,
the older days if that happened? It's kids, they get away with everything now, and parents, there's no accountability, there's no fear, there's no, and that's how Mackenzie lived. And I don't know how the other boys lived, but it seems like obviously they had really good parents. It's just that some parents don't have the ability to put their foot down.
Right. And
because
especially when they're older, because he did apparently, like, Dominic was living in the house next door to his parents that he had bought or he was renting. I don't know which one. But, really close knit family. But I know it's hard because especially when they get older, it's my understanding Davion was a new friend of Dominic's and was kind of hanging with him and then moved in over there with Dominic and Mackenzie. But of course, it's been alleged that Dominic was wanting her to leave. And I think there's a lot to say with that because it is the most dangerous time in DV situations is leaving the person.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
when we put our strategies into place and our tactics. And that can be really difficult to do, especially when we love someone or we still love them, but we know that we can't be with them anymore. Like it's like you said, it's too dangerous. It's, too toxic.
yeah. It's just overall very sad. Things can be avoidable. Like it comes back to me thinking, this stuff probably could be avoidable if our young children and young teenagers and 18-year-olds knew the signs and were just, told about the consequences of being in toxic relationships and what the signs are and what is healthy versus not healthy. Because I think a lot of us, even not even just children, we're not taught the differences between what a healthy relationship is and a non-healthy relationship. We just jump into these relationships and we're told that, hey, everybody fights, everybody, you know what I mean? So then we have this
Yes.
perception that is like, oh, okay, people fight. So then we think, okay, well, him throwing something or hitting something is normal because, hey, in society, that's normal. People fight, right? They get over it. That's love. You love unconditionally. But the truth is that love doesn't do that. That's not healthy. And a healthy relationship doesn't go and attack when upset, So in
Yes.
society is kind of to blame because they're the one, we're propaganda is saying essentially that healthy relationships are not healthy, vice versa. But if we reverse that and society taught the right, correct way, then you're not manipulated and you can see that, hey, this isn't healthy. And no, I shouldn't have to put up with this. And no, I'm not going to put up with it.
Oh gosh, yes. Everything, yes, because it's about, having those standards and setting that boundary up and being like, "Hey, I'm not accepting this behavior." And it's really important to to have people recognize that like right off the bat, like you said, this behavior is totally unacceptable because it does. I hate to say it, but anytime that you accept that behavior, you're setting yourself to endure the same or worse.
Yeah. And not everybody is going to end up, being toxic and all this stuff, not hurting you, like physically. There are people who are going to kill you.
Right.
I
And
don't know if
that's
I
what's so
can say that.
scary about this. I mean, because she did. And you say too, like, critics are also argue that the documentary attempts to cast doubt on the prosecution's narrative by emotionally centering Mackenzie and her family rather than the victims. And some viewers interpret this as redirecting scrutiny away from Mackenzie's choices and toward everyone around her. And it's definitely that perception when you don't when you're lacking accountability and, like you said, trying to change that narrative over to I'm the victim, feel sorry for me.
Well, that's kind of what it is, because she said something in that documentary that kind of bugged me. She was asking uh, whoever the person was, the documenter, I don't know who it was, but she kind of asked, "Oh, am I allowed to say that?" Okay, okay, good, because I don't want to say something wrong, or look kind of stupid. Like she said something in that manner, and I'm thinking, you already look stupid.
I hate to break it to you, that is, yeah, no,
So,
I hear you. Yeah, good
so,
point.
so yeah, she's sitting at. Oh, I don't want to say anything wrong or look. That to me is like, then you're acting. Okay, this isn't real. This is for you. You're an actress. You claim that you're an actress. You don't have any remorse. This is all for you because you're in the spotlight. And when her mother is telling her, start writing your book, this is
Oh,
becoming a joke. This is becoming, yeah, this is they want to make her into another Gypsy Rose and another Casey Anthony. Make the
yeah.
movie, make the book. They want to get famous off of it, and she's loving it, because it's like, who in their right mind says, I don't want to say something stupid, or what is
I
wrong
know,
with
and they're
you?
saying call Kim Kardashian, and I'm like,
Yeah, okay.
unbelievable. It's almost like Gypsy Rose wrote the playbook for them, though, because you're right. I mean, that's what it seems like. And Casey Anthony's another one that just loves to get the attention. And she literally, in my opinion, got away with red rumming her little daughter. I
I
mean,
mean, yeah, if these roles were reversed onto a male, this if these were dudes committing these crimes, okay, they wouldn't care. They would put that man in jail, um, ridicule him. They they wouldn't be making lifetime specials off of him. But
true.
why are we making women famous for murder?
I know. And it is, it's society got out. They were like, go queen and all this stuff, and it was like, it was really the making, making a monster.
Well, we don't put this empathy towards males. Look at Chris Watts. Now you did have your crazy chicks who were in love with him, but aside that, a majority of Americans looked at him as the monster that he is, right? And
Right.
they didn't empathize with him. They empathized with the children and Shanann, right?
Right.
But but why is it that when the roles are reversed here, we're talking about how Casey was probably a victim and she's not lying about doing this and that, and it was her father, her stepfather or whatever, and her brother, and then making up all this stuff. Then you got Gypsy Rose. Oh, it was my mom. Um, Now you've got Mackenzie. Oh, I
Yeah,
just blacked.
well, and Gypsy was the one that actually told Nick how to do everything. Like, I would agree with you 100% on that, where they made him into the only villain when we had two people who orchestrated this act, mailing the, you know, schmurder weapon and all of that. And
Yeah,
I mean,
she's out. She's out, and she's a millionaire making books and a TikTok sensation, right? But then the dude is still in jail.
yeah, yeah, and it's all because the prosecution painted that narrative, and also along with Gypsy, saying that she would testify against Nick and the whole 9 yards. But the thing that people don't really realize about Gypsy Rose Blanchard is that she was a very much a local celebrity from the time that she made it to Springfield, Missouri. She was the poster child for St. Mary's, which is a hospital, and now they go by Mercy. But it was all very intertwined, and there was a lot of money collected, a lot of trips being taken. Um, so Gypsy already thought that she was something well before the notoriety that came with the act of what she did.
Perhaps she was already that for Hollywood.
Yeah, she really wanted it. It's what would you do to, gain that type of clout, but she doesn't care that she's infamous, or notorious. Um, which is a big problem in society too, because of course we're lifting them up. Um, and I think it applies a lot here with the reverse victim and offender. So when you reverse those two, this is where most DARVO discussions surrounding Mackenzie occur. So in the crash, Mackenzie is presented not only as a convicted killer, but also as a troubled teenager struggling emotionally, uh, you know, relationally, right, between her boyfriend and psychologically. So, public sympathy campaigns online increasingly portray her as a misunderstood young woman rather than focusing on primarily on Dominic Russo and Davian Flanagan, excuse me, who are the victims.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're the true victims, yet they're the roles are reversed, right? Like, feel sorry for this troubled teenager. She misses her boyfriend, and it's not like none of that empathy is lost on me, because I can still feel that empathy for Mackenzie in her situation and being a young girl. But I also have to feel more empathy for the victims, their family, in the aftermath of her choices, especially when we see the data from the crash.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the kicker for me. Um, and then a little bit more examples of that, and then I'm going to show you guys some of this video. But families of the victims have publicly expressed anger that Mackenzie has gained attention, sympathy, documentaries, and even online supporters, while the victims are increasingly overshadowed. And I think this happens a lot in these cases. The and I will say, like, even in Sebastian Rogers' case, I played more of Chris and Katie's statements than I did Seth's. And then I started to realize that Chris was loving the notoriety that he was getting, and he thought that people wanted to listen to him because of him, when in reality it was because we want to know where Sebastian is, and we think they have guilty knowledge. But yet, with those narcissistic traits that he's constantly displaying, we see that he's loving every minute of it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's hard, right? Because it's like we see the same thing going on with Mackenzie and Gypsy.
Yeah. Pretty much
And then
the dynamics.
you also wrote here, the documentary's prison interviews and emotional framing caused debate over whether audiences were being encouraged to empathize more with Mackenzie than the deceased victims. And are you talking about too, like, the Free Mackenzie movement?
Yeah. Yeah. So it actually disgusts me. There are groups out there where it's to free her and talking about her innocence, but there's really nothing like justice for the victims. You know, that's what I'm talking about.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, a little Miss Sharon says the crash didn't make me empathize with her.
Well,
And
you're
it
probably
didn't
normal.
me either. Like a little bit in the beginning when I was like, oh, I see them with all their friends. And I'm like, oh, that's cute. I remember when I was in high school and, that sort of thing. But no, it didn't me either.
No, not me.
Yeah,
But
it made me mad too, Jennifer, like you. I mean, I was like, what is this?
well, that happens in society where some people just empathize with the wrong side, even when they have the evidence in front of their eyes. So I guess just take it as you're a normal person. So
I know, and that's really frustrating, like you said, when we have all of it right there. And I think they did a good job of laying it out, and then also, the prosecutor talking. Um, and then you're right. Critics argue the narrative shifts from two young men who were killed to a troubled teenage girl became the center of public hatred. And I don't want anybody to be, that, right? I don't. But in the same way, it's difficult when we see how nonchalant everyone is, and I'll give you guys some examples of that as well. The reframing is what many associate with the reverse victim and offender stage of DARVO.
Mhm.
And why do you think that is, or do you want to elaborate like a little bit on that? Because I know you talk a lot about it in the book.
well, you're asking me about this specific case or just in general, like
It
why?
doesn't matter because we're gonna do it. We're just gonna go through all three cases really quick, like just with the videos, and kind of stop for commentary. Um, but yeah, what do you like?
I mean, there's many reasons why, but I think when we are looking into things like this, where these cases are so high profiled, it's often, in my opinion, propaganda for clicks, for popularity, because somebody, I mean, let's just be honest, um, when something like this happens with Casey Anthony, with, you know, Mackenzie, Gypsy, all these things, you know, critics and journalists, the news, Hollywood, they love these things because they see a product for themselves. They see propaganda to get rich off of. They don't care. They enthrall in this. They want these things to happen. They don't want this stuff to stop because drama and crime and all this stuff, it intrigues people in different ways. So they think, oh, we can make a movie off of this. This would be a great movie. And by the way, let's get these guys to make a book.
Yes, yeah. Well, because thinking that they could get rich off of it, and I agree
Well,
with
they
that
do.
too.
They do.
Yeah,
They do get rich off of it. So then they just kind of poison people's minds and say, let's dumb the people down. Let's dumb them down and let's get them to let's manipulate them to believe that this is a young girl who's got these problems and these. They did it with Casey Anthony. Oh, she was a young woman who went through these troubles in life and she would go and often try to be, her own person by going out and partying and this and that. And um, Gypsy was abused, manipulated. Her mom did this and that. And they just try to down you and play you to make you feel that emotion so much that you forget about all the bad stuff that they're saying that they did.
I agree. And a lot of this stuff was left out. Like Detroit saying, my daughter watched the Netflix documentary, and that's how we found out. But I showed her everything they left out, and she's like, WTF? She deserves everything she has coming, right? Because she is in a cupcake prison, by the way, Detroit. I mean, she's got like painting classes at noon, and she's got she's just like, I'm like, is she at jail excuse me, is she in prison or is she at a resort? You know, So
Yeah.
it seems relaxing, like especially to people who have like a bunch of kids or whatever. They're like, hey, I'll go there and do some painting for a couple days, read my books by myself. I'm sorry, that's terrible for me to say that.
Well, you know, what this essentially is doing is it's building a society where women are going to start, women who are not very normal, let's just put that out there. They're going to think that they can start getting away with doing these things and getting famous for it. This is the perception that they're creating. And it's a form of propaganda. It's a form of manipulation, and to abuse the American people, or the worldly people, may I add, to think that this is cool, because we don't see it with the male persona, do we? We don't really see. I mean, there might be here and there some movies that they make based off of men who commit these heinous crimes, but it's when it's a female, okay, they just heighten that as kind of a cool thing to do. Look at me. I'm so tired of the double standard.
Well, there's a song that she was playing, or she had a TikTok video too. And I mean, I can't read too far into any of that, but I will say it does speak to the lyrics of the song. And it's called Bubblegum Bitch, is the name of the song. And it's about, empowering, women and things like that. But I think there's certain ways that are healthier ways of empowering each other and ourselves than being like hateful towards the opposite sex, and that's my opinion. Then again, it might be because I'm just getting old and I don't understand these kids these days. Like Detroit says, kids these days get away with shit we'd never think about doing.
Yeah, that's true. I don't get it either. My era, you got your butt whooped if you went out and did these things, and
Exactly.
it just amazes me, how we've come so far, but we're just failing so bad, and I don't know how we fix it because it's just so bad.
I mean, and that's a big reason why I want to highlight these stories, because I think it's so important for people to see it. And, if you're in that, just get out, make a plan, call the number, get counseling, get your support system together, rally together, start telling the truth. I lied my ass off to people I loved dearly and cared for so much. And I felt so bad about it, and still do, obviously, if I'm talking about it still. But I mean, I just thinking back then when I would just tell people, oh, I did this to myself, or I did it this way, or this is what happened. And, I mean, just flat out lying to them. That's a big part of it too. And once you can get away from that, it's like a huge weight that's lifted off your shoulders. So it's so important to just, I mean, as much as you love that person, love yourself. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, that's good. That's very good. Love yourself enough to let go. It's not worth it. It really isn't. Like, it might not seem that way in the moment, but it's really, really not worth it.
Yeah, because yeah, like you have such a good heart, and I could just tell, and and a lot of us out there, and I feel that too for Dominic. It seemed like he had such a good heart. He just wanted to do well in life, and he would have, love Mackenzie, if it wasn't for this craziness that she's, bestowing upon his life, like, that's another thing I see, and it just hurts to watch it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, it's so sad. And let me just go ahead. I think this is where I put in. Okay, so this is great here too. Once you understand Darvo, you start recognizing the pattern everywhere, especially in high profile criminal and media cases, right? So this is exactly what we're talking about here. Okay, we'll go back to this after the video.
Tonight, for the first time since her 2023 murder conviction, the parents of 20-year-old Mackenzie Shirilla are speaking out. Shirilla was 17 when she crashed her car, killing her boyfriend and their friend.
Okay, and here's the video, guys.
Yeah, she's got a turning signal. She's perfectly fine right there.
Yes, she was.
Yeah, no way. No way she blacked out.
No, and I mean, just as fast as she can, right? I mean, like, I was gonna slow it down, but I figured it would show everybody who, in case there's been somebody who hasn't been able to watch this part, where, I mean, obviously there was no attempt at braking.
No. And then, isn't it ironic? It didn't go the other way. It curved towards the sign. So to me, that's like she's intentionally going for that sign.
Right. And maybe that was her focus. Detroit says the speed limit was 35. Wow.
Was there? Wow. I forgot to look to see if there was any previous swerving to see if anybody was trying to take the steering wheel from her. Maybe they weren't even awake. Maybe they were, because didn't this happen at like 5 a.m. or something?
Yeah, about 5:30 in the morning. Yeah, they left excuse me, they left Rosie, another one of their friends' houses, and after they had stayed all night there, and then the three of them decided to leave. So yeah, they were riding through about 5:30 a.m.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just like the more I watch it, there's no way that was an accident.
I agree. I agree.
In a 3 News Investigates exclusive, her parents insist it was an accident and not murder. They're now sharing details of Mackenzie's life in prison and fighting to clear her name, even as prosecutors stand by the evidence that put her behind bars.
My God.
In July 2022, a day that brought a mix of pain,
I struggled with this because
relief, and guilt.
Because how can I feel bad that these 2 boys died and feel grief with these families and then be absolutely overjoyed that my kid is alive?
It's been
Gosh.
I mean, this guy, Jennifer, I'll tell you what. These two are hard to handle. Like, we did the review on the dad's solo interview, and then I showed what the mother said in court, and it was very difficult not to roast these two, just because they're, I mean,
what?
If we could have poster children for Darvo, it'd be these two.
Yeah. I mean, that's to me that's so heartless too. They're crazy.
Why would you make that comparison? Well, I
What
mean, sorry, I just laugh because I always pause it on the,
What
funny.
was her mannerism right there? Like when he said that, what was she doing with her hands?
I don't know. She was going like back and forth, kind of like, what are we supposed to do? Like, what do you want us to do?
Maybe feel something. Maybe
Exactly.
two lives are gone. Two young lives who had lives ahead of themselves. Like they will never be fathers. They will never get married. They will never experience the life that they were given to experience because it was taken away and stolen by your daughter. How about that?
I know anything would be better than them saying, "Oh, I don't know. What do you expect me to be sad? My daughter's alive." Like, really? Like that has got to be one of the most insensitive things I've ever heard. The family members, and I'll tell you, I have gotten close with one of Devlin's family members, and her son Adam committed a horrific crime. And she's one of the sweetest ladies ever, but she's the first one to say that he needs to be where he is and that, the victims come first. And it's just so strong of her. As his mom, because I do empathize with that aspect of things, but you just have to
Mm-hmm.
show your children, like, right, that there's accountability. Like you said, I can unconditionally love you and all, but there's consequences. And for them to do say the things they've said and acted the way they acted, especially in an open court, um, it's mind-boggling.
Yeah. These two give me the absolute creeps. I tell you, because well, the things that, she's said in court and then him, the things he's been saying, it's eerie to me. It's so abnormal and weird and um just their personalities are just kind of wonky to me, like wacky,
Mhm.
wackadoodle dandy, like I don't even know if I have the words.
No,
I don't
you're
I've
spot on with wackadoodle dandy right there. We got wackadoodle and dandy. The mom's got this crazy look in her eyes always. She's so aggressive to me. Um, like when I look at the mom, I'm like, oh, you're the aggressor,
yeah,
which is it's purely speculative, but
I think dad's a little creepy over there. I think I would hate to say this, but the way that Mackenzie acted out, the way she was doing her little naughty things, you know what I mean? I don't want to say them.
I know what you mean. Over sexualized. Well, I should say
Her little
sexualized. Yes.
yeah, her provocative stuff and the need
Yes.
for attention and validation and drugs and partying and stuff like that and breaking into things. I'm looking at dad, okay? I'm not negating mom, but I'm really looking at dad because for girls growing up, the fathers are a big part of daughters' lives growing up.
Yes.
And if they're lacking something with the father like that, they're going to grow up to usually look for validation in other ways that Mackenzie was portraying. And some of the things that he has said in his interviews give me the creeps that he potentially could have been a little bit, I don't know what the word would be for a podcast, but sensualized her.
I agree because he made a comment on the one interview, and the face that he made, I paused it because I was so creeped out, like, and we were saying too, like, he's definitely giving off the heebie jeebies. And he taught when he was talking about Mackenzie's modeling career, and what she was doing before, his eyes kind of glazed over. I should have probably included it so I can show you, but um, it was definitely like ultra creepy and not becoming of a father speaking about his daughter. And I agree.
Did she ask him in text messages to rub her feet?
Yes, ma'am, she did, and to bring her warm milk.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Um, I'm sorry, but that is like what? You
I
asked her
know.
at that age to come rub your feet. And weren't okay, yeah, creep. Um, that's not cool.
Yeah, and what's funny when she mama says it's bad when a judge cuts off your victim impact statement to check you. Right? Yeah, she did
Yeah.
too, didn't she? Because she's like she said Davion's a new friend of Dominic's, and it's like the judge was like, does that mean it's less of a impact because he was a new friend, or that his life didn't matter? And she's like, oh, no, no, I'm not saying that. She's very high energy and very aggressive, and I don't like it. It gives me anxiety watching the mom.
Yeah, there's just something about both of them that I'm almost speechless because something inside of me just doesn't sit good at all.
Yeah, yeah, I
You know,
know. It's very curious too, because obviously Mackenzie's 17 and she's living with her boyfriend who's a little bit older than her. And I'm not saying anything about that because I mean, you know, I, that's not the point. But there had to have been some things, like you're saying, that wasn't okay at home that drove her to leave the house before she's 18.
well, I mean, there's multiple things that kind of give me the creeps about him and things that she's done and the way that she's acted that just scare me.
I
Because,
agree.
and look, I'm not empathizing with her and portraying this, oh well, she was a victim of this and that, because you can be a victim and an offender, okay?
That's very true.
But
Very true.
but what I'm trying to say is that all the things that she has done, her behaviors, her mannerisms, her problems with toxic a toxic relationship and not knowing how to properly have a relationship. Again, they're young, I get that, but she is portraying every sign that she was abused by somebody as well throughout her life. And my gut is looking at dad. Now, mom, she seems a little bit odd too, like she knows it. Okay.
I agree.
But I think mom is not wanting to get in trouble with dad. So she uses her daughter as well and lies for her daughter. There's this dynamic. I can't 100% sure place what exactly I'm feeling and what I'm seeing, but like there's something with these guys that points to abusing their daughter, because they also let her just go and willy-nilly do whatever she wants, go live with a boy, right? It's like they don't care. They didn't care what she was doing. That's not love.
Exactly. And all of a
So
sudden they're overcompensating big time because she's in the pen. It's like, what?
I don't know. Honest to God, I just, being through what I've gone through, I really feel like these parents have abused her throughout her life, and she got somewhere along the road some mental illness, brain damage from it, because girls who are abused, I'm not saying boys don't act this way either, but usually girls who have been abused by someone that they're supposed to trust, like their father or their mother, they grow up because they're so damaged that they start acting out, being deviant, very, very promiscuous, and just messing up their life because they don't know how else to deal with life, because they got two parents here who just don't care and haven't taught her how to live life properly in a happy and healthy way.
I
really,
agree 100,000%.
I
Yeah.
just, but that doesn't excuse her going and doing what she's doing. So, but then again, she claimed that she was suicidal. So, I mean, that could have originated from being abused by her father.
I agree. And they want to sweep that under the rug because of the intent, right? Because it would speak to intent. Like, you didn't think you would make, I mean, anybody in their right mind can look at this and say, well, I mean, obviously, if you're gunning at 100, you're not planning on surviving that, right? Or it does seem like very reckless behavior, like you didn't give a crap about anybody's lives that was in the vehicle when you do something like that.
Yeah, and her mom's her mom's reaction is, start writing your book, baby doll. Go out to
Ooh.
celebrate Halloween. Go have fun on Halloween.
Or how about talk to a whole bunch of random weirdos that are writing you in prison? Like, she's totally co-signing on that too.
Seriously?
Yes. Like, there's some dude, and I really like talking to him. I don't even know how old he is or what he looks like, nothing, but I like talking with him. And the mom's like, yeah, you should get back together on there and talk to him. And like, she
Oh,
is a real piece of work, let me tell you.
okay. Yeah, these parents, it's in my gut now. What are they?
I think so. Yeah, I think you're spot on. I mean, and we got the heebie-jeebies from him when we were reviewing him, and the whole modeling thing came out, and I was like, ooh. Actually, I said it reminds me of SF when he started talking about his photography career, and his eyes kind of glazed over, like he was reliving the glory days. In this case, we're looking at that look, and it's
Oh,
the father, doing that. So. But
oh,
Justice for Duke says, I also wondered if there was a mental or emotional abuse history too, which, I think, you know, j- in- for purposes of speculating, I think it's definitely something to look at. I don't think we can get harder on girls about promiscuity than we do boys. Yeah, that's true. Well, and that's true. It was both of them. They were both doing stuff. They were doing their thing. Cinderella says, in my opinion, these three are Machiavellian narcissists. They will never think they're wrong. Good to see you, Cinderella. I agree.
yeah.
I agree.
There's
All right,
definitely
guys.
mental illness there.
What did you say, Jennifer? I'm sorry.
Oh, I said, yeah, there's definitely some mental illness going on there.
Oh my gosh, yes, right? I mean, yeah, I agree. It would explain a lot. Okay, here we go with these two.
My kid is alive.
It's been almost 3 years since the deadly crash in Strongsville that killed Mackenzie Sharilla's boyfriend, Dominic.
Sorry, guys.
By
I'm
the
just gonna go
evidence
back a
that
little
put
bit.
her behind bars.
Oh my God. In July 2022, a day that brought a mix of pain,
I struggled with this because
relief, and guilt.
How can I feel bad that these two boys died and feel grief with these families and then be absolutely overjoyed that my kid is alive?
It's been almost 3 years since the deadly crash in Strongsville that killed Mackenzie Sharilla's boyfriend, Dominic Russo, and their friend, Davion Flanagan. Now, Sharilla's parents are speaking out, insisting that the justice system got it wrong.
Show me one piece of evidence, one, that says she did this on purpose. Show it to me. Here it is. That's it. Then she's right where she belongs and she's guilty of it. But there isn't any.
State of mind.
Prosecutors argued that she intentionally drove into a building without ever hitting the brakes, with black box data showing the car sped up to 100 miles an hour. They also argued that 2 weeks before the crash, Sharilla allegedly threatened to crash her car during an argument with Russo. The court cited it as proof of premeditation.
And she said, Dominic, I'm going to crash this car.
But her parents maintain there's another explanation. A new legal team now arguing medical evidence the first trial missed, with a UH neurologist concluding that Sharilla suffered a medical episode at the time of the crash and a loss of consciousness, something prosecutors called speculative. Sharilla's latest court filing also includes text messages they claim flipped the narrative over who was threatening whom in the weeks before the crash, with texts from Russo purportedly saying, "I'm sorry."
There's no evidence what was going on in that car other than the information they gleaned from the black box information.
This was not reckless driving. This was murder.
In the 2023 bench trial, the judge found Sharilla guilty of murder and sentenced her to 15 years to life.
And these poor families think she did it intentionally and she didn't. And and they don't know. There's information they didn't see. There's information they didn't have. There's information we didn't see or have.
Should she be in prison for murder?
No, absolutely not.
Should she be in prison for aggravated vehicular homicide?
I don't know about the aggravated part because I don't think you can still say why was going on the car. Should she have been charged with reckless vehicular homicide, 2 counts? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Not if it was medical.
Today, Mackenzie Sharilla is now in an Ohio women's prison in Marysville, where her mom says they chat every day.
I mean, her mom's got to answer for everything, now doesn't she? She's like, if it was medical, no, then she's just fine.
Okay, Mama, it wasn't proven to be medical, though. Wasn't proven. That was just your opinion. You thought maybe it could be something. Actually, I think it was actually told for them to come up with that seed to be planted.
Right.
Are you
well,
for real?
That's true. That's true.
Medical.
Yeah.
Okay, Mama.
I know. And see, that's where she's always got that little caveat, because I'm pretty sure they probably edited it out, and she probably looked over at Steve and said, Steve, why would you say that? You know, kind of like when he was like, she's a dumb kid. And she's like, no, she's not. She's not a dumb kid.
She went
I don't know
home.
if you guys saw that part, but
She went home and beat him with the wooden spoon after that.
if Steve wasn't like so creepy, I'd feel sorry for him. Because that mom is intense now. I mean, she is intense. She sets my anxiety off, and especially when she gets to like, you know, really going at it and denying stuff. Like, she's a hardcore denier. Hold on. I'll just show this.
With reckless vehicular homicide, 2 counts?
I don't even-
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Not if it was medical.
Oh my God. I hate laughing. I feel terrible
I
laughing.
can't help it.
Really?
It's so absurd. She's like, oh, if it's medical, then and you're like, first of all, lady, let's tone it down. Like, get this woman a sedative, because she's up here and I need her to be down here, right? Because she's like intense, in my opinion. I don't know, and that might just be my anxiety speaking, but like her energy is intense.
Oh God, man. What in the world is wrong with these people?
I mean, and she has no regard for the fact that, her daughter hasn't really learned anything in this experience. And I think that's another thing that infuriates the public.
Yeah. Well, I could see uh like daughter, like mother, you know.
Oh yes. It's like she's got all their bad traits mixed into her, like his bad traits, her bad traits. Um yeah, that's it's interesting.
Today, Mackenzie Sharilla is now in an Ohio women's prison in Marysville, where her mom says they chat every day, whether by text from a tablet or by phone.
She does a lot of painting. She paints.
What kind of hopes, what kind of expectations do you have for Mackenzie's future?
That the truth will set her free. That's what I need to have happen. The truth, that there was no intent, that part, the truth will set her free.
The Ohio Supreme Court has already rejected her appeal of the verdict, and earlier this month, the lower court rejected Sharilla's petition for a new trial, which is now under appeal.
He was using a friend's phone to record an incident where Mackenzie came to their house and was demanding access to the house.
Dom, if you do not open, you think I'm joking. You think I'm joking. Like, I'm dead ass.
What do you mean?
You know, that's exactly what I mean. You don't know exactly what I mean. You're gonna come open this door right now, or there's gonna be a serious problem.
Okay, so here, that was just a small piece. Yeah, Justice for Nugua is right. So that was just like a kind of a small piece of that video, because it does go on and on, Jennifer, just,
Yeah.
So it was a small little taste of what Dom actually dealt with in that video.
Yeah, it's definitely toxic. I mean, I don't know though. He's seemed fairly calm through the things that I have seen. But then again,
he's eerily calm. I will say that, because I like to say that I can keep my cool on things, right? Like, you kind of learn how to deal with people. Seems like he does know how to deal with people, but he's very, very calm with her, and he doesn't ever fly off the handle with her. There's some text messages where they go at it, of course, but he's always pretty neutral. But again, when people are just, I hate to say that anybody can make you do anything, right, that you don't want to do, but the reactive abuse, in my opinion, is real in this.
yeah.
Because how long can he stay calm like that? Especially if she's punching the gas and saying, "I'm going to crash the car." I don't see how you could stay calm in that situation. You may, it depends, because just depends on the person. But
Well, it's like when you put a dog in a corner for so long, that dog's gonna bite back.
True, very true.
That's just nature, It's, but still, she's the one who keeps threatening things. You know what I mean? Like, she keeps threatening to crash the car. If he doesn't do this, she's gonna do this. And
it's constant threats to him. It's constant, like, if you don't do this, I'm going to do, you better do it, or else it's my way or the highway. It's, just never her taking a step back and being like, Dominic, I didn't like the way this happened today. And, I would like it to go better, anything like that. She's always constantly using the you statements, which in counseling, you understand that, that's not always the best practice, because somebody who does feel attacked when you're just you did this, you know, and stuff like this. You did this to me. But in the same way, she's never like having a productive conversation with him. She never tones it down, even though he's so calm. She just continues with the same veracity.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, they're young. I don't know if they technically know how to fight and argue in a healthy way, especially with her background and the dynamics of her childhood. And but
Right.
you know, she's the one threatening, and it's like at some point it becomes terroristic threat, you know.
Oh my gosh, she's like, I'm gonna slash your tires. Like, that's the one thing that wasn't in the video, right? Like, I meant to tell you that too. Like, that's one thing that wasn't, and everybody else, like, if you haven't seen the whole thing, because that was like again just a small taste of what was going on. She's like, I'm gonna slash your car, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna break the door down, I'm gonna, you know, she's like the big bad wolf, and she's
What?
his girlfriend and a little small girl, and you know, you wouldn't believe it unless you saw it on the video, almost, you know, because it does become, you know, the abuser's word against yours, and you know, he said, she said.
Well, you know, just something I just thought about.
What's that?
She keeps threatening about the car.
Mm-hmm.
The car. I'm going to do this to the car. I'm going to crash the car. And then initially she went and crashed the car. So why isn't she threatening to do other things? Why is it always about a car?
Maybe shutting down his way of transportation, you know, like taking his car keys, but more intense.
No, I think she was literally hypothetically telling him what she was planning to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they will do that. I mean, she loves to threaten.
But
She
she
wants to threaten
specifically,
him, right? I mean, the threats were now becoming reality or a promise rather than a threat, you know?
well, she wasn't saying, I'm going to take a knife and hurt you, and I'm going to take a knife and slash you. And then she didn't go and take a knife and slash him. What she did was she took a car that she was going to mess up, go and take a car and crash it. And then if you still don't hear me out, I'm going to crash this car and kill us all. That's what she was
Right.
doing.
And she says it like in this text message. So Mackenzie Shirilla and Dominic Russo's old texts reveal years of conflict before the 2022 crash that later killed Russo and Davion Flanagan. In one message, Russo warned she was, quote, driving like a maniac, end quote, and a chilling line now resurfacing as their final weeks face new attention online. The texts show accusations, breakup threats, and anger issues, raising through tough questions about, raising tough questions about warning signs missed before the deadly crash. So, um, you know, in my opinion, it's absolutely mind boggling. Let me take the um, sound off here. So she says, I'm going to KIL someone,
Yeah.
right? So again, she could be speaking figuratively, but because of what transpired, it doesn't appear that she's speaking figuratively, in my opinion. What do you think, Jennifer?
No, I think this was all a plot. I think she was playing a game because it's no different than somebody threatening to cheat on you.
And they're going to keep saying, I want to cheat on you. I'm going to cheat on you. I'm going to cheat on you. And if you don't believe it, and if you don't, start believing it, what are they going to do?
Right. Like, I think it's important to take a threat, especially like threats like this, seriously, even though I can't say that Dominic wasn't, because again, like I just read, it does appear that he was trying to get out of the relationship. And it is the most dangerous time, which is so, it's just heartbreaking to think about. Um, but yeah, like if you're getting text messages like this, guys, this is like a whole pattern to recognize, whether you're a guy, a girl, what relationship you're in, and even a friendship. This should never, because we even see these cases where friends will take their friends' lives or hurt their friends, right? As well.
Yeah. I'm seeing, I have to be honest. So in my situation with Joe, okay, that I wrote about in my book,
Mm-hmm.
and him having me locked into a bathroom, stabbing the door with a knife, telling me he was going to kill me. This is no different than that.
Exactly.
Um,
Yeah, I mean, the thing too that's amazing to me is that because of her size and, especially compared to him, the fact that she would use the vehicle as a weapon, would be a very, let's see, it, it's more of a sure thing. Let me say that. I mean, yes, she could have used, any type of weapon she chose to use, but a car is something that's kind of a for sure thing, especially going that fast. And if she did have the intent that I think she had in this, it was absolutely to take everybody out in that crash, and including herself, especially because we know that she had attempted that before. Um, and she talked about a lot in the text messages, um, you know, passing away, unaliving. It was very consistent language.
this to me was planned 100%. Whether it's metaphorically, um, you don't even know. Maybe that car meant something to him. Young guys usually really love their cars. That's just, I know my other son, he loves cars. He's always loved cars, and those cars mean everything, you know? And
Oh,
for me,
definitely. And that's one thing that they do is they try to take things that you like, and the items that they know that you like it. I absolutely think that's
yeah, so
true.
I think that's why she was threatening him so much with this car. And what daughter wants, daughter gets. And so she alive, and now I don't know, she's just loony.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, and Justice for Nuke, they did. They made a Netflix documentary because she's trying to appeal. The first one was denied, and then also they filed something late. So as it is right now, she will face a parole board, but she keeps getting in trouble in prison too. Like, she keeps getting in trouble for sex acts on other inmates or with them, not being where she's supposed to be. She had stolen allegedly some things from another area of the prison that she's not, doesn't have access to, and things of that nature. And there's like 58 pages of her misconduct in prison.
Wow.
I mean, Miss Thang doesn't think. I mean, Miss Thang thinks she's invincible. Jennifer, she does. She thinks she's invincible.
I That's
Yeah.
just
That's crazy. I mean, she obviously thinks that if she's doing that stuff, she's going to get away with things.
Oh gosh, she's trying. I mean, she doesn't follow any of the rules. And, like Detroit keeps saying, she's in the cupcake prison where she's got all kinds of, stuff where she could just, I mean, keep herself occupied at least or enough in there. I'm sure it's not easy being in there. But in the same way, you have to remember why you're there. Um,
Yeah. Oh. Well, hopefully she never gets out. Well, what did they she has 15 years or life? What was
she
it?
got 15 to yeah, she will be up for parole in 15 is I think how it works, and then she will eventually, see if she can be paroled out of it, but the judge did tell her that she'll probably never get out. So, oh
Well,
yeah, thank you.
yeah.
Thank you, Itchy Mama, for confirming that. I wanted to make sure I said it right, but
Well, she should have had like forget it was I think it was Dominic's mother who said that she should have gotten, for both of the deaths that she committed, not just on one.
right, where she would run them concurrently instead of consecutively. Yeah, that's what, and the judge, I suppose, provided that leniency. And see, no matter how much they do, it's never going to be enough. They're just takers. Look at the mom, not if it was medical. It's like she got lucky in some aspects. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I believe that should have been the way. I think I'm with mom, she killed two people, so she should be responsible for two people.
I think
both
so too. I mean, I don't know. And I just don't see any guilt. Like, even if something is an accident, right? You still feel bad for it. It's like if I accidentally bumped my elbow into you or something like that, like I would still feel bad that I bumped my elbow into you, even if I didn't mean to do it and it was a complete accident, right? So I'd be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And are you okay? That's like the regular way to look at this. But instead, like the minute that she was arrested for this, her parents went nuts. That's when her dad was saying, she's a dumb kid, she needs a lawyer, don't let her talk to nobody, and da 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 da, and like all of this, right? Because he wants to control the situation. But right off the bat, they were like, no, 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 she's innocent. And that was shocking to see as well, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, no parent wants to believe that their child is capable of something like that, but at the same time, right is right, wrong is wrong. And like if it were my kid, I wouldn't be up there excusing everything, Right is right, wrong is wrong. I'm not going to sit and defend wrong.
Amen. Because you're not doing them any favors. And see, if she felt remorse, I think that they might, have a different outlook. But I don't know. I mean, Witchy says, I hope the boys' families show up for every parole hearing. And as far as I know, they will. I mean, his sister Christine is very much on a mission, in my opinion. Um, okay, so it's her car allegedly. Thank you guys. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, it's just when you see stuff like this, guys, or someone texts you, this is a huge red flag, and just please be mindful. Okay, I'm just gonna play a little bit more of this.
We learned from Dominic's mother that there was an incident about 2 weeks before the crash where Dominic had called his mother. He was in a car with Mackenzie on Interstate 71. He was telling his mother that Mackenzie was driving erratically and threatening to crash the car.
Okay, guys, before we get into Gypsy's case, I wanted to actually pull in this other video really quick because I want to read you guys some statements because I wanted to do a short to promote the live tonight. Is why I did it this way, but I'm just going to play this really quick. Okay, guys, deep dive on DARVO, case 1, Mackenzie Shirilla. Of course, I wanted to do a couple of different ones. Okay, so right here, this is from Law and Crime Sidebar with Jesse Weber, and it says, quote, "I'm not a monster. I'm not saying I'm innocent. I was a driver of a tragedy, but I'm not a murderer." And that's Mackenzie Shirilla, and that is her quote from the crash. And it reminded me of when Chris Proudfoot said that he's not a monster, and there's been other people who were guilty of crimes who have said the same thing. So that's the first thing I thought of when I saw that and heard it on the documentary. I was like, wow, that's Chris Proudfoot, in my opinion.
Yeah, it sounds eerily similar.
Yeah,
But
he was like, he told Cluminati, like, oh, I'm not a monster. I'm not the monster everybody thinks I am.
basically saying, I'm the monster everybody thinks I am.
Yeah. Yeah, just like so similar. So similar.
It is.
But yeah, she just wants us to think she's not a monster. She doesn't want us to think that she had any malicious intent here.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like saying, I did this bad thing, but I'm not a bad person.
Right. Right. And I mean, she, in my opinion, definitely didn't try to stop anything. She definitely was the driving force of all of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so she says, and I'm just going to take the sound off. Sorry about that, guys. She goes on to say, and this is all from The Crash, the documentary, quote, we would have probably been married by now. We argued, we got back together, we broke up, we got back together. It was rocky, but it was good. We were in love, end quote. What do you think, Jennifer?
Well, thank God they didn't, right? Because, I mean, I hate to break, I just don't think that, like, if he were still here, I think there's only enough time that you can put up with that. And I think he would have eventually moved on. And I think that she lives in this fantasy world where she truly believes that they had some sort of spectacular relationship and it was passionate and on and off. And I think it's delusional.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. And I think it just speaks to that toxicity in a relationship, right? Where it's just like, I love you, I hate you, I can't live without you, no one else can have you. Like it's just like, it's just so
Possessive.
blah. Like they need Dr. Lipschitz says justice for Nuke from Rugrats. Seriously. Yeah, we need to shrink. We need to shrink in here.
Yeah, she I don't know. I don't know why she would say something like that other than delusions or trying to make people think that, that's really not how it was, really deep down, and we would have been married by now. I think it's her way of just gripping anything possible to try to make people believe that she really did not commit this crime and she's innocent and he was the love of her life, because when she's on in the court and the camera's like panning on her when people are talking about, you know, the victims,
Mhm.
she's like an actress. It's not like really crying. It is like fake. So fake. And,
Yeah, really
and
performative, right? Like she's because she knows everyone's watching.
but then when she thinks that the camera might not be panning in on her, she's like completely different. Like her facial expression is completely dull. Like, oh, I'm okay now. But then when
Right.
they start
Yeah.
talking about really heavy stuff, oh, I'm crying. I'm wiping my eyes. No, he was the love of my life. No, I didn't do this. But you know what really bugged me more was when her mom went up and talked and said all that baloney. And then when her mom turns around to walk back to her seat, she looks over at Mackenzie and nods at her. And that to me is like, did y'all like plan something in here? Because why would you nod to your daughter almost like I did it? I went and I said what you wanted me to say. I got your back. Like just the demeanors on both of them is just like something was pre-planned to me. And it's
Oh
fake.
yeah.
It's fake as
It's
heck
very
on
fake.
all parts.
Well, and you're right, and they have to come up with a defense, right? Because I mean, obviously, she's fighting for her freedom, and I don't want to discount that, but I do think Deborah's right here. They're also attempting to reject the subhuman label society places on them. It's cognitive dissonance and self-preservation, Lady Freedom. So yeah, I agree with that too,
Yeah.
Deborah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Detroit, it makes me feel like that. Like that's definitely my emoji when I like think about this whole scenario right here where they're like, yeah, we broke up and everything was, back together, da da da, and all of it, it just like I'm perplexed. Okay, so also I wanted to show you guys one more of these. She says, quote, I'm big on the no intent. Guys, this is her. She's got like a beehive bun, right? And her hair swooped over to the side, right? And they cut out the big hair for some of the interview. So it's awkward. It's like you see this big thing on top of her head, and then all of a sudden they cut it out because it's like too big. Anyway, quote, I'm big on the no intent. There was no intent whatsoever there. I have excessive amounts of remorse for Dominic, Davion, both of their families. This was not intentional, and I will do everything I can to prove to the world and the families, and that's it. Just like her mom at trial. Okay, okay, okay. I'm big on no intent. Okay, at least she left that out. What do you think, Jennifer? I'm sorry, it just gets me. Woo.
Uh, I mean, I don't know how else to say it. I think she's just full of crap. you know?
Big time.
I know she doesn't have an excessive amount of remorse
for Dominic and Davian and their family.
No, I think she's definitely all about like, okay, I need to get out of what I've done here. I messed up. Um, but it's not like I deserve to be here. I didn't mean to do it. Um, and when she says I'm big on no intent, it's like she was basically saying it like, make sure I look good in this documentary, and make sure everybody knows that, I'm big on no intent. That has to be part of it, right? Like she orders people around like she's the Queen of England or something.
Like a celebrity, right?
Yeah. She definitely has, and she wants, Kim Kardashian to come in and save her, which I heard that she's declined that, or somebody said she passed. That's what they said. They said she passed. So I don't know if that's what she said, like on her exit, like where she says hard pass or something like that, but that's the word on the street.
Well, I sure hope so.
I mean, it just appears that they're making things so much worse for themselves and her, and so they're not helping, even though they think they're doing good, but they're not.
I agree.
So I'm gonna I think this is the last thing with this. Okay, we're gonna move on to Gypsy Rose Blanchard, the one they let out, right? Case 2, Mommy Red Rummer Jip Jip. Okay, and let me just go ahead and click over to this other page for us, because I want to show you guys this on the full screen. So we got to pull up our DARVO discussion. Okay, so
Gypsy Rose.
Oh yes, I do need to play this through. So this is going to be a little backstory for Jip Jip real quick.
Blanchard and her then boyfriend, Nicholas Godejohn, were arrested in 2015 in connection to the murder of Blanchard's mother, Dee Dee Blanchard, who was found stabbed to death in her home in Springfield, Missouri. In 2016, she was sentenced to 10 years in prison for her role in the murder of her mother. Nicholas Godejohn sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, and Gypsy was released December of 2023.
Now I can say.
All right. Okay. And so this is what we were talking about earlier, Jennifer. He's, in prison for life, no possibility for parole. Jip Jip gets 10 years. She served a lesser sentence, even, I believe, because I think she got some good behavior time or something. And then she's unleashed into the public. And you talked about, in some of the talking points, how media and social media is kind of sensationalizing some of these behaviors and encouraging them, even if it's not, talk about intentional, but intentional.
Yeah. I think she was just more, centralized because, she was little. Her mom did what she did to her. And so they just built it up so much to make everybody feel so sorry for her that to be honest, I don't even know how she got out of there. I mean, that was such a heinous thing that happened to Dee Dee. How she got 10 years.
Yeah, they nearly decapitated her in her bed.
Yeah.
Which was pretty brutal. And I stupidly looked at the photos that I shouldn't have looked at. So that wasn't smart on my part.
Yeah. And, they also portrayed her as like being silent. So then when she got out,
she like used that to be like, well, I'm a voice because I was victimized, I was silenced and psychologically damaged.
Right. Yeah. And, you know, like I said, in the beginning with Gypsy Rose, she was a local person. Everybody knew who she was. She was just a little one that sang to her mom at the, you know, I think it was the Make a Wish something, or there was some sort of a big affair that they had, and anyway, she was all over the news, and everybody knew who she was, and then you find out like all of a sudden she can walk, right? Because like Sheriff Arnott comes out and he's like, things aren't always as they appear, and you find out though, like through the process of her being released, that all of these documents are open for people to peruse and share and talk about, right? And it
Mhm.
starts painting a picture, and even videos were released, and it starts painting this picture that Gypsy is a little gremlin, and she is evil, and she is cunning, and she's manipulative, and she is just like all the things that you wouldn't want to ever be around, and she's in this little Gypsy Rose package that has manipulated people into buying them, and building a Habitat for Humanity house and getting all these free trips and taking money from Make a Wish with people that really have, you know terminal illnesses that could use that. It's enough to make your head spin.
Yeah, it's a very complex case because Gypsy, she was a victim, but she is an offender, in my opinion.
Right.
So how do
Yeah.
you empathize with that? How do you know what I mean? Like, I
I
think
mean,
I
I did in the beginning because I thought that her mom was keeping her sick, and I watched The Act on Hulu, and I love Patricia Arquette, the mom. She was hilarious. She played a really funny part as, she's like, "Don't let Boo Boo get snapped up." I remember as one of or "Snap Boo Boo right up," and they were talking about her little pet guinea pigs or whatever, and just like the storyline and everything was the totally, like we were talking about earlier, just like a made for TV, just like, you know, entertaining in certain aspects, but like they put those little twists in there because they are Cajun, or, from Louisiana. So she had that accent going, and they played that up, and, everything. But the narrative that was spoon fed to everyone in this situation by mainstream media, it is enough for me to never trust them again. And then I see Sebastian Rogers' case and what they pulled at America's Most Wanted, and I'm like, you know, it's just how it is. Like mainstream media paints the picture of how they want it. It's their narrative.
yeah, they do. I just don't know where we go from people committing heinous crimes to becoming billion or millionaires. You know,
Right. Well, she capitalized on a lot. The Lifetime series, right?
yeah, but it was like almost instant as she got out of prison. Like, bam, she's
Oh,
like a
it's the very
millionaire.
minute they got out, because she was, going to marry, or she married Ryan, Ryan Anderson, while he was, or excuse me, while she was locked up. So we were like right there to catch up, leave off, and he picked her up, and she was super awkward, and I watched it.
I did too.
You
It
know?
was like this crazy show. Like, I'm just sitting there, like, my daughter came in and saw it playing or whatever on the TV, and she's just like, why does she have a show?
That's a
Right.
great question. I think people needed to definitely ask that question. I think that's a great question. Why would we give? And that's the question, that I would like to talk about too. Is like, why would we give someone that did such a thing, even if it was because of abuse? I mean, I get wanting to lift up a survivor, right? But then we find out that Gypsy wasn't a survivor, really. I mean, yes, her mother taught her some horrible habits. And I believe that there may have even been some instance large nest egg, and they were always hauling money away. And I do believe that that's a big part of like the Hurricane Katrina. I know that that was very um, traumatizing for them.
Yeah, so a huge portion just blipped out on me. So all I heard was Hurricane Katrina.
Oh, I'm saying they had a lot of cash. Like I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys in the picture. But they had a lot of cash. So I thought that was interesting too
You,
because
yeah, you know what? I kind of question it all, though, that Hollywood didn't have a huge part of knowing when she got out, they were going to offer her, you know, some sort of deals to become famous for everything, get rich off of it.
well, and I agree with that. I agree with that too. Um, Rod seemed like a guy that was like kind of manipulated at first, but then again, I think he kind of like went along with it and went with the flow. And we definitely were able to see some of that, so some of those dynamics play out as well. And then with her being very jealous of her sister, people were speculating that she's really scary, and you don't want to be on her bad side, is basically.
I wouldn't personally want to be on any side.
No, me neither. I wouldn't want to be your friend. I wouldn't want to be around. I mean, she's like I said, she is a little monster now, I think. So TMZ had her on this panel, and we're interviewing her about her thoughts on Mackenzie Shirilla's case. So let's watch.
This is why. So the parole board takes
Oh,
into
sorry, hold on.
consideration.
Blanchard's mother, D.D. Blanchard, who was found stabbed to death in her home in Springfield, Missouri. In 2016, she was sentenced to 10 years in prison for her role in the murder of her mother. Nicholas Gadejo, sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, and Gypsy was released December of 2023.
Now, I can say I don't think she'll get early parole, and this is why. So the parole board takes into consideration behavior in prison, but most importantly, remorse and family. So if the victim's family writes against her parole, she will automatically be denied. I've seen it happen time and time again with different women that was in my prison. They prioritize the victim's family above everything.
Do you think if and when she does have remorse, she maybe can change the minds of the victims' families?
It's going to take a lot of work on her part.
Yeah.
She's going to have to do a lot of extensive therapy, and she's young.
Yeah.
She's young. And
Okay, guys. So I find it interesting that Gypsy says, something that makes a lot of sense, right? Where they're victim focused, and that's a good thing. I'm glad to hear that. And the whole 9 yards, right? That's great. She knows because she's talked to other inmates. I get it. But then she turns around and says, "Oh, well, she's young. She could probably, get around that." And then for the interviewer to ask, like, what if she feigns, um, or gets, manipulates the family into being on her side? What do you think about that? That was actually also a cringe moment.
I just like cringed through that whole thing because number one, why are we asking Gypsy Rose any advice on anything to do with this? This is crazy. But second of all, what I hear throughout Gypsy's little testimony here of how Mackenzie can get through this thing, I think she's basically saying how Gypsy's saying how she basically manipulated her way out of there.
Right. Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, if you act this way and if you do this, then you're going to be good. But because that's essentially, I think, what Gypsy did to get out of prison. Manipulating, right? Because Gypsy's a master manipulator. So basically,
she definitely she learned it from Dee Dee. Like, Dee Dee is not, in my opinion, completely innocent in all of this. She is Gypsy's mother. She raised Gypsy. And so I know there's a lot of people out there that are like diehard, like, Dee Dee fans. And, I think what happened to this woman was horrific. I think it's so sad. But I also think that, she had a lot to do with Gypsy and her growing up and being like this and taking and manipulating and scheming and plotting and saving back money and but saying you're poor as dirt, you have nothing. And and then the lying about the illnesses and things like that. I think because it started at such a young age, it's not easy to blame the child, which would be Gypsy. But then as she gets older, she's still going along with this. And I don't think she was forced into it as much as I think that she was going along with it, in my opinion. And I didn't always feel that way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think we can feel sorry for what people have gone through, but we can't negate the fact that they've done something wrong or used vengeance.
Exactly.
And that's why I don't feel bad for her anymore. I felt bad for her when she was a kid, but once she took that psychotic initiative to go and do what she did, and lie and manipulate and stuff, I didn't feel sorry for her. And especially now, I don't feel sorry for her. I think that she's the same person. She's just manipulating. And I think that she's capable of doing what she did again. I think that maybe 20 years from now, if something happened, she'd probably be back in prison for doing something similar. There's something about her that I don't believe has changed or grew or has become a good person. I think it's all a lie. And part of me does believe that, Hollywood came in and saw a product for themselves, and she's essentially their product. And I think that's pretty sinister, but Hollywood has a lot of sinister things going on.
Oh, definitely. They're so screwed up. It's not even funny, and also, I mean, who doesn't kind of see these two? I mean, they're quite the pair. They're quite the characters, right? And you start to realize, like, they totally played everybody, but also, there's a little bit more to it, I think. But Gypsy Rose Blanchard's home, where she lived with her mother Dee Dee, was built and paid for by Habitat for Humanity. So they all get together. It's a community effort, but it's a really nice house, right? So they build her this whole ramp set up for her wheelchair, and they live, you know, if you're looking from the outside in, a very nice house, but then once you realize that um, they're kind of hoarding out the inside, because we get that after uh, poor Dee Dee was found, right? In a horrific way. This is Gypsy Rose's bedroom, and she was definitely playing the part, and that creeps me out, especially knowing Springfield's underbelly. And here is Princess Gypsy. um,
Yeah.
again, again, cluttered house, like very much. I mean, these are like as the house was when they came in.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit says, I remember her story and praying for her, praying that she would be healed. Wow, what a slap in the face. I know, Detroit, we all thought so too. Like in the area, everybody was like, oh, I hope Gypsy's going to make it. She's such a sweet little girl. Poor thing is cancer. And then here's their living, or excuse me, here's their kitchen. Um, just very messy, in my opinion. Front door that Nicholas Godejohn walked into. Again, some more pictures of the room set up. This was the bathroom area. A lot in the trial came out about that also. And tons of videos are out there, guys, about Gypsy. And she's definitely in her bathroom. This is a custom house for them, right? That was built again by Habitat for Humanity, so they could put special, little concessions in for themselves when it comes to building the house. And here's their nest egg, and she's got quite a bit of money that Gypsy did not take with her, but Gypsy took a very large amount of money with her. Not nearly enough for them to survive, because let's be honest, they didn't really think this out very properly, the two of them. Also, Nicholas Godejohn has autism spectrum disorder, so Gypsy definitely took advantage of him, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so too.
I just don't know where they were getting all this extra money from, and it really made me
That's
kind
what
of
I'm
nervous.
saying. I mean, I don't know. Then again, wasn't she kind of putting herself out there online to men, and maybe she was getting money from them. I don't know.
I think so, because I mean, look at that fat stack.
Either
It's
that
huge.
or I don't know.
And
Sometimes
Gypsy took quite a bit of money from that stash. Like, I guess she could have taken all of it, but duct tape.
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like maybe, and this is an overreach idea, but what if Hollywood came in and already planted this entire story and scenario?
I mean, I could see, I could
'Cause
see that. I
she
mean,
was on TV. They were on TV.
they pretty much wrote their own. Like I said, the act was very sensationalized, but I mean, of course, that's what kind of made it, good. They got good actors to play. They got the one girl that looked just like Gypsy. I mean, they really pulled out all the stops. And then again, also with the Lifetime documentary, like she's married to Ryan Anderson, and we're gonna show your love story, even though it's the most awkward meeting I've ever seen between two people who were married in my life.
Yeah. The whole thing is crazy. Just how it went from point A to point B to
to now. It's just, I don't know, something just seems so set up to me. And how she just got to be a millionaire fast.
Oh man, she's just, it's a desirable thing. And I'll tell you, it's just people's curiosity, I think too. It's a morbid curiosity for some, but I also think a lot of people are like, just wondering what the hell is going on over here. Okay guys, so I want to play when the detectives bust Gypsy Rose out.
This is the moment Gypsy realized cops knew her horrifying secret.
Your mom's dead. Okay. Now, what I want to ask you is, your mom's passed away. Okay, she's deceased. All right. Now, what I want to ask you: did you have involvement in this?
I have a lot of friends in Missouri. I know that, and I would never hurt my mom.
Gypsy Rose rages at her baby daddy Ken and cuts up a blanket.
This is all that I've ever been to you. Now I feel about you. Lies! All that is lies! 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 Oh! Fucking so me! The hell you are! The hell you are! Lies! All of it! All of it! All of it! Nothing but fucking lies! Lies, manipulation! Fuck you! Go back to your bimbo blonde whore! Fuck you!
So that was sent.
Woo, Gypsy Rose. She was pissed off, buddy. I wonder what transpired. And if you guys are looking for clarity from, her husband over here, Ken, we're not going to get that today.
Run, Ken. Run away.
Run away, Ken, and, preferably get some... Don't leave the baby alone with Gypsy. That's just my only ask of him, if he's not gonna get out right away or whatever, because I don't see anything good coming out of this.
Yeah. That child's the one I worry about the most. I mean, she's so unhinged.
Well, and the first cut, she cut it, it kind of cut it, and then she tried to rip it, and she got really angry that she couldn't rip it, right? And then she's snip, 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 and it's like, it reminded me of Psycho, the movie, right? Sorry about your eardrums, guys, but, it just reminded me of that. And, yeah, wow. I know. Wow. Right. I couldn't believe it.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It really just, I think that should scare everybody. And I know she's in, saying things online about how, oh, it was just, it was just this and that. It was nothing really. That's her denying and making excuses. But what I saw was the old Gypsy.
Oh gosh, no, it has not changed a bit.
Nope.
I tried to find, there was one that I was watching that actually had where she instructed Nick Godejohn, and what she did was she went into her mother's bedroom where her mother's, blankets and pillows were just there, and she started making a stabbing motion.
Yeah. Well, there you have it. I mean, She's not.
Little Miss Sharon says, if you're a new mom, it doesn't take much to be pushed over the edge. I've seen worse damage. And, I mean, I wonder okay, so here's the thing, playing devil's advocate. I mean, look, what was done to her before this happened? Was something done to her, right? Like where she's like, because she's freaking pissed and she's saying things like manipulator, liar, go back to your blonde whore, like blah, and so did she find incriminating text messages? Again, we're not going to be able to know because Kenny boy over here is not going to tell us, but he will minimize the situation and act like it's all good.
Well, he likes blondes. That's why she dyed her hair blonde, right? So,
cringe.
He cheated on her, and I mean, because they're not technically married, are they?
Those two are not married. No, she married only Ryan Anderson in prison, and then she left him for Ken. And then they had the baby, but they haven't gotten married yet. Oh, I'm sorry. Libra's back here. Hold on one second. Hey, Libra.
Hey.
Oh.
There you are.
Hello? Oh, wait. Hello?
Hello.
Oh,
How
where
are
am
you?
I? Where am I? Oh, I'm sorry.
You're in La La Land.
La La
You're
Land.
in the
You know me.
Gypsyverse now. I hate to tell you this. You've come onto the Gypsy Rose.
You see, yo, gypsy. What song was that? Was that?
Oh my gosh, it's way too cool for her. It's just Fleetwood Mac.
We're old. We're showing our age now. Be careful.
Who you calling old?
Yeah. I love
don't
that. I
mind.
love that band. They're the best. They're the best, man. But yeah, hello, hi, hello there. I like the skeleton I'm looking at. Who's the skeleton with the excuse me. Oh my gosh, try watching my mouth. The skeleton with what do you call
it?
That?
It looks like a Santa hat or something. A beanie.
That's
hat.
you.
It's Sir Morbid X.
Who is that? I like
you.
that.
It's you.
He's an avid Gypsy Rose follower, but he covers. I'll say he covers her content. He's another content creator. I don't know if this is something. It looks like it's YouTube. I know he's definitely on YouTube. I don't know if he's on what is it? TikTok.
TikTok? What's that?
I don't know if he's on TikTok, but he covers
TikTok?
Gypsy Rose.
TikTok? What's that?
What's
so funny?
Ken is gonna tell us what he thinks about Gypsy Rose. Libra, before you got on here, did you see what she did with the cutting of the blanket?
No, ma'am. I'm sorry. I just woke up. I really, literally, just woke up. And it's a full moon, by the way. It's a full moon where I'm at. Woo! Ow!
Well, there you go.
Ow! Yeah, but anyway, I'm gonna stop goofing off there. But no, please fill me in if you don't mind. Oh, it looks like an interrogation in a soft room. That's what that looks like. They call it. You know what they call that? The soft room, to make them more comfortable talking. That's why they have that couch and the couch and the nice soft what do you call it, carpet, whatever. That's a soft room. Now in interrogations, if you really want to put somebody on the spot, you really want to get at them, usually it's an interrogation room. I don't know what you call it, whatever, but it wouldn't have a soft atmosphere like this. So whatever we're looking at right now, I have no idea what I'm looking at, by the way. So you might have to fill me in. Woman gets 10 years in prison for the murder of her mother. She killed her mother. Is this correct?
Okay, so yeah, Gypsy Rose took her mom's life, right? So she's out of prison. She got 10 years. She's been out of prison. She has gotten married, or excuse me, she's gotten married, divorced, and then she went with this other dude, had a baby. So she's about to go off on her baby daddy. So we'll watch here.
Gypsy Rose rages at her baby daddy Ken and cuts up a blanket.
This is all that I've ever been to you. Now I feel about you. Lies! All it is lies! Lies!
Jeez
Lies!
Louise. Wah! Oh my God. I'm sorry, I can't. What are you cutting? What are you chopping up?
Lies! All of it!
Okay.
All of it! All of it! Nothing but fucking lies!
Is this a 2-year-old or is this a? Oh my God! What the hell?
You!
Oh yeah!
Go back to your Bimbo blonde whore!
What the hell?
Fuck you!
Wow!
So that was sent.
What the hell was that?
Like a headboard video.
Oh
Yeah,
my
no,
God!
I mean,
I'm
it's not the
sorry.
headboard video. I want to see the headboard video.
What the
Is that
hell?
something you ran across? That video?
This is ridiculous. Who?
I mean,
poor dog.
She cut up the blanket. She was mad at me about something.
Said poor dog.
So you
Yeah.
did see this video.
I don't know
It's
what
not
the
like a
hell we're-
surprise to you.
No, I've seen that before.
Okay.
I am so.
So she was mad at
lost.
you at that point or something.
Can you
Okay,
pause it?
so
what the hell was that? Was that a 2-year-old or a 20-year-old or a 40-year-old? Who the hell was that?
I don't
What
even
was
know
that?
how old Gypsy is.
Well, Gypsy
given up
says
trying
it
to
all.
figure out
Gypsy
how
says
old that girl
immature.
is.
I'm sorry, didn't mean to talk over you. But gypsy itself, the name gypsy, if you call yourself a gypsy and I'm sorry, that screams immature to me. Like,
That's her
fucking-
name. That's
hello.
her legal name. That is her
Queef,
legal
like
name.
Queef B.
I'm over here. Let me tell you something. I know everything. I'm the best, you're the worst, and I'm the king and you're the dirt. Queef B. Yeah, you got it.
You sound like her.
Well, I will if I want to. Don't you tell
He
me
does
what
a
to
good
think.
impression of Queen
Don't
Bee,
you-
or Queef Bee.
Queef B. Don't you get my name right? Queef B. Don't you tell me what to think. Don't you tell me what to look at. How dare it sound like
It's kind of like what's his name?
Ken Kniff from Connecticut.
You go
So,
ahead and
what-
talk.
so
I'm
when
just
it
gonna
comes-
groan while you talk. Go ahead and talk, but I'm gonna groan while you talk.
You better not. I'll drop you so quick.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
Yes, ma'am. I told him I'd take a polygraph. Name the place and time. I'll take the polygraph, and then I'll just flake out.
we're actually gonna get to Sebastian's case like right after Gypsy. So when it comes to Sir Morbid asking Ken is like minimizing the situation, right? He's basically saying that, yeah, she got pissed at me and did this, right? But doesn't give us very much insight. So I'm just going to replay that really quick.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, it's not the headboard video. I want to see the headboard video.
Is that something you ran across? That video? Or is it context?
She cut up the blanket. She was mad at me about something. She cut up the blanket.
So you did
Pair of
see
scissors.
this video. It's not like a surprise to you.
No, I've seen that before.
Okay. So she was mad at you at that point or something like that.
Yeah, she cut up a blanket. Yeah.
I can never hurt my mom.
Okay, sweetheart, do you really want to get yourself?
Okay, guys. So she says I would never do anything to her. Right? Their daughter's name is Aurora. Just for those of you who don't know the daughter's name. But she talks about she says the same thing that she told the detective when he confronts her about killing her mom. And she says the same thing to this detective as she says to Ken about never hurting anyone. So,
Wow.
Jennifer, what do you think of that?
I'd say watch out because oh, that's just, it's too familiar. So, like, the blanket, stabbing the blanket, the way that her mom was stabbed to death, right? With pillows and blankets. And just, it scares me because I think like the old gypsy's coming out, right? And then I heard that she outs Ken's sister. So that to me is kind of like, is she trying to, manipulate Ken and neglect his family against him? And
Yeah,
is she
there's
gonna
something
do
that like
something?
his sister just wants to do this for money, like as if she's not concerned, but she just wants to like out their relationship because of the money, like as because she can get like clicks and views. But I don't even think she's a YouTuber or anything, influencer.
No, I think she's trying to alienate, Ken. I'm just worried about that baby.
Oh, definitely. It's like it's really it's a serious and scary thing. I think Seth says people scare me anymore, and he's starting the campaign hashtag Save the Blanket.
Yeah.
Libra, have you ever seen a woman behave this way before?
Sorry, I was a little bit distracted by something I was looking at. I was doing some research. So what are you asking me? I'm sorry. Have I seen a woman act this way?
Have you ever seen a lady act this way before? What do you think of Gypsy Rose?
I would never in a million years hurt anyone. I've come home and was very hurt. So I threw some stuff around, and yes, I took some out of that anger and pain and on an object. It doesn't make it right, but I did. And then I left to spend the night, and then something I can't read because there's something in the way. So yeah, we're just okay. Here we go. And then I left to spend the night here and cut off to cool down. Well, for one,
Yeah, her
can you
folks
go
live
back
in
to
a place
school
called
and do
Cut Off,
some the
Louisiana.
language arts? Do we need to go back to school and learn English or something? 'Cause I can't. This runoff sentence is confusing me in the first place, and English is my first language. Thank you very much. But it looks like, in my opinion, already just trying to read this, that this is a person that is trying to point a finger somewhere else. They're trying to put off, like, oh yeah, I did this, but it's because of that. It's because of him. It's because of her. Starting to point the finger, just like Shrilla's mama over there in court, trying to point fingers at the family of this deceased young men. Unfortunately, they didn't survive that wreck, and for you to point fingers at somebody that is deceased is disgusting. It's morbid. What the hell is that? Hello? What was that? That wasn't my phone. I don't know what I just heard, but anyway, stop laughing.
That was a pipe.
Would you? What? Oh, Jen, you're guilty as charged.
That was the spirit of the blanket coming back. And
oh my god! But no, anyway, for real though. I'm sorry.
Hey, Valley Gal, good to see you. You're not late. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah. Why? Oh, I need to click the comments. I just saw. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Anyway, but yeah, no. From were you asking me what I thought about this? What they're saying? Well, have I seen a woman do this before? Oh, absolutely.
Like to stab the blanket. Have you ever seen a woman act like that, like crazy, like her
Stabbing a
stabbing the blanket?
blanket with a
and going
knife or
crazy?
what? Or a finger or what?
Have you ever seen a woman go crazy like that with a blanket? That's what we're asking.
I guess maybe a pillow. Pillow would make. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. No,
No.
really, for real. I'm totally lost. I was trying to get my. If only you knew.
I pick
But
on
I
him
just
all
finally.
the time. He's used to it.
Yeah. But I've seen some crazy stuff, and so I've seen some stuff where people have. So I don't know.
It's a yes or no question.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I guess.
Quiet.
Yeah, I guess I've seen somebody act like they stabbed something, or I've seen somebody really stab something. I guess. How do I answer? How do I? Yes. Okay.
Well, we're asking
yes.
for what we're
You've
trying
seen
to
a
get
woman
from you.
slap a blanket before?
Blanket.
I think what we were trying to get from you is just the male perspective, because again, I don't date women, so I have no idea about a crazy woman going out
Oh,
with
something I never
blanket.
knew about you. I don't know if we can be friends anymore. Just kidding.
But so that's all. But okay, so I wanted to show you guys this as well.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
When it comes to Gypsy, right? And I think
Gypsy.
this is almost.
I'm
the
sorry.
end.
That freaking name just makes me mad.
No, it's really her
why
real
does that
name.
piss me off? Why does that piss me off? It's like, God. Okay, I'll shut up now.
Okay, sweetheart, do you really want to dig yourself? You're digging yourself deeper.
No, seriously, I would never hurt
Listen
her.
to me. Listen.
Cornered on the couch. That's what you should name that. Cornered on the couch.
Are we having a live funeral for the blanket?
I think we should. I think we need to. I do. So really quick, like I said earlier, Ken is kind of like playing it off like he doesn't know about what's going on with this blanket situation. So, and also it's been alleged that there was also a carving of their headboard, which is really creepy because that's where somebody sleeps. And if you're carving the headboard up and acting crazy,
Oh my gosh. And her mom was right by the headboard and had her head cut, sliced or whatever.
What?
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Real-
my mic
really
was off, by the
decapitated.
way, for like the last 10 minutes, and I didn't realize it.
Is
So if
she
you can hear
implying
anything,
that
it's
she
fine.
could do to him what she did to her mother?
I think that, I mean, that's the way I'm taking it. Like, I wouldn't sleep there. I would not sleep there. I'd be like, you can go to Cut Off, Louisiana and go chill at your dad's house and Christie's. Yeah, I wouldn't want, I'd be too scared to stay there. But he tells her, he's like, I'm going for sole custody. I think, or excuse me, I took pictures of you stabbing the headboard, right? But he's saying that he never saw the headboard video, just now on Sir Morbid. And smashing pictures all over the ground. You are not allowed around Aurora anymore unsupervised. I think that's a good move. You are too unpredictable and dangerous. I can't have this around my child or Parker, which is the dog. This is officially done. And then Gypsy goes on to say, I'm sorry, I was drunk.
Oh, what a good excuse. What a mature. I'm sorry, I'm eating
It's
right
the
now.
dog,
But-
Seth. Yeah,
What?
Parker is the dog.
Who is Parker? Is it that poor doggo? I'm sorry. I can't right now, guys. Go on. Oh, I call it doggos as well. And Puppa. I call my dog Puppa. Not puppy, not Papo, Puppa. She is my little Puppa. And she will protect us. Save the dog, baby. Hashtag save the dog.
The dog actually didn't even like flinch, Seth, and that's what's scary is that he didn't do anything. Like he was just like it was something to see with the dog, in the background because he acted like he's used to that behavior from her. And then, she's talking about don't take Aurora. I told you I needed to punch the pillow and get some hurt feelings out, but she didn't punch the pillow, right? She took the blanket and did horrible acts to the blanket. Hashtag save the blanket. I'm sorry for trashing the headboard and smashing the frame. That was unnecessary, right? So, Jennifer, what do you think about the apologies? Because I know sometimes when you're in an abusive relationship, you never get an apology, but then sometimes you get nothing but apologies, but then nothing changes.
So what I think is that's not a proper apology. You don't say sorry, I was drunk. That's
ridiculous. And I'm sorry, by the
Yeah.
way, I don't know why my mic has been getting cut off so many times. I don't even know if y'all even heard me in the last 5 minutes. Did I say anything in the last 5 minutes? Well, my mic's on now. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but
Oh, you can hear me
Jennifer
now. Stupid ass freaking computer. But anyway, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm okay. I'm not sorry. And I will agree with Jennifer that is a lame ass, childish, low down, scummy excuse that I was drunk. Oh, I remember my first beer too. Let me tell you that. I remember my first beer. And you cannot use that as an excuse. Okay, go to court and tell them that you were too drunk to do what you did and see how that flies. Seriously.
I mean, I think she's still on parole, so I don't know how she's drinking. Or I don't know if they could really end up testing.
Oh, I didn't mean to assault that person. I was drunk. I don't remember anything. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, that looks real mature.
But it's
mature.
even crazier, you guys, that she just leads into I needed to punch a pillow and get out these
Yeah, I
hurt
just had to get that aggression
feelings.
out. Yeah.
I had to get my psycho out.
Yeah, that is psycho too, right? Yeah.
Are you serious?
My other personality has needed to punch the pillows. The other one
That's
was
why
drunk.
the plane crashed. That's why the plane crashed. Yeah. And that's why I
Yeah.
killed all these people, in my opinion, allegedly. That's why all these people died, because I was behind the yoke, and I, pulled up real hard, and I pulled down. I was just scared. I just like a roller coaster ride. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. I was just waiting for you to finish up. I have no idea what
Go
you're
ahead,
talking
hon.
about.
I don't either.
But I don't think you have any idea what we're talking about.
I don't.
So I would.
And
So she says again, like we were showing earlier, I would never in a million years hurt anyone. I came home and was very hurt, right? So again, like I think this statement, Jennifer, is like a perfect example of DARVO right there. Like I'm innocent, I was hurt because again, like the apology wasn't authentic or genuine.
No, it is like classic Darvo because what it's saying is I was hurt. Never mind what I did to you. Never mind that I was like killing your blanket, in your headboard. But I just needed a few pillows here and there. I love you though. I love you so much. We built this life together. And I don't know why it's enough for you. See, that's classic right there. I'm sorry, but I don't know why it's not enough for you.
Great point.
I thought a new house, new furniture, and a new beginning. That's why I bought all new things for us. Now she's trying to make him feel guilty that she bought all this stuff for them. Yeah, good job, Gypsy.
Right? Exactly.
That
Yeah,
actually,
exactly.
that actually looked like a nice blanket, actually. So
I think it said like soulmates on the blanket with like little heart design. Like I think it was their blanket that said their names or something on it. I think.
well, she's rich enough; she could go buy a new one, right?
I'm sure she did. She probably replaced the blanket. She probably replaced the blanket. And then she said, so I threw some stuff around the house. Yes, took some of that anger and pain out on an object. It doesn't make it right, but I did. And then I left to spend the night here in Cutoff, Louisiana, to cool down. So
It
she was
doesn't
here in
make
town.
it right. It doesn't make it right. What is that telling you right there? They are admitting to the fact that they're wrong, in my opinion. Or
Yeah,
what do you
it's
think?
wrong, but I'll keep doing it.
Right. That's like an admission to guilt. Oh, I know it's not right, but I still did it. Like, what does that tell you right there? Never say that. Never say that. If you want to look innocent anyway, if you have any brain cells, you would know that this is a bad way to represent yourself, in my opinion.
I agree.
Horrible
And
way.
I don't know why she calls him Keenan, but I guess that's or Kenan. I don't know about that, but that's how he's in her phone. I love you with all my heart, she says. That is why it hurts so much. We built our family together, a life together, and I don't know why it's not enough for you. So she
Maybe
very
because
much
that's her
over
king.
dramatizes situations. And, you know, I feel like I'm reading a soap opera script, in my opinion.
Yeah, especially with the theatrics, with the stabbing. Yeah.
Seth says, which
Sounds about right.
personality isn't enough for you? Stab, stab, stab. Oh
Oh
my
my
gosh, Seth.
goodness.
Dang.
He likes them all. He likes them all.
Which personality?
Oh my goodness. It's great. That's great.
He gets the spicy and the psycho and yeah.
Yes, the little kid. The little kid.
The provider.
Oh my gosh, Seth. I got Seth joining the panel. Hey Seth.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
What is that?
Okay.
Somebody tell me what is going on.
Okay, sorry. Do I have a...
Is that you or is that Seth?
Seth, can you hear us? I had to put my earbud and I had to redo it.
What is that noise though?
Because I couldn't hear anything. Well, that's what I couldn't hear anything, so I was like, "Hey, Seth, can you hear me?"
It sounds like Gypsy Rose.
Oh, did Gypsy Rose just join the panel? Oh my goodness! Go on, talk, Seth. You got the floor.
The hell is going on here?
No.
All right.
Hello.
I can see him, but I can't hear anything. It sounds like
I can see the green dots moving, so I know you're not muted.
There he is. Hey, Seth. I see you, sir. How you doing, Seth? Oh, he's gone.
Now he's gone. Maybe he's gonna go out and come back in.
You gotta love we gotta love technology, though. You know. Doesn't
I
work
know,
how we
it's-
want it to. Never works how I want it to. I'll tell you that right now. I have a love-hate relationship with technology. So
Yeah, it sounds like a bunch of chipmunks. You guys, I couldn't stop laughing over here.
some of it did. I don't know what
I
the hell
couldn't
that
hear
was.
anything.
Trigger warning, chipmunk, says Little Miss Sharon. Little Miss Sharon, I know you're not caring, but I would like you to get at the fucking daddy. Anyway, I'm sorry, guys. I was sleeping, and I will go ahead and tell you. I was sleeping, and I woke up, and I went, wait, I think there's a show going on here. So, but I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. And if you don't like it, well, if you don't like it, oh, I love how quiet
I think you
I
have
got.
a comment.
Are you
I
waiting
think
for
you
me
have
to
a
say
comment in
something
the-
crazy? Oh my god!
I think you have a comment in the chat, Libra.
Oh yeah, please read it to me. What's the comment in the chat, please? Oh, is that my boy?
Can you not see it? Because I don't know if you want that read
Hey,
out
that
loud.
funny guy sounds familiar, bruh.
Hey, Seth.
I know that voice. I want to high school with him. Is that Nick? No, I don't go by Nick. Oh, hi. Seth is here. He's live. He's blinking.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you now.
Yes, sir.
Don't call me sir. I'm not.
It is what it is. I respect you.
We
You
thought
know
it was
that.
a band of chipmunks
pushing it, buddy.
that came by.
That's pushing it. Because I know who you are.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, man. Absolutely. I'm trying to figure out whenever I'm trying to find some information on some court dates. I want to be there to court with Bullhorn Betty, to be honest with you. My homeboy over here from Texas. That voice, I know it sounds like Nick. That funny. Tell me a joke. Anyway,
What are we doing?
that's not my name, but okay.
I know your name.
It's over with now. It's over with, guys. So anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean
I
to
won't say your name out loud. I'll just...
Hey, well, anyway, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to take over. So go ahead and say what you're going to say, ladies, or whoever's going to.
No, I just figured there's a lot of crazy on the panel, so I'll try to balance it off.
Okay.
Well, we appreciate you coming up for sure.
Yeah.
So this lady, what did she do? She stabbed her mom and got 10 years.
Yeah, it was a big story in Springfield, Missouri, and they got all kinds of money and trips, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, money doesn't solve crazy, obviously. Somebody should save the dog. The dog doesn't deserve it.
Oh, that poor dog.
Yeah. Poor dog, poor baby.
Hi, little Miss Sharon. And I don't know everything with you, Mama. I know a lot.
Well, and I wanted to get into this part of the live stream, right, where we apply DARVO to Sebastian's case, because it fits in multiple cases, in my opinion. And this is an interview where Seth was on Pascal show. And here's just a clip.
What did it have to do with Sebastian?
Yes. That information that had to do with Sebastian. Go ahead. What are you going to say?
Imagine being able to build an
Sorry,
app with your
guys,
name
Dad.
on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Mr. Proudfoot, Chris, people were asking why he didn't want my son around his daughter. And he kept telling me that if people keep asking the question, he's going to answer it. And turned around and stated that if he tells them, people will stop looking for Sebastian.
Really? Okay, can I ask you something before you continue on? I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm curious. When was this conversation that was had? And was that something on a podcast, or was that something between you guys behind, on your own time behind closed doors?
Yes.
So him sitting there saying, I don't want... Go ahead. What were you going to say?
It was over the phone.
Okay, so him saying, if people start asking why I don't want Sebastian around Faith, they won't go and look for Sebastian. If they found out the truth.
Yeah. That people wouldn't go look for my son.
Okay.
I had told him you don't want to go down that route.
Gotcha. And he said this between you and him.
Katie was on the phone too.
So Katie was on the phone as well. Okay. So what was the conversation like? I mean, was this just a regular conversation, or was this a full-on blown out argument?
I think he tried to make it one. It wasn't going to be one.
Okay.
I did get heated because I didn't appreciate him saying that, when it's like, dude, it's just another time that you and his mom have failed him. And I'm sitting here trying to put the pieces back together.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
My whole issue about that is, if you cared that much for my son as you do your daughter, that you don't want my son around because there's a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Why weren't you thinking about that when he's under your roof?
No doubt.
Boom.
What was the origin of this actual fight or argument or discussion on this phone that would spawn him saying that in the first place? What started this?
People were asking during podcasts why he didn't want my son around his daughter.
So this happened because, okay.
People were asking questions.
People were asking questions like the smart, intelligent people that they are. Go ahead.
Why don't you bash around your daughter? People were asking, Chris, why don't you want Sebastian around your daughter? I see people in chat that were asking me all the time, why doesn't Chris want Sebastian around his daughter? There's your answer.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So you're telling me that he looks at Sebastian like some sort of predator?
Yeah.
Wow. But why? Because of what happened to him in California under his supervision, or under him and Katie Proudfoot's supervision?
That, and the fact that he hasn't got the correct help. In California, he was seeing a doctor by the name of Dr. Franny at Balboa, and she didn't appreciate the fact that I stood up and used a stern voice with her and told her she wasn't doing anything for my son by letting him play with toys and choose what movie he gets to watch when he gets out of the thing. That's not helping him. That's not the proper therapy. I'm already researching this. She wasn't. What's the word I'm looking for? She wasn't qualified for that type of therapy, because that's a different type of therapy for traumatic sexual abuse, and that's a different type of class.
All right. And you're sure of that? Are you sure of that? That she didn't have the credentials to handle that type of therapy?
Yes.
Okay. And, you know, Seth, I would absolutely research help and options just as you did. It's my opinion that I think that they weren't getting Sebastian the help that he needed and deserved because they were hiding what happened. But please correct me if I'm wrong.
I think it's more like not hiding it, they just didn't want to acknowledge their failures.
That's a good point.
100. 100. The lack of accountability says a lot. With now, you have to remember who we are dealing with here. The lack of accountability. They're not going to ever admit
You would think
accountability.
that the military would teach you accountability.
Right. Right.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. But there's pieces of shit everywhere. So, I mean,
Some of them wear uniforms. We all know that, you know, not every
Absolutely.
law enforcement person's a good guy. So,
absolutely. I know there's a sheriff in town that I don't have very much respect
well,
for.
I wonder what county you're talking about. God, could
Oh,
be any
could it
county
be
in Nashville. I mean, in Tennessee.
Yeah, could it be Sumner County by chance that arrests people for? I mean, for real, for
expressing their First Amendment.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I'm not
It
talking
would
about.
help me if you're driving and I think that I've had too much and you're going to get arrested for a DUI.
I was pulled over for driving too slow in Sumner County for driving too slow.
You know, in the state of Tennessee, there's actually not a minimum speed limit anywhere. That means if I'm on 24 driving along and the speed limit's posted at 70 and I feel like I want to do 45, I can do 45. You can honk your horn all you want. I can get pulled over and asked if I'm okay. But if I look at him and be like, no, I just felt like doing 45.
Yeah.
They can't give me a ticket.
Yeah.
Because
That's
Tennessee is kind of, you know, ass backwards.
Absolutely.
Ass backwards is a good assessment.
Bass backwards. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, let's leave the fish out of it. It had nothing to do with it.
Hey, there's nothing to see here. There's nothing to see here.
Just
So
sweep
move
it
along.
under the rug.
Move along and pay your court fees. You know, come up here and
I need a
drag your
raise.
ass.
Pay your court fees. I need a raise. Pay your court fees.
Yep. I need a raise. Pay your court fees. Drag
You
your
know, I
ass
need
to
to buy
court.
this, you know, $1 million house.
That's more important than anything else. But yeah, what are your thoughts, lady? What do you think? I mean,
I just think it's odd that they. I mean, I do think it's odd that the sheriff could afford something, a big house like that. Now, don't get me wrong. There can be some
he
ways.
probably can't even afford it. To be honest with you, it was probably given to him as a what do you call that? Bribing. I would call it probably, in my opinion, allegedly bribing.
We all know he has a badge.
Bribery.
Even though he was elected, so it's
yeah,
extortion.
Dumbasses.
Not bribery, it's extortion.
Extortion. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the correction.
So there were a couple of stories that we've covered here where there were officers skimming off the top in order to do other things. So I'm saying it's not unheard of.
Oh,
well, we know that. Look at all the fraud that's going on, you know, coast to coast in the United States.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
And you know, thank God we can at least attempt to exploit this crap and put it out there and let people know, look,
Expose, not exploit.
And not exploit. Yeah, no, expose. No, you're right.
Yeah.
Expose it.
It's
Not
language
exploit. Yeah,
art.
they're exploiting their citizens, and we're exposed. We're trying to. We're attempting to expose
We're
them
being
as they
exploited.
exploit us. They exploit us, and we expose them.
I mean,
it's crazy.
Yeah, and I think it's a long time coming with Sumner County Sheriff's Office because it does appear that there's just something that doesn't add up.
the meth
I
isn't
know.
mething. I mean, the math isn't mething. I mean, the meth isn't mething. Does somebody have a dollar bill? I'm hiding in the woods,
In God we trust. I mean,
searching for a missing child, hiding in the woods. Watch out!
Oh, are you talking about a crab? Something to do with the crabs in a tree?
I'm sorry,
tree?
I'm not allowed to state names.
Tree with crabs in it or something
Yeah.
like that.
Those would be palm trees.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, don't blame my
Yeah.
palm trees now.
He was caught. He was caught by himself. I love it when people self-incriminate. It's just nothing more better than that. When you self-incriminate and you're doing drugs, looking for
Yeah, he wasn't even sharing with anybody.
right. At least share, dude. Come
Now
on.
we
dude.
know what he was doing.
Oh my God, that's horrible. Horrible.
Yeah, it's pretty bad if you don't know that you're doing it and you tape yourself doing it and then you post yourself doing it.
Then you
That's
cry,
the problem I had with the whole situation. I was like, I don't even know. I
and then
should
you
repost
try to
this
hide
if I
yourself. And this is another thing. You try to hide
Then he
yourself.
goes to the demonic portal to take a urinalysis from, Jesus.
That was a scary place. That made me feel bad for him. I was like, don't do it
I
there.
wouldn't feel bad for him. I was hoping he'd fall in.
Oh
I
no.
don't feel bad at all. I don't feel bad at all.
You know?
No, he did it to himself.
You do this to yourself. And then you turn around. And
Well,
do
Witchy
another
Mama,
thing.
he wasn't puffing on anything. He
Witchy Mama.
He was snorting stuff off of a dollar bill, And the
There's
last time I checked, even Adderall doesn't come with a crush up and snort through a dollar bill. So,
Nope.
Yeah, last time I checked, that's pretty crazy to do that by yourself in the woods.
So are you saying you should do it with a lot of people in the woods?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how that goes. I don't
I mean,
get down with the
we
sniffy
know
dip.
about Florida guy now, and we know that you live in Florida.
Oh, could he possibly be white?
I know it's lovely here.
Yeah, gators, snapping turtles, saltwater crocs.
No, Seth, I legitimately saw a video today. It made me think of you. It was a crocodile versus an alligator, and they were literally duking it out in the street somewhere.
And
in Tampa
check this
Bay.
out. They both taste really
Is it
good.
They both taste pretty good. Is that the video where you see the alligator's jaw got broke by the croc?
Yes, they were chomping each other's jaws.
Yeah, that's an old video.
It's an old video, yeah. And I saw it today, and I'm like, oh my gosh! And like, yeah, those lizards are big.
Those are not lizards.
Yeah.
Reptilian, but not.
Now I'm just getting a mental image of Lady Freedom driving through the Taco Bell place with a little dog on her shoulder going, "Here, lizard, lizard, lizard." Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Oh man,
that's too funny.
What do you think, Jennifer? How you doing, by the way? I'm sorry. I feel like you're stuck in the back room or something.
No, she's writing another book.
yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing over here. I'm writing about alligators and
They taste good though. They taste really good.
Ain't nothing like gator on a stick and fresh squeezed lemonade.
Oh, I love fried alligator now.
Oh, what does it taste like? Chicken?
No, it tastes like gators.
It's yeah, you can't explain that. You can't explain that. It tastes good.
It tastes better than chicken. It tastes better than beef.
Oh, way better than both.
Really?
Yeah, way. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What is it? The tail that you eat?
Well, I mean,
You can eat the tail.
depends on your preference. I mean, what do you want?
None of it. None of
None
it.
of
I'm
it.
scared. I don't
And
want
you're
it.
in Florida.
You never. You can't say that. The only reason you can say that is because you haven't tried it yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After what I witnessed today on the video, I'm just gonna steer clear of anything that's not like the little tiny guys that run around.
Well, yeah.
And now she's talking about iguanas.
Iguana.
Oh.
No, they freeze if it gets too cold, and they just fall out of the tree and they lay there until they warm back up. It's really weird.
I love I love the way that God create, in my opinion, okay guys, everybody, whatever, I believe in God, and I believe God created this planet, and I think it's an amazing wonder what God has done, and it's a very wild world.
Yeah, I
we
just
live
can't
in.
believe he left us in charge of taking care of it. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And we're primates. Like, it's so crazy, man. There's so many stories. There's so many stories.
Most of the time with your mama, if you see gator, it's either most of the time they'll advertise it as either gator or gator tail.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I've seen. The tail.
But you don't know if it's the tail or not.
Ew, that doesn't make me want to try it anymore when you say it.
I want to try it more.
Know
Now
what
you
it
said
is exactly. Just eat it. It's good.
I'm the opposite. He made me hungry talking about this. You're making me hungry.
Gator's all white meat, so I mean,
okay. Well, see, that's why I think of chicken.
It's not like a hot dog.
It's not like chicken either. It's weird. It's hard to explain. You can't explain it. You can't.
It isn't like chicken at all.
Not in my opinion. No, it's
Chicken. You have white meat, dark meat. Thighs, wings, legs, whatever you want to call it. Gator is just gator.
Yeah, gator is its own
says
thing.
no thanks.
Yeah, it's
Don't
its
knock
own
it
thing.
until you try it.
Exactly.
I mean, it's really good.
Have you ever had gator, Jennifer, or do you desire to have a piece of gator to try?
I would say no. I've never tried it. My dad lived in Louisiana for like 2 years, and I went down there.
Oh, there's a lot in Louisiana, my friend.
Yeah,
There's-
well, let's
all you
just
gotta
say
do-
I'm a big reptile fanatic, so I don't think I could.
So I'm not. They're good with barbecue sauce. They're good with.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, maybe I would probably try it, but I'm not gonna
You really?
go
Okay.
commit for Gypsy Rose
like
murder.
Chinese food?
I'm not gonna be stabbing over here. So.
I remember that this lady got arrested in New York for catching the birds in the park. She was using bread. All right, this old Oriental lady. All right, and she was taking a plastic bag and swooping up the birds in the bag, and then going back, and she was cooking them. And yes, they ran a restaurant. Okay.
Oh, I know all about that.
You never really know what you're eating unless you are the one that catches it, cleans it, and cooks it.
Yeah, I'd agree. I agree.
That's a scary thought because I'm kind of picky, and now I'm like, oh.
I am not eating pigeons. Okay.
Hell no. Yeah.
But you
that's
over
dirty.
here like pigeons? No. Pigeons are nasty.
Oh no. Yeah. No. But we're not
I
doing
had
that.
pigeons as pets. I raised pigeons.
Them and
Don't anybody look at those pigeons like you're gonna eat them because Jennifer will get you.
Well, I admit they're kind of filthy, but
And there's nothing wrong with goat.
but
Or
I like them. They're great animals. They're very very
Valley
companionable.
Gal, I'm gonna have to say those were probably not real gator nuggets.
They're not to Valley Gala. They're not gator. I was about to say she said she's had gator nuggets.
In Knoxville, I don't know about that.
Knoxville has fake gator nugs.
Oh, there's fake gator in a lot of places, man. Let me tell you. I went to Michigan and they tried to sell me gator, and I was like, "Look, dude, this is Lake Michigan, dude, and Lake Erie. You don't have gators, but I love the sales point. You're trying to sell me. Well, that's cute, cool. All right, I'll eat your fried alligator, but I know it's not really fried alligator, you know."
I mean,
Is it just some other type of fish? Does it taste like fish?
It's hard to explain. It's.
I'm sorry. I'm still trying to like figure out what it tastes like.
I love it. I love it.
It's great. It tastes to me. It's better than chicken.
It's good. I like it.
You guys are really like into it.
Growing up in South
she would
Georgia,
try some gator meat.
when we had the crawfish festival, the catfish festival, there was always gator on a stick and fresh squeezed lemonade.
Oh yeah.
Huh.
There you go. It's hearty.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And it's not like when you bite into something and it's not soft, it's not hard, it's just that right. I don't know. You can't explain it. You just have to try it. You have to try it, lady. We're gonna buy you. So, from what I gather,
some gator nuggets in the mail.
I will.
Oh no, we'll just send her a live gator and be like, "See,
no, Seth.
Yeah, I'll catch him myself. I don't give a fuck. I'll fucking wrestle him.
They have a nasty bite force, but you can actually take your hands and hold their mouth shut.
Absolutely.
See, they have a bite force going down, but they don't have a lot of force to open.
You remember Happy Gilmore, one of my favorite movies of all time. Happy Gilmore. He got your hand, Chubb, but I got his head. Yeah.
And then he fell out the window.
Poor Chubbs.
I'm hoping that you're suggesting sending me a live gator because you want me to skin it and make sure I know it's authentic.
Lady,
so I'm really getting the experience. I want to go back to that statement.
We don't have to travel where you're at. You're in Florida.
Yeah, easiest way to skin them though is an air compressor.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. You guys are grossing me out.
What? Grossing you out?
Slice them, you pop the air, and it'll blow the skin off of the whole thing.
Gator is delicious. Are you freaking kidding me? If only you knew. Okay, she doesn't know, Seth. She has no idea. Gator is delicious, man.
Can you put hot sauce on it?
You can.
Yeah.
You can. I mean, but damn, I'll eat it raw. I don't give a fuck.
You just go over there and snap his tail open and eat it.
I'll snap his head off. I don't give a crap. Let's go.
I want to see that. I want to get into a fight with a gator.
Wouldn't that be funny? It'd be like it'd be probably like a doll, like a fake ass AI. I'll be over here. Yeah.
Oh, no, it'd just be one of those little blow up things floating in Lady Freedom.
Blow up.
Oh my god, Seth, you're trying to give me a heart attack.
I'm dying over here.
I saw that thing like walking
LaSalle,
on his legs.
Michigan.
He's all
Yes,
tall,
LaSalle.
walking like he's like big pimping in the streets trying to go after.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Lived in South Georgia, right there by Naval Base, and there would be a line backed up because in South Georgia, if they're in the middle of the road, you cannot get out and move them.
Oh,
Not to mention, I wouldn't recommend getting out and trying to move an alligator anyways. But there'd be a 15, 17-foot alligator in the middle of the entrance to the base. Nobody's going to go out there and move it.
So you're saying they have the right of way because they're scarier than us?
Well, that's the laws too. And remember this, you guys ever research owls? I love owls. They could be very beautiful too. And there's people that rescue
Not as
owls.
chewy, Titch.
Yeah. Owls will come
Octopus is
down and they'll pick up
Gator
a
is
snake off the road and they will get hit by a truck, and then people rescue them, and then there's like, here's a rescued owl. Those can do a 360 with their head. Owls can be very beautiful animals, and but they attack reptilians and they eat
They
them.
also attack other birds.
Yes.
They'll
Yes.
eat hawks and stuff like that too.
Yeah, man.
See, and I'm like from Chicago, so this Michigan guy, he knows, what I'm talking about. Like, I'm not used to seeing these big gators duking it out on the road.
Well, see,
Like-
the thing is with gators is that you got a gator out in the middle of the road, and if you hit it, you're getting a ticket. Not to mention, it will mess
So
up your vehicle.
crazy. So
Oh, I
crazy.
bet.
But you have to have a license. You have to have your hunting license, and you have to have tags to hunt gator.
Yeah.
It's just like a deer.
Oh, yeah, they do, like deer. Yeah, I did hear that, Seth. That's interesting that you say that, because, yeah, I did hear that, too.
Yeah, man.
Now when she's going to send me a blow-up gator, she said, for the pool.
So we can wrestle. Hey, make some practice. You know
Something I can wrestle. You want me to
practice?
Oh, my
Yeah,
goodness.
it's awesome.
Oh,
I love that. I love that. I love
That's
that.
hilarious. I can just see me out there.
I imagine Gato to taste similar to octopus. Am I right?
Oh.
Very
Gator is
meaty
not
and
chewy.
Nah,
If gator's
yeah.
done right, it'll melt in your mouth like a good sirloin steak.
Yeah, I agree, Seth. Absolutely.
How do we get to talking about alligators?
Because you're not here and you just disappeared.
Because
How
you're
about
writing
that?
a book.
She has literally
Yeah.
been here the whole time.
And
I
you're
know,
just-
she's literally
Here,
been
listen
here
to
the whole
you. Oh.
You're in the backdrop, just
What
analyzing
happened
everything.
was I got on panel and everybody just there goes their mouth.
No, what happened was you guys crashed my live. No, I'm just kidding.
Crash the line.
Wow. All right,
Crack
well,
the lid.
I have my own channel.
We were doing a really good live and you guys just crash it.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll leave now.
Over to my channel.
I'm gone.
I'm
Well,
teasing
y'all
you
have a
guys.
good
I'm
night.
just teasing you. I
You
love
guys
having
have
you
a
guys
good-
up here.
Yeah,
well,
we're just
yeah.
Only halfway teasing right
As soon
now.
as we start talking about going away, then she's like, I believe she's hitting us with the what is it, DARVO now?
No, and it was my fault because I told Seth that I saw that video and I was like, hey, I saw the video because he was telling me that, there's differences between the gators.
I've had rattlesnake before. Gator to me tastes better than rattlesnake, but I like rattlesnake too.
Oh,
No,
Lord.
that's like the nasty ass honey badger just going after the cobras.
Cobras.
No, rattlesnake. Why would I eat a cobra?
Cobras.
Because that's
That's
what the nasty ass honey badger
poisonous.
likes to eat.
What are you
You know what's really fun about rattlesnakes is that after you skin them, because first you cut their head off, because you have to be careful. They can still bite you after you cut their head off. But
What?
you cut their head off and then you skin them and then you throw them in the skillet and they keep swirling around in the skillet. Even though they're
That's
dead,
wild.
it's firing all the neurons and all the nerves on their skin.
Yeah.
And they just keep moving around the pan until they're done cooked.
Woo!
Wow.
Can you imagine, lady?
No. That's why I don't like to cook the crabs and stuff that are alive. They're like, Then I feel bad for them. I'm like, sorry.
You don't feel bad. What the hell are you talking about? So
I
we
feel
gotta-
bad for them.
Feel bad. No, what is that country song? I like it. I hear it in the background. Whoa.
Have you ever eaten steak, Jennifer? Because it's a hard no for me.
Hard no.
Have I ever?
There's
Have
a
you
place
ever
in
eaten steak
Idaho that used to go fish.
No, I haven't eaten any of that crazy stuff. I haven't eaten
Really?
alligator,
Oh,
snakes,
River.
We gotta,
rats, none of it.
Seth.
Rats.
We gotta teach these ladies
Squirrels.
what
I
real
don't want to
food
get the
is.
hantavirus, you know?
I know. I
Somebody
know.
talk
I would
about-
watch the prepper
Hey,
shows and they'd
let's
have all
not
the
finish-
animals and I would like,
Let's-
I can't
let's
kill
not-
both the animals.
Let's not confuse wildlife that you can eat with furries, okay?
Furries.
No, furries.
Yeah, with your mom over
disgusting.
here saying she saw squirrels with glitter running around.
Witchy mama. Yes, sir. My friend says, yes, sir. I agree.
She said true
True story.
story.
Mm-hmm.
She said
Yeah, you
true
can't-
story.
Okay, you can't replicate that stuff. You can't compare it to chicken. You can't compare it to cow.
Well, it's like when you come down to squirrels and a lot of rodents, they're really greasy. I mean,
They're so
a lot of
Wow.
game is really greasy. I mean,
You're making me hungry, sir. You're making me hungry talking about this.
there's a
And these
reason why
ladies-
We're on
some of that gaminess.
She said, "Can I get on another show?" Is that what you said, Jen?
No, I said I feel like I'm watching one of those shows on TV that are like for hunting, you know, fishing and
Oh.
hunting.
We love doing that.
Rabbit is good, but you know that you actually burn. You can't get enough calories from eating rabbit. You'll starve.
Oh wow!
Alone. Yep.
Wow.
Okay, so we're learning survival skills over
I've never
here
eaten bear.
in case
Yeah.
Gypsy Rose comes after one of us.
I
Right,
know
exactly.
somebody that used to trap rabbits. He had a little rabbit trap thing for his apartment. It's so crazy, but it's true. And he had so the rabbits would, it's so crazy. Walk into this like tunnel type thing that he built, and he'd go and I don't know what the hell he's doing. Kind of made me worry about it, but yeah. I
It
like,
kind of made me worry about him. You said,
yeah, it did, because I was like, what is he doing? And my
concerning.
oh yeah, she told me, she was like, he traps them, and I was like, man, what the hell? Because we were near at the time living at a wooded area, and so there's you see a lot of snakes there too, high weeds and snakes and all sorts of stuff. And this guy set up a trap to lure excuse me, rabbits in. Yes, sir. Yeah, it was wild, and you see him do it. You see
First
him.
time I ever went hunting, my dad told me rabbit hunting.
Yeah. Oh, did he?
Yeah, I was like 5.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, you have to. I mean, there's times that I felt so bad because we found rabbits getting attacked by dogs, and
Sounds good with you, mama. I'll take bear steak.
A bear steak. I've had bison burger. I have had a bison burger. I will say that.
bison burger. I
It
like
was a
that.
bison burger. It was good. It was like
It
it's
was
meat.
labeled as a bison burger, but it was probably horse.
Oh hell no! You did not just say that. Gross. Ew. I watched the whole documentary.
If you've ever eaten Taco Bell, remember Taco Bell got sued because they had horse meat in their food.
Yes, they did.
Holy
Yes, that was
moly!
And you know what? Nobody stopped going to Taco Bell.
Ew, no, they did. They're like, I'll take a Baja
I
Blast
did.
with some of that horse meat.
Oh
That's
hell
disgusting.
yeah! I'm still getting
Yeah.
the chalupa, baby. I want that chalupa. Yeah, let's go.
Can I get
Let's
extra
go.
horse meat, please?
Yeah. Oh, I want it crispy. And what pisses me off, though, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. When I go to I love Taco Bell. Eating plenty of South Texas cotton. Okay, my friend here said eating plenty of South Texas cottontail
He put
rabbit.
rabbit in quotations, so I'm wondering if he's really talking about rabbit.
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
Cottontail.
Oh, there's no
I've had
telling.
Cottontail myself, buddy.
Hey, you see a lot of stuff in South Texas now. Oh yeah. I've seen a lot down
You're
there.
right,
Hello.
Witchy Mama. I mean, when you start mixing meat and stuff in there, when you mix game and stuff in with hamburger, you know, kids will never know.
Oh shit!
Oh
It
no, they
makes me
won't.
think of Peter Cottontail, and that's so sad.
It's so
Well, he
sad.
should have left the mice alone, okay?
Damn.
Scooping up the
Oh,
field
Curtains
mice
for
and
you,
bopping
Peter
them on the head.
Cottontail. I'm
Down came the
hungry.
fairy godmother and said, "Guess what? Barbecue sauce."
yeah, man.
Oh, okay. To distinguish it from the jackrabbit. Oh.
Next thing he's gonna be talking about a jackalope.
Wait till wait.
Go egg my baby.
Well, to distinguish.
Fast as
Well,
fast can be. You'll never catch me. America's
ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun. You know what I'm saying?
Witchy. If you have a cottontail, you need to
Witchy
charm them.
mama.
No, that is not the right kind of cottontail, okay? You need to take a shower if you have that type of cottontail.
Take a shower. Take a shower.
Oh man, the EU had the same thing happen with ready meals. Oh, they used horse meat, and the whole of the UK was up in arms. Oh wow. Twitch says we had a special love of horses here and do not eat the meat knowingly. I mean, we're like that here too. I think Twitch. I was appalled, even though again, I have
She went
eaten
through Taco Bell twice that day.
even though I went to Taco Bell for dinner later that night. That's terrible, Jennifer, right? Oh my goodness, girl.
Nope, I'm just over here writing away.
You can leave this chapter out.
No.
Well, this has been interesting. This has been an interesting turn of events, but I'm glad. I'm glad. Because I didn't know there were so many things on this planet that were edible in terms of wildlife.
Well, now we've got the whole.
Hey, listen, when you can turn around and jump on the internet and buy chocolate-covered grasshoppers, what else do you think there is out there?
Oh, that's weird too.
Chocolate
some
covered
for dinner.
grasshoppers. Let's go.
Those are nasty.
Go with the dark chocolate covered, okay? They're the best.
Dark chocolate. Thank you.
Tastes like cardboard.
Yes, it does. Yes, cardboard is a good. That is accurate.
Oh, so they haven't eaten gator and they're complaining about horse meat while they drive through Taco Bell.
Hey, hey! Now, in my defense,
but dried grasshoppers with chocolate covered on them taste like cardboard.
Hey, in my defense here, I didn't want to eat the grasshopper. I was at some event, and I didn't know.
Either, okay.
Hey, I didn't know because I was hungry and somebody had a bag of chips and I thought they were, chips, but they were like made out of
They
crickets.
want a bag of chips.
Oh no.
Yeah, they had it all fancy. It looked like just a bag of tortilla chips and I was really hungry.
Oh no.
And I started to kind of wonder why it tasted so bland and like cardboard. And I found out it was cricket chips.
Cricket chips.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, cricket chips should be with some wasabi.
No, it's literally crickets. It was like what was it? It was this big event where all the local people who make their own stuff come and sell everything natural, and I didn't realize every single product that they had was made out of crickets. It's like save the world, save the planet, eat more crickets.
Oh, I saw that on the news. Now that you say that, I know what you're talking about.
Hey,
yeah.
What was that movie that had? What was it? That joke of a person that played Captain America. He was on the train.
Captain.
I don't know. I'm still tripping that there's a whole movement about eating. Why can't we just let them frolic in the grass and let them be? We have to dunk them in chocolate.
I don't know. It's so gross though. Yeah. Like crickets are gonna keep me alive. It
Good
I
source
don't
of
know what
protein.
movie.
They're obviously running out of meat. I think the moral of this story is they're running out of meat, and now we're talking about other options that we may have to eat instead of.
Snowpiercer. That's the movie.
Oh, yeah, you know when I saw it, and that's what I was thinking of. I
Oh.
couldn't think of the title though. That was weird. That was a weird movie. Interesting but weird.
Ew, it's between chicken and fish, Witchy Mama says. Oh.
Don't believe everything AI tells you, but okay.
I know. No, but I mean, at least we have a point of reference. So, chicken and mild white fish, like grouper catfish. So, is that why it's so easily passed off as fish?
See, I like catfish. Yeah, but you'll
Yeah.
never find somebody someplace selling actual gator like it's catfish because gator's expensive.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Now they might be passing off catfish like it's gator, Knoxville. We got this straight from the Scumberland.
Yeah, exactly.
To Scumberland. Oh, Lord. When Jen told me that they call it the Scumberland, I started laughing. I was like, "Oh my goodness!"
Well, you know, when companies can pay the fines instead of the instead of actually fixing the problem, that's a problem. If they would rather pay the fines because it's cheaper than fixing the problem, that's an issue. And that waterway, the Cumberland, goes clear up into the Mississippi all the way down into the ocean. So just think of all the pollutants that's going around there. Not to mention, think of how many dead bodies are in the Cumberland.
Oh man, you know. Oh man, I just that's so crazy, but so true. It's the river, man, the river.
Old Hickory Lake, that wasn't always a lake. There's actually houses and roads underneath there.
Yeah.
Oh, really? They flooded the area out? There's an area like that in Missouri
Well,
too.
I mean, think about it. We're talking about
Any place,
here.
any place that there's a dam, you know, the TVA does not give a rat's. They will literally kill people to take their land.
Yeah,
Wow.
I agree completely.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I guess I never realized that.
So the if you ever think that they give a damn, think again.
You know, our government does not really care about us.
No,
the
they
problem with
don't.
that is that people get elected in there and then they're like, oh, I got the money. Why do I care about anybody else?
They're the
That is where the Bible comes into play and says the want of money is the root of all evil.
Yes, the love of money.
Absolutely.
The love of money is the root of all evil. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's got its purposes.
The love of money. And we have enough of those here, don't we? Yeah, absolutely.
On YouTube? Oh, yeah, everybody.
Oh, yeah, everywhere. And, that reminds me of going back to the Sharilla, the parents. I just get so disgusted when can y'all hear me?
Anybody remember the book? Yeah, we can hear you. But what about the book? What was it? What is it? Refried Worms.
The book Refried Worms?
Yeah.
How to Eat Refried Worms.
I remember that book. It was like, yeah.
Huh.
It's like a kid's book, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember. That was in like 6th grade for me. I don't remember.
Book by Thomas Rockwell. Wait a minute. Did the author just say she didn't remember a book?
I haven't read that book.
Oh, the blasphemy.
Recently.
Hey,
Oh,
I gotta
Seth,
look. You're not alone, ladies. I have to check this out too.
I love this stuff. See, that's what I'm talking about. I love learning new things. I love give me a book to read. Damn it, I hate it. I hate that our society has gotten so dumbed down that we're just told what to do. We do what we're told, and
It's like one of the things I was always told: only believe half of what you read and
yeah.
nothing of what you hear.
Oh yeah,
True.
absolutely. I completely agree. Like this is just it's gone haywire. Like am I a robot? I guess I'm a robot, and I'm gonna. You ever see these robots that AI made, by the way, or people? Well, AI is made by human anyway. And
How
then,
about this? When it comes to AI, I'm tired of all these AI commercials for video games.
oh my god,
It's like,
the worst.
oh, I put on my helmet, and then the spaceship blows up, and they go flying out, and there's no helmet on them.
Yeah.
And then they land on the planet, and it's like, well, first of all, we know that the person's not alive anymore. They were just floating through space. Okay. And yet, kids are going to see these commercials and be like, no, you can breathe in space because no, you can't. The next thing you know, AOC is going to be like, oh, you can breathe in space. I don't need a helmet. No, you need a helmet, lady. You need a bicycle helmet.
Yeah, you need a brain cell.
That's what I told Steve Chirilla that he needs a helmet, Seth, the other day.
Oh, I know a few
It was him
people.
anyway. I told someone they needed a helmet.
To be honest with you, Lady Freedom, I know a few people that should carry a helmet if they know it's better for them.
I know.
Well, yeah, because they don't have those. They have to hold the brain cells in they got, so they.
Not even that. Just if you know it's good for you, you should probably put something on that head. Yeah,
I like C.S. Lewis. That's a good author there. I've read all the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe series. All of those books. I've read all the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
I've read so many books.
I love those.
There's nothing like a book.
I had Sebastian reading what is it? Clive Cussler books.
Oh. Yeah.
What are those about?
You ever watch they did one conversion on it from a book to a movie, and it was Sahara.
Okay.
Where they were in the desert and they found the old Civil War boat that had they had the printed coins that the Civil War was about to use, and they found that boat. It's kind of like another national treasure type.
Ooh.
I love that stuff.
Yeah.
I love that.
But
so Sebastian really liked to get down with that kind of reading, like history and things like that.
Yeah, well, he would be underneath his bed with his flashlight during the day, reading the book. I'm like, hey, I love it.
Love that.
Do it,
Yeah.
do it, kid. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
It's like, you want to go? We can go over to Books A Million, get a couple books. You go to a library, get a couple books. Whenever we went on road trips, one of the things that I'd love to do is when you go through small towns during the day, stop at their libraries, because they always have those 25-cent, racks where they're selling books. And it's like, a lot of his books actually came from there. He's got dinosaur encyclopedia books and everything. And it's like, pick them out, grab yourself 5 or 6 books, and we're talking about, I get out of there spending less than $10 and, we get 10 or 15 hardback books.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. And then, hey, you get like all kinds of stories and imagine, you use your imagination. You can transport yourself anywhere. That's what I love about books, because it's not like you're like getting the visual, you have to use your imagination.
Butterflies in the sky, I can go twice as high.
Yeah, let's go.
Take a look. It's in a book. Reading Rainbow.
Oh, I love that show. I love that show so much. Thank you, Seth. Yes. I love that show. And that guy, was he not on
He was on Star Trek
Star
too.
Trek?
Yes.
Yes, he had the coolest glasses. Like
That's because he was technically blind.
yes, I love. Oh, what's his name? Can you remember his name? I can't remember his freaking name. Yes, Reading Rainbow, and I love Mr. Rogers, and I love how Mr. Rogers was so OCD, and he would take and he'd nice and neatly hang up his sweater and.
It was a cardigan.
The cardigan, yes.
Cardigan, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I love that. And yeah, man, that's some of my favorite shows growing up as a kid. And he's just always right, you know. And Bob Ross, shouts to Bob Ross. Yeah, I make fun of this loser that's Shrilla's father of this Mackenzie Shrilla case or whatever. But I really always loved, because I'm an artist myself personally. I love to draw. I love to paint. I love to make stories. I love to speak, and I love all this stuff. I'm an artist. But excuse me, I'm gonna be mean now. And but this guy sits here and makes other artists look stupid. I'm a teacher. What do you teach? Oh, I teach art. It's like,
Well,
okay.
Back to Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, you know that Daniel Tiger, the cartoon, is actually Daniel the Tiger was one of the puppets in Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
Puppets.
Oh yeah, when he'd go to the other imaginary place.
Let's pause right there. Puppet. That says oh boy. Let me tell you. Huh. Interesting. Absolutely.
Well, everybody, you have a good one. It is 4:30 in the morning, and I need to go raise hell.
Yeah, you did do it, Seth. I appreciate you coming up. Look at me just mic drops it.
I love it. I love
the hell.
Would you?
We love Seth. Thanks, Seth, for coming up.
What did I do to you, Seth? I am sorry, but I love you, and I know you're gonna see. I hope you watch this later, but we all love you, Seth, and we appreciate you coming up and giving your time for this, and putting your input on the subject. So
yep.
Yeah, I should have asked Seth if he's ever dealt with anybody crazy like that.
Oh, I know.
Seth, get back up here. I got some questions.
Lady, I know.
I'm just playing.
Well, lady, I and personally, I know Seth has had to deal with somebody crazy. Let's not go there.
Oh yeah.
Let's not go there.
Allegedly, right?
Allegedly, and in my opinion, he has dealt with somebody. He woke up, he was being beat upon, he was being abused, and so let's not go there.
See now.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
Guys, hey, that's why Jen and I were having the conversation, because it's not just women that deal with it. It is men too, and especially in this day and age, everybody's gone crazy. So,
hey guys, I can't stay on much longer either. I wasn't even planning to be up till 4:30.
Oh, so I see how this is roll.
I know. I was so trying to keep us on task, Jennifer. They crashed our live.
Yeah.
Bad boys, what you gonna do?
What you gonna do when they come for you, bad cops? What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad cops, bad cops. You making this stuff up? Oh, are you gonna serenade?
I love that Jennifer wants to do the reggae beat. Like I got this reggae
I don't got no drums over here, but
I have a guilty.
Oh.
By the way, I have a guilty confession, guys. I like Mariah Carey. I think she's beautiful. I think she sings beautiful. I think she looks beautiful. I think she's just beautiful.
good for
Yeah.
you.
Oh, good for me. Well, let me tell you something, okay? You telling me? Well, fine, okay? I'll take that. But let me tell you.
You tell me on a daily basis a different chick all the time is beautiful.
1,000,000 times a daily basis I listen to this lady sing. Her name's Mariah Carey. She's beautiful. And if you don't like it,
she was off key one time. I remember.
well, one time.
She was lip syncing one time. I'm just kidding. That's all alleged.
Are you saying that? Okay, you know what? We're not going to be friends anymore. Please block me.
Are you
Block
her next baby daddy?
Block me.
Are you her next baby daddy?
Block me.
Does she have? I don't even think
you didn't answer the question.
That's right.
I am not that. As far as I know, I am not her baby daddy. As far as I know,
I didn't say you're her baby daddy. I said, are you going to be her baby daddy?
well, I don't know that.
Baby daddy.
Friend. I don't know this. I cannot. All right, Maury Povich, come out here. You are.
Oh God, Seth is back. Seth is back.
The father. You are the father. I love that show.
I'm about to say your name out loud.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh boy.
Speaking of Mariah Carey,
I love Mariah.
Yeah, get it. I gotta go brush.
We know this. We know this.
You know, drowned it out with something. Probably like Drano. But you see all the people that are bowing out, that are canceling for not going to the 250th anniversary of the United States, saying, "Oh, well, you know, it's not, you know, it's being put on." They're saying that it's all based because Trump's going to be there, and it's like it's the 250th anniversary of the United States.
Yeah.
It's being brought and put together by a nonprofit that literally has Democrats and Republicans on their board, which I really don't give a rat's because I'm an independent, and
yeah, same here.
You know, we should all be independents, and we should all tell rhinos and hippopotamuses and everything to go jump off a bridge. But
I agree.
The fact that some of these
government
people are like,
the government is all I gotta say.
Yeah, man.
I pay my taxes.
I just think it's ridiculous that, again, these people who are they're letting politics divide them. It's supposed to be the 250th year of the United States. It's the birthday of the United States of America. And these people are like, oh, well, you know, you know what? If you can't come and sit there and sing for the fact that the country that you live in is turning 250 years old, politics aside, we're turning 250 years old.
Yeah.
We're still a fledgling country. And yet you can't even pull your head out of the toilet long enough to try to bring unity together. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, amen to that.
Yeah. Bravo.
Well said. And I agree completely.
And Witchy says the more divided we are, the easier it is for them to control us. And I believe that too.
They divide us by politics, and then they turn around and they use politics to divide us by color, which is bullshit because we're all different colors. Then they turn around and they divide us by religion. And then they try to divide us by ethics, and then they try to divide us by our cultural backgrounds.
Yep.
Oh, 100%.
And we're trying to, and here we are trying to find a young man that's missing, and so just walk, quote unquote, excuse me, but quote unquote, walked out the. I don't know why he walked out the door, but he vanished.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
vanished.
Well,
How
I
does
tell
that
you what.
happen?
If my son had literally ran away after reading these DCS reports and shit, I couldn't fucking blame him.
Right. I don't blame him at all. Dude, I'd run for my life.
When she asked me for a divorce, I was like, sure.
Yeah.
I didn't expect her to take me to fucking court. I was all willing, let's just go ahead and divide shit up, sign paperwork, file it, and be done. No.
That's the best way.
No. Let's just go ahead and make your life a little bit more miserable than I have for the last 5 years.
God forbid. God forbid.
And the worst thing about divorces is that I don't care if you're the mom or the dad, it's the kids that suffer. The kids suffer no matter what you do. Because there's too many times that my son would ask me questions, and I'm like, son, I can't answer those questions for you. You know, questions that he would ask, like, Dad, do you love mom? And it's like, son, of course I love your mom. I would have never married her if I didn't love her.
Right.
Yeah, they want you. They want us to love the other parent and get along. They do. That's because they do. They love both their parents.
You know, and teaching him, son, listen, I'm not getting back with your mom. That is my own personal decision. I'm not going to tell you why. It's my decision, but it doesn't. I know that it affects you, but understand that my love for you has not diminished. All right.
Yeah.
Never does it not, and it's the kids internalize it, and I think that's what's hard because they do they'll think it's like against them, but so they're like, you love mom, right? Because they're a reflection of their parents in their,
Well, it takes mom and dad together to make a child, and the child is a combination of both the mom and the dad.
Right.
And therefore, it takes mom and dad. It should take mom and dad to raise them, because a child is a combination of both of you.
I agree. I know my daughter is that she's just like both of us, looks like us both and everything.
She's probably scared of alligators too, then.
Yeah, she's picky like me. She's a mini me. You called Sebastian your mini me. I'm like, that's spot on to my daughter. Like, we're very much alike, Seth. And it just
One of the worst things is that he is my mini me, and he was my mini me before we did got the divorce thing. And
of course,
when somebody started saying, because Sebastian, Dad, mom doesn't like you, she hates you. Well, son, that's something that you need to talk to your mom about, because I don't hate your mother.
Right.
Hate's a really strong word, and I'm not going to let it devour my soul, hating somebody that doesn't want me around her.
Yeah.
Why would I devote my energy to something along those lines? But it's like I tried to express to her, please be careful of what you say about me around Sebastian, because every time you sit there and say something negative about me, that's my mini me, and he's been my mini me for years, and yet, you're saying things about me, and he's going to absorb every bit of that, and you're going to destroy what confidence he has just because you're talking bad about me.
Yeah.
It's not that you have to have a good opinion of me or a bad opinion or any type of opinion. It's just the fact that you don't need to be expressing it to him.
Right.
And and that means don't express it in the house, because when you think you're alone, children hear everything. I mean, everything.
God, yes.
Everything.
They do.
Their little ears are worse than Alexis.
I've caught my daughter eavesdropping when she was little. She was like 9 years old, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, she's totally trying to listen in,
Oh, they do. When they know something's going on, they want to know, and they're going to find out.
And it's horrible, but Yeah, no, I just somebody talking about some person who made a Christmas CD and that was their last good thing they ever did, and they stole all their music when they did it anyways. I just figured that I'd come back up and state my opinion about all these people dropping out of the birthday party for the United States of America.
Yeah. I mean,
And,
I didn't even realize that was happening.
yeah, Martina McBride is one of them, and there's a couple other. There's some rappers that are doing it, and it's like the last thing. It's like I hope you don't expect me to ever listen to your music again, because even if I liked your music, I'm not going to listen to it now. It's like I like Garth Brooks, and then I found out he cheated on his wife and did all that horrible stuff. I don't listen to this shit either.
Oh man, that was a hard blow because I love Garth Brooks, but yeah, I know what you mean. It
I
takes
can't
the
support
allure
you
out of
doing
it.
something that I don't approve of.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, they're on the shit list now, so I didn't even know that was going down though. There's a lot of discourse and a lot of stuff going on in the world, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We all have opinions, and sometimes they're like assholes, and they don't smell like roses.
Everybody's got one.
There you go.
Right? And
Well,
most
not
of them
everybody,
stink.
because some people are
All of
anal
them do.
retentive.
Yeah,
Some people are buzzards. And I say that knowing that a buzzard actually does not shit. They eat their food, and then whatever they can't digest, they throw back up.
Oh, weird. Another
Girls
fun
take-
nature fact.
Yeah.
I'm just a country boy. What can I say?
Oh man. Oh.
Anyways,
geez.
y'all have a good one. I will see you later. Mic drop.
Seth, that's hilarious. Oh, here's okay. Leave her alive.
No, he's back.
There you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My mic just but I just want to say thank you, Seth, for coming up and expressing everything that you want to
Yeah.
express. We take it seriously. How can't we? This is a father of a missing child from Sumner County, mind you. And it's very disrespectful, I think. The sheriff in this county, Sumner County, I like to call it, and also, by the way, if you don't mind me mentioning this, that a deputy from that same department, I'm talking about Sumner County, has made hand gestures, appeared to be the middle finger to the father of a missing child. How dare
I
you?
was there.
Shame on
We all were
you.
there. We all were there.
Along with rude comments, right? Also, we got some
Shame
rude
on you,
comments.
you POS, in my opinion, to ever come out here and look at me, look at other people trying to support the father of a missing child, and you gave us the finger, basically. I mean, just call it what it is.
I agree,
I was
because even
so
when he put
appalled.
the thumbs up, I took that as the middle finger.
I don't give a
I'm not gonna lie.
I don't give a crap what you did. You're still the female was too scared to do anything. She walked in front of him, so I said, okay, he's following her, and he felt like he was going to be a tough guy with all his, freaking looked like a damn backpack on his stomach, and he was 5 feet tall, and he didn't have the balls to fucking do nothing. And I looked at him and I said, what's up? What's up? What's up? And he didn't do nothing. I don't care who you are. You treat somebody that way, and trust me, I come from a background where I've lost loved ones, and it is painful. Don't you ever point at me. I don't care what you're doing. Hand gestures, none of that. That's offensive. And it's just like the parents of this little girl. What's her name? Sharilla? Michaela? What's her name?
They call her Mac Killa, but I always call her
Mac Killa. Oh,
I
she ain't
know,
killing nothing,
yeah.
but she ain't killing nothing but her own boyfriend and her boyfriend's friend, in my opinion. So don't you ever come at me like that.
I think I feel like she might like that label, so I don't know if
She
I
probably.
it.
Oh no, a
Do you think she
narcissist
thinks it's
loves
cool? I don't know.
to be elevated. You have to remember this, hon. A narcissist loves being elevated. Don't you ever think that they're don't you ever put it out of your mind that she's not going to enjoy the attention. They love attention.
Oh, she
This
loves it, doesn't she? She's
this is
basking in the
absolutely
Netflix fame.
This is
But
part
she's been
of.
pretty
Go
popular.
ahead. Go ahead. No,
I'm
please.
sorry. She's been pretty popular. You know, she has been.
Oh,
Been
she's
pretty
popular, all
but
right.
yeah. Now it's off
Oh.
the charts again, right?
Well, it used to be her ass all over Instagram, right? And then now it's all turned over. Now it's oh well, my ass is all over Instagram about this case. So don't you play. Don't
Hey,
play with
guys.
God.
I hate to interrupt, but I gotta get going. It's 5 in the morning.
Get out of here. I'm just
I
kidding. But
appreciate.
no, we love you, Jen.
Aw,
Sorry.
I appreciate
No,
Jen
I'm kidding.
coming up.
We love you,
Yeah.
Jen.
Thank you. I love you guys. You guys are great.
So, okay, bye. And check out her book, by the way. If you like reading, if you like to read a book,
Yes.
I love books. I'm old school. I don't know about you, but Jennifer Erin, JENNIFERERIN. Is that correct? Well, read her, yes, exactly. So please, if you like reading,
There we go.
especially
Witchy got it.
read her book because it's on Amazon, it's everywhere. And so if you read her book, you might, especially if you're a victim of domestic violence, I think that this is a good book to read.
Well, thank you, Libra.
Thank you.
I think it's going to help tons of people, Jennifer, and
it already has. But go ahead. I'm sorry. It already has helped a lot of people that I know of. So
no, you're right. It's helped me. That's what. Yeah. I mean, I feel like what about Bob with baby steps? And we got Jennifer up here, and I'm like, yay! Because I mean, it's so good. It really is. I love it.
Absolutely. And if you're a bookworm, this is for you. And you need to understand though as well. You have to understand DARVO. We'll talk about that later. But it's an acronym. Is that not correct?
No, you don't have to understand DARVO, because she breaks it down in the book.
You don't. She'll tell you. If you if you open the book, crack the seal, and open that book, you will understand what DARVO is. This is very important, in my opinion.
It is in mine too. It shows us what red flags to look for.
Yes. Because they do exist. Like you have to watch. Now you have to be vigilant. This is another thing. I'm not gonna go on a tangent too much, but you have to, in my opinion, look out for red flags. You see something, say something. This is not a joke. If you feel like something's not right, you, in my opinion, should probably take action. Okay. This is what happened.
Yeah.
Who's that man in Ohio? He saved those girls. They were in false imprisonment. They were being kidnapped in their own. Who was that? It's a black man that lived in Ohio, and he said he saw her trying to escape the prison that she was in my opinion, and it was actually a house. She was kidnapped from a school bus. Do you remember who I'm talking about? Okay.
Oh, are you talking about the Cleveland 3 in Ohio?
Yes, thank you, lady. Yes, absolutely. What did he do? he was watching, he was waiting, and he was kind of wondering. So it's like a www.com, I guess. But he was watching, waiting, and wondering. He knew something was up. He was not stupid. This man is very intelligent, in my opinion, as much as the media wants to make him look stupid and like, oh, he's just poor black man. Excuse me. No. This man saved their lives, in my opinion. Thank you very much. And what it
Yeah,
takes
he
is
did. He did. That must have been rough living next door to those girls and knowing that they were there for so long and everything.
well, the guy was he was cooking meals that, I'm sorry, no man that I know of could cook meals like this. Chicken, and they said every time they cooked a meal, they were hoping that he, in my opinion, and allegedly, okay, because I'm being careful, but every time that these ladies would cook a meal, they were hoping that their neighbor would just know that something was up. This chicken's too good. You know what I mean? This chicken, this rice. I mean, whatever it was, I don't remember. So I'm not trying to be. I'm just saying, So God will exploit, and He will show
Expose.
you. He'll
Yeah,
expose,
expose.
and he'll exploit the. I can say that's my new thing.
Him and I are gonna have to. I'm gonna have to have him and teach him the. Yeah, we're gonna do some lessons together.
No,
Yeah.
No, but seriously, God will expose these people, and
Thank
it
you.
happens. Always, you're welcome. It always happens, and but God is bigger. You remember this: that God is bigger than any of us, and all of us, and all the human beings on this planet. God created us, in my opinion, and so now, if you want to go against God and what His plan is, go ahead, but be ready for the repercussions because it's coming. He
Right?
is
I mean,
more powerful than you can ever. I can't imagine how powerful God is, but I'll tell you, I have a lot of experiences, and we'll talk about this later on. But I've had a lot of experiences where I know God helped me. God was right there. God punished me too. That's a very scary thing. When God punishes you, that's scary, because God has broken the transmission in my car one time to get my attention. I said, "Oh my God." I said, "I can't drive. I can't." And God said, "Did I get your attention yet? This happened." And I said, God, I had to get towed. My car was just kaput. And God will lay this out, and He does this sometimes to chastise His children. And in my opinion, I'm a child of God. So
well, we all are, and that's what's really hard with these cases because I hate being the judge, and that's why we do night court because it's just public opinion, But I mean, yeah, I hate being the one to be like, oh, look at these people. But then also it kind of feels good, especially when we deal with, some of these topics like what Jennifer and I were talking about with Darvo and,
yeah.
It's the worst kind of thing when somebody's going to deny what they did and then turn it around on you and attack you for it. It's just, it's a lot. And
finger pointing, just
Finger
like in
pointing.
the court. Yep.
Well,
But
guys, the birds are chirping, and I hate to do this, but I gotta
no,
go.
go ahead.
It's okay, Jennifer. Thank you so much for being on. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank you. Love you guys.
We'll do it again.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Love you, girl. Bye.
Okay. Love you guys. Bye.
Bye-bye. See you soon. We
So
love
yeah,
Jennifer Erin. She has a really good book, and it's on Amazon, right?
Yeah, there's a website. We've been dropping the link for it, and I have it in the descriptions of all the videos and things like that. So, yeah, I was putting all those in. Um, but it's a great book. It's a great way to heal, and there's lots of opportunities to journal in it, and just even if people don't like to do the workbook part of it, it's just good to remember these different tactics and what to look out for.
Yeah, I thought that was awesome as well. By the way, that there is a she did. Yeah, I forgot about that. I'm sorry. She did implement a like a kind of a therapy workbook, and where you can it's like DARVO. Is that right? Or where
Well, it
there's
talks about Darvo, but it talks about like the villain syndrome where, the person who has been abused
the
kind of is
victim.
looked at as being mean, right? Like because they're setting up
The
boundaries.
victim becomes the freaking perpetrator. Like,
Villain, yeah.
oh, that's all familiar to us. But
Yeah.
reading this book, yeah, go ahead.
No, no, you go for it.
I hate that. There's nothing I hate more than when somebody calls out for help and they become they're the victim and they become the perpetrator
Yeah.
by the victimizer or by the what you would want to think is a savior, but it turns around and we know who we're talking about, who has the power to do this, turns the charges toward the victim. That happens too, but not just only in that. It's just, sometimes somebody will just do that. Oh, I'm sorry. I think it's called a narcissist, something like that, possibly.
Something like that.
But it's true, in my opinion, that if they don't like what's being laid out in front of them, they're upset because they don't agree. But look, facts are facts. These are the facts, and we laid them out in front of you. And if you don't like it, well, you know. So
Well, I'll tell you, Gypsy Rose had a full on come apart tantrum, cutting the blanket up. I was waiting for her to chop the blanket with something or stab it because of her history. Um, yeah, to me that was scary, and I'm scared for her husband and her. Well,
huh.
I won't. Look, they're living together. They have a kid together, so I might call him the husband sometimes, but they're not technically not married. If I was Kenny boy, um, I
I like
would
Kenny
love
G. You remember Kenny G?
like Kenny G.
Who
He's
was
acting
a
very
I like
Kenny
to play the
G romance.
saxophone. I'm not a woodwind man, but I played the trumpet in high school. I played the trumpet in high school. I was very good, and not to brag, but I was very good at the trumpet. And I played baritone. I play many instruments. I play the piano by ear. I play guitar. I
Well,
love
how come you're not playing the piano for us right now?
because it's none of your business. That's why. And you just
You need to
chill
be
out.
playing it for us right now because I
Calm
need the
down.
piano.
Calm.
So
Excuse
call me
me. Calm down. Excuse me. I didn't
after
tell
this
you any.
triggering night. I need a
Oh yeah, full moon. That's what it is.
full
And
moon.
you, lady,
So bust out
excuse
your
me.
piano.
Chill out. Chill out. Golly, how? What do I have to do? What do I have to do? I have to cook for you? I love cooking. And by the way, I love
Oh, one of
some
the
good
YouTubers went to Hell's Kitchen. Our
Hell's
friend
Kitchen.
from Guilty of a Crime. Yes, her and her wife went over there and ate.
Ate at Hell's
And I
Kitchen.
was like,
Well,
ooh, that looks like fun as hell because it's in Vegas.
I know somebody personally that actually was on that show. Yeah, he's
Oh,
a
really?
very good man. Yeah, he's from Nashville, Hell's Kitchen, and wasn't that the
Which
guy?
season was it? I probably know exactly who you're talking about. I love that show.
Oh yeah.
But I just
Oh
want a
man.
beef Wellington, like at the end of the day. That's what I would go there for. Like, because, yeah, I'm pretty sure they have the best beef Wellington.
Oh,
Or I
this
think he
guy
came
is
up with
great.
it.
Well, this guy's great. He's very
Ramsey.
nice.
And I want to watch him smash a fish.
He's
Or-
from He's from Louisiana, and he's very nice man. Very down
The
to
guy that
earth.
was on the kitchen on
Hell's Kitchen, yeah,
Hell's
with the
Kitchen.
Deek, whatever his name is. What starts with a G? What's his name? The guy in Hell's Kitchen, the main chef. I love him though. I love him. You can't be easy on. You can't coddle everybody. You can't. You have to
He
be
doesn't
rough.
coddle anybody.
Oh
except for he's
no,
nice
he
to his
doesn't at
daughters.
all. What's his name?
He doesn't call them a donkey or a donut, so that's
Donkey donut. I'm one of those.
like you donkey.
Gordon Ramsay,
That's
is
my
that
Chef
his name?
Ramsay.
I love Gordon. That's it. Gordon Ramsay. I love that.
And Witchy Mama wants to know if you want a piano.
I think he's awesome.
She's
Can you
trying to give one away. Oh, he dropped. I have 2 freezers full of walleye and venison, and we also share with everyone. Aw, that's sweet, Detroit. My dad gave our rabbit Jose to our neighbor when we moved and found out later that they cooked him and ate him. Oh, shit, Detroit. Oh, my gosh. Oh, no. I'm so sorry, Detroit, to hear that. I'm so sorry. Well, guys, I guess I'm going to get off of here because someone told you that Libra likes the George Strait. I like George Strait a lot. I like country music though. I know a lot of country artists. Oh, we gotta. Okay, well, is that why he just did he just jump off stage because of that? Let me get 2 slices of bread and make a sandwich with your head. Yes, Witchy. Oh my gosh, but I would totally want to see him smash the fish, right? And be like, it's raw. So, Bearded Dre, are you trolling? Oh, are you trolling Libra? I'm so confused. Detroit, you have the best stories, I swear. I know. I love Detroit stories. For real. She does have the best stories. And she has the best heart, too, because she's always given to other people. And we love you, Detroit. He said no. Oh, man, guys, it's late. I'm tired. I just want to tell Seth thank you for coming up on panel tonight and sharing some information about Sebastian in the way that I enjoyed hearing about the types of books that he likes to read and the fact that he would like to go underneath, his bed and with his flashlight and read. And I know that you've said that before, but I like hearing those things. And I really hope and pray that we find Sebastian soon. I even got an email from someone who said that they were going to be like out in the Pigeon Forge area. And I said, the best thing is to pass out the flyers and stuff like that. So, and I also had her reach out to Jen and see if she had any hot spots. So, we just have to keep this ball rolling, right? We need to keep the hamster wheel going when it comes to awareness. And it's every day. And I saw so many people sharing Sebastian's missing flyer today. So big shout out to all of, our friends that do that, and all the creators and everybody that just feels compelled to share the flyer for Sebastian Rogers, because it takes 2 seconds. You can put it all over your social media. And Beard Dre View, if you could please share this with 5 people on your social media accounts, that would be awesome. And I appreciate you being here as a new person tonight. And Witchy Mama, thank you so much for hanging out the whole time. My goodness. All right. I love you guys, everyone. I will see you guys all next time.